Ah, I'm trapped in an arcade cabinet. I ripped some dude's 10-hour video essay on the history of arcades because I could not find any arcade B-roll. For some reason. There was like 6 minutes or whatever, but that's not enough. That's not enough to read a whole novel. And then it just occurred to me that I didn't really have a selection for music. So we're going to lean on the old reliable here. Little RP Gamers Radio. Oh man, maybe I can like move it so that it's kind of aligned with a cabinet? Maybe later. Okay. Let's get into the literature. Thank you everyone for subbing and supporting the stream. This is Arcade by Robert Max. Here's the inside of the dust jacket summary. Unlike some of the more conservative mothers in Milport, Carrie Foster, that must be just like Carrie Fisher. Anyway, Carrie Foster sees no cause for alarm when the new video arcade opens. True, some of the kids spend a lot of time there playing a new game called Spacescape, and Carrie's 13-year-old son Nick seems especially fascinated. But it is, after all, only a game. As Nick spends more and more time at the arcade, however, Carrie thinks she notices subtle changes in him. Is the game in some way altering his behavior? Could Spacescape be teaching him its special language? Or is that just ordinary children's slang? And why, Carrie wonders, is Nick suddenly involved with a beautiful girl years older than himself? Damn, gaming made him a Chad, hell yeah. Lon Evans, a local computer expert, is at first amused by Carrie's suspicions. Like many other people today, he says, she is simply afraid of new technology she doesn't understand. But when Lon reluctantly agrees to take a closer look at the arcade, he finds that Spacescape is clearly more than a game. Much more. Oh, you want me to lower the music? Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, it is kind of loud, huh? It's a bit tricky because couldn't tell how loud my speakers were. Anyway, let me know if that's better. Oh, Unrighteous. Thank you for gifting 10 subs on this beautiful subathon. Twitch opted in with 2 more, which is why I'm doing a subathon today. Looks like there's a 20% bonus on gifts, so your gifted sub stretches further than ever. Thank you very much, Unrighteous. All right, let's get back to the intrigue. Actually, hold on. Got a Mr. Bones in there. That's awfully spooky. Just scoping out the names. DJ Kento, thanks for gifting 5 subs. I see Baby Hater Leet caught a sub there. Fantastic. Oh, you like the COD videos? Nice. I'm glad you enjoy those. I've really enjoyed playing through that series. A few more to go. Unfortunately, I feel like maybe the best is we've passed the best. We passed the zenith. All right, let's see here. Setting out for the answers. Harry and Lon are confronted with a mystery that eventually leads them to the furthest reaches of terror and wonder. So there you go. Riveting and entertaining, Arcade is a provocative story of modern menace, both real and imagined, in a future that has already arrived. It's here. Games are here, and they're killing our kids. Or more like programming our kids. Oh, 1984, my bad. I thought this was 82. That's better. That's even better. Oh, you already got virtual highlight, Kento? Man, good luck. Good luck with that. I love watching speedruns of virtual highlight for some reason. It's got a really appealing look. Even though it plays like shit. That's my understanding. But that's part of its charm. All right. Excuse me. For some reason, the second I started streaming, my entire face decided to turn into mucus and leak into my brain. Oh yeah, level 5 hype train. Look at that. Look at that. Thank you, everybody. They have this. Oh, they actually show you the levels that you unlock emotes at now? That's pretty smart. People love filling up meters. Anyway, consider all cheers and subs and stuff count towards extending the time. So now the time is sort of decoupled from the reading. They just kind of happen when they happen. But money's also tight, so I get it. Don't feel bad. Don't worry about it. We're gonna have fun anyway. Start the book. The advertisement appeared in the classified section of Newsday, Long Island's major newspaper, in the early spring. Wanted. Workers with experience of assembling electronic devices for employment in new factory. High salary paid with substantial overtime. Only those with qualifications need apply. A telephone number was given. In a time of high unemployment, the advertisement was seen and quickly answered by those who qualified. The needs of the manufacturer were met, and the ad appeared no more than once. Spooky backstory, Chapter 1. So that was like a prologue to really ground us in the world so that we can believe what's about to happen. There's also a weird smear on Chapter 1. It's not that big, but it's still an unidentified crust of some sort. That's we're getting 1984 air as we open this. What you need, Nick Forrester said as he sat in the breakfast nook, passively watching his mother race through her morning's Grand Prix circuit around the kitchen, is a robot. I think Nick is the kid. For the moment, Carrie Foster was too busy to answer. She finished pouring waffle batter into the iron, then scuttled to the oven door for a peek at the tray of 12 5-inch bacon quiches. Seeing they were done, she grabbed up potholders and slid the tray out of the oven to cool. She then went back to squeezing the last orange for her children's juice. Yeah. Oh yeah, it might be cigarette ash. Hey, that's pretty 84, isn't it? Anyway, she knew just what had inspired the robot remark. What, he saw Rocky IV? I don't know if Rocky IV was out in 84, but people sure did love robots in the 80s. Last night she had passed through the living room while Nick and Emily were ogling a television news magazine program with a feature about a man who had put together his own homemade robot. SK, thank you for the cheer. Using sheet iron and metal tubing, wire, flashlight bulbs, wheels from a shopping cart, and various electronic components, the amateur inventor had assembled a cumbersome device that was capable of rolling through the house to do the vacuuming, move groceries from the carport to the kitchen, wake up different family members at certain preset hours, play simplistic games of catch with his children, and even back itself into a plug when the time came to recharge its batteries. Maybe the robot age had arrived to ease the standard housewife's burden, Harry thought. But the time was still far off when a robot could do what she did. She finished squeezing the juice and set 2 glasses on the pine table. Yeah, a robot can't make a bacon quiche, can it? What I need, she replied at last to her son, it's for you to start making breakfast for you and your sister. Then it'd be a little easier to get the rest of my work done. Nick pouted a little and took a sip from his glass. I could mash the oranges, Mommy, Emily offered. I already know how to cook. It was true indeed that at a mere age 7, Emily had become adept at opening and warming cans of SpaghettiOs. We'll see, Carrie said, already retreating from her suggestion. Reasonable as it was, she couldn't help feeling a bit churlish. Churlish. I love that word. Yes, Nick was 12. She had a right to demand more from him. No doubt making breakfast for the children, seeing that they always had freshly squeezed juice, waffles, or hot cereal in winter was pampering them by present-day standards. But she hadn't yet gotten over the idea that they needed some extra pampering as compensation for living without a father. Is there going to be any acknowledgement of a father aside from that? Or is it just like, this is the era of Scream Queens, so you need... Who knows where this is going? I guess that there's the electrician guy. He'll be the surrogate father. Suppose instead, Nick piped up, I just make you a robot. Harry laughed appreciatively as she opened the waffle iron and lifted out the finished grids of dough. The funny thing was that a kid nowadays probably could build some sort of electronic marvel as easily as learning how to make a bowl of instant Quaker oats. It's a deal, she said, putting waffles and syrup on the table. Only make it a little more presentable than that portable junkyard they showed on television. Oh, sure. And I could cover it with rubber skin. You know, like those Halloween masks? I could probably even make it look like Dad. Oof, kid. Oh, man. Carrie turned away quickly. CK. Oh, man. Thank you for gifting 10 subs, and Twitch, thanks for kicking in another 2. Strum Theory, thanks for gifting a membership on YouTube. This is set in Scotland. Sure. No, it's in Milport. But they didn't say what country. Oh, man. Thank you very much for the kind gift. Damn, we've almost got the next chapter already. Nice. And only just now we're getting into the dad issues. There's so many pages to go. Carrie turned away quickly. For all their amazing vulnerability, how stunningly insensitive children could be. She knew Nick had meant it as a gift. It still hurt, though, the very thought. A robot to replace Mike! Sweet Mike. So he's got a name. They're still living with the shadow of a man. But the pain settled as she finished preparing all the food to be transported to the store. From the refrigerator, she took the large bowls of salmon mousse and ceviche and mocha d'aqua torte, all made the night before. So she's a cook, chef. After wrapping them in saran, capital S, there's a lot of brands being dropped. Maybe this is how the author hoped to relate to the housewives of America. Capital S wrapped in saran. She laid them carefully into a carton and went out the back door to put the box in the station wagon. When she returned, the tray of quiches had cooled enough to pick up barehanded, and the children were finishing their waffles. Let's go, kids, Carrie said. Grab your coats. YouTube memberships do not add automatically to the timer. I will add. So, I think I worked it out that it's this much. Dink. Oh, that was an hour. Uh-oh. It was supposed to be a minute. Damn, that throws it all off because I had it all time. Hold on a second. I gotta bring out my calculator now. $45. We'll save. Oh no. 50. And okay, I think I got it. Oh no, subs kept happening. I have to add those in now. Oh, so many subs happened. 14. Okay, crap. Okay, crap. Well, I guess no matter what, I have to take an hour and 12 minutes off. So I'm going to wait for it to chill out for a bit. But then I have to add in the time from the YouTube membership. Okay, I can do this. Such a good system. But, Unrighteous, thank you very, very much for the 10 subs, which added 4 in there for some reason. I don't know, sometimes there's extra bonus Twitch subs. And then Parker, thank you very much for the sub. It just works. It's a perfect system. It's a perfect system. Find a single flaw in my flawless system. I'm like Carrie with my impeccable morning routine. All right. Well, luckily, we've already unlocked the next chapter, so I appreciate that, everybody. Okay. All right, everything's calmed down. That means I can reset the sub goal. Okay, here we go. Actually, thank you very much for all the subs. You made the math actually really easy. Okay. I'm just gonna pull an hour. That way everybody gets bonus time. Got a free 10 minutes, banker error. And then here comes the real magic. There we go. Yeah, I feel like the Twitch gifts, sometimes there's just little bonus subs thrown in too, which is kind of nice, spontaneous. Honestly, it doesn't cost, well, I guess it costs them to pay out to the streamer, but yeah, I guess it does cost. I'll take it. All right. Chaos Subverted. Thank you very much for all of your generosity. Thank you for funding a successful subathon and fine literature like Arcade. Here we go. Okay, so she just loaded all of her baked treats into the station wagon. Then, for the first time since she'd gotten out of bed at sunrise, she paused and looked at the day, soothed by all the signs of change. The glaring metallic sky of August had given way to the cool porcelain blue of autumn. Here and there, fallen leaves fluttered and scratched over the macadam? Ooh, Chase Green. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Let me add that onto the timer. Any plans for a Rebirth playthrough? I played it a little bit. Maybe when the Pro comes out. If the PS5 Pro comes out and it's really easy to get one, then I'll probably go back to Rebirth. Otherwise, I'm just kind of sitting on it until it comes out on PC. But thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. I have the luxury of being spoiled. Wait. I don't know what a macadam is. I'm going to look that up. It's not macabre. Broken stone of even size used in successfully compacted layers for surfacing roads and paths. So it's just describing the paving style of the road. Yeah, this author is using some, like, kind of specific to the early 80s terminology sometimes. Kenobi Corner! Thank you for gifting 5 subs. And Twitch, thank you for the double gift. Fantastic. Macadam. Macadam of Shoreview Drive. So they're on the shore. Milport is on the coast, I guess. The breeze blowing in off the Atlantic was no longer tinged with the musty odor of seaweed drying on the beach. Now she smelled the briny astringency of salt mist from a storm that had raged somewhere off the coast last night. Soon, she thought, the season was virtually over, and soon all the summer people would be gone from Milport. She'd be able to sleep late instead of rising early to cook for the store. Days wouldn't be taken up completely with phoning suppliers for extra stock, working behind the counter, walking through to greet customers. Business would be deliciously slow, and she'd be able to leave Patrick in charge while she went home early, lit a fire, and read one of the best sellers that all the summer people had been able to enjoy during their days of lolling on the beach. Soon. Yeah. That's 100% Milport, Scotland. Oh! It's a little island on the west coast. Wow, okay, cool. I had no idea. I guess we're in Scotland. How did you pick that out? What tipped you off? I assumed it would just be like coastal US, like California or something. Yeah, that's the wrong ocean. Interesting. But not quite yet. Oh, you used to go there as a kid. Oh, you could have been arcaded. Maybe this is about you. You'll have to let me know if anything sounds familiar. That's awesome. The city schools had been open for a few weeks, and families with vacation homes in Milport were no longer in full-time residence. The weather had been warm enough until now, however, to justify the weekend trek out from the city. According to the weather forecast, the weekends starting tomorrow would also be on the warm side. Not beach weather, though. This was the weekend Carrie was sure that summer people would use to close up their houses before going away to leave the real Milporters in peace. Suddenly, Carrie had to smile at the intolerant drift of her thoughts. Who was she to be reflecting on the summer people as a trial to be born? Not so long ago, she had been one of them. She had used the town as it pleased her, she and Mike and the children, semi-annually loving and leaving it, moving back to the city and never giving a thought to the problems of Milport's schools, or the passage of a new bond issue to buy the town much-needed snow removal equipment. Mike's success as an international investment consultant had made possible a life that glided between a penthouse in the city and a beach house in Milport on Long Island's summer Riviera. Long Island? Miss Bianca, thanks for gifting a sub. Will this become smut? I don't know about smut. It's supposed to become a horror thriller. We'll see, though. We got to establish the characters. Until 3 years ago, that easy existence had been wiped out overnight. While on a business trip to Munich, riding in one of those marvelous German cars being driven along an autobahn by one of his clients, at 170 kilometers per hour according to reports from the Polizei, Mike had been killed in an automobile accident. Only then Carrie had discovered that Mike's business was in trouble. Had been since the onset of the recession. Both houses were mortgaged to the hilt, the savings were gone, her jewelry had all been used as collateral for loans. She had surrendered the jewels and sold the penthouse co-op to pay for other debts. Faced with a choice of where to settle and bring up the children, Milport seemed the better, safer place, especially since she would be bringing them up alone. In Milport, too, Carrie had figured out a way to make a living on her own. Did he fake his own death? He's just living in Germany? Anyway. Which was the other reason she had no business being intolerant of the summer people. Let's not forget, my girl, Carrie reproached herself as she thought about the peaceful winter ahead, that without all those well-heeled seasonal invaders, your very comfortable income would be cut by a very uncomfortable 2/3. Nick and Emily exploded through the screen door and dove into the backseat of the car. "Hey, move it, Mom!" Nick shouted when it took Carrie a second to shake off her reverie and get behind the wheel. "You'll make us late!" Children, little tyrants. She loved hers beyond all measure. They were, after all, her saviors. "I'm really gonna do it, Mom," Nick said as the car drew up by the field that fronted Milport Elementary and Middle School. "I'm gonna ask my shop teacher about making a robot." A robot made of wood? Nothing to do, of course, but encourage the project. "Just one favor," Carrie said to Nick as Emily leaned over the seat for a farewell hug. "I'd rather you make him look like Clark Gable." "Who's he?" Nick said and slammed the door in need of neither a hug nor an answer. She watched them walk away, Nick with his slightly exaggerated saunter, Emily's ponytail swinging. When they disappeared into the stream of other children, she pulled away. Continuing along Hawthorne Way, Carrie came after 2 blocks to the intersection with Milport's central thoroughfare, Elm Street. She was about to swing right toward the west end of the street where her store was located, when she remembered the pills waiting to be picked up at Osgood's Pharmacy. She hesitated, motor idling. The filled prescription had been waiting there for 3 weeks. In the wake of Mike's death, there had been months of sleepless nights. She had endured them at first, waiting hour after hour in the dark for the deeper shadow to pass by and carry her off, if for no more than a few precious minutes. Lately, she'd been forced to surrender to a doctor's advice to use pills. Lately, though, she had needed them less and less. A supply that once lasted only 6 weeks made do for 6 months. When the last prescription ran out, she hadn't immediately renewed it. She wanted to believe she had adjusted at last to living without him, and that the first sleepless nights during summer she'd been able to tell herself it was only the heat. But then there had been a whole patch of them, and she had called the pharmacy. Still, she resisted actually picking up the pills. But tonight she reminded herself she would have to be up very late working in the kitchen. With the summer people storing away linens, turning off the water so their pipes wouldn't freeze, they would be camping out in their own houses. Business Otter, thank you for the sub. There would be a rush over the weekend to buy convenient snacks. She would sell 3 or 4 dozen extra quiches, 20 or 30 pounds of the salads, at least. From experience, Carrie knew that when she was under some pressure like this, the sleeping would be hardest. The darkness, filled with visions of Mike in the wreckage, crying out to her, I spent all our money! Carrie, all of it! Ah. That's got to be a conflicting feeling, though. I know that this is the 80s and she's not allowed to resent him for being a dipshit, but for real, like if somebody dies, but in the process of doing so, they really fuck you, like leave you with just tons and tons of debt that they obscured from you. Complicated. Are you excited for Megalopolis? Am I ever? Hopefully I'm going to go see it this weekend. Cinema's back. Cinema's back. Real cinema is back. There's actually a Twitch bounty for watching the Megalopolis trailer. I need to grab that before all the slots are gone. Watch Francis Ford Coppola's Megalopolis. Accept. Beautiful. Yes? Shit. Okay. 1 second, folks. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Def needed help with something. Good, Andy Mills. I'm glad. Megalopolis fever is sweeping the nation. I definitely don't intend to be sober when I see it. That's for sure. I want to take in some art. All right. Our protagonist has to get pilled up to sleep. Okay, let's see. Yes, Mike is in the wreckage crying out to her. Wait. Oh, wait, I did. Okay, never mind. I thought I missed the Discord message, but I sent it. All right, she took the left turn at last, heading east in the direction of Osgood's. Only much later would she realize it was the first turn toward a whole new season of bad nights. That's the end of chapter 1. However, I've already unlocked chapter 2 and gotten halfway to the next one beyond that. So chapter 2, Elm Street, Milport's tree-shaded main thoroughfare, was one of the town's principal charms. Hardly more than a third of a mile from end to end, the street began at the broad village green, where the state road took a sharp right and ran to a small traffic island capped by the stone obelisk engraved with the names of those 38 sons of Milport who had given their lives in 2 world wars and Korea. 4 more had been killed in Vietnam, but the stone had yet to be carved in their honor. Between these 2 terminal points, the street was divided into 5 blocks, each with 6 to 10 stores or restaurants on either side. The buildings in this commercial stretch had been constructed many years before the city council set zoning requirements, but there had always been respect for scale and tradition in Milport. Most of the structures were only 1 story. A few had a second level into which the larger businesses, like the B. Altman branch, had expanded, or where local dentists and lawyers had their offices. In a civic improvement drive 15 years ago, incentives had been offered for all landlords to unify the Elm Street facades in a white brick or clapboard colonial style, and most had complied to give the street a dominantly clean, classical look. More than anything else, however, Elm Street owed its pleasant character to the rows of tall trees that shaded the sidewalks, and from which it took its hackneyed name. Planted by the town's forefathers to celebrate its incorporation 2 centuries earlier, the trees had so far been spared the Dutch elm blight that had ravaged the species in so many other places. Residents of the town like to cite the flourishing health of these elms as proof that Milport stood on magic ground, a blessed spot with a special place in God's heart. Oh no, this might be a different Milport. Tragic. Let's pretend like it's not, though. We can use our imagination. Osgood's Pharmacy was nearly at the east end of Elm near the War Memorial. A metered space was open directly in front of the drugstore, another benefit of the summer people's migration, parking places again. And Carrie pulled in. There were even 10 free minutes left on the meter. She got out of her escort station wagon and started around to the entrance of the pharmacy. Then, casting a casual glance across the street, she saw something that stopped her dead in her tracks. Pooh's cottage was being emptied out, demolished. Standing by the car, Carrie watched the door of a small house on the other side of Elm, as several men in dusty work clothes made repeated trips in and out. Emerging with armloads of splintered lumber, they tossed it all into the back of a dump truck and returned inside for more. A lump arose in Carrie's throat. Winifred Bedford, whose name had been reduced to Winnie, and from there to the more affectionate Pooh, was a spinster, the last descendant of a family that had arrived on this part of Long Island with the first English settlers. Okay, so we're in Long Island. Farmers originally, their land holdings had been dissipated in bad marriages, and by the late 19th century, all that remained in their possession was the colonial cottage, finally inherited by Pooh. She lived in 2 rooms at the back, and in the portion of the small house that fronted Elm, she ran a shop that dealt haphazardly in all sorts of bric-a-brac, rusty toys, secondhand clothes, broken appliances, and other cast-offs. As a summer resident, Carrie had often enjoyed rummaging in Pooh's shop, and she'd made a friend of the old woman. So when Carrie had moved alone to Milport, the genteel spinster had provided the first friendly anchor in a community that did not embrace outsiders during the off-season. Ooh, Andy. Thank you for the 24 months and the titty wiggle. Like it's saying hi. Hello. Thank you for the sub. There were many chill afternoons when Carrie accepted Pooh's invitation to tea. Especially during a period when she was weighted down by financial problems, Carrie had always drawn comfort, even strength, from sitting in the old woman's quaint world of white elephants and soaking up her calm indifference to money and ambition. After Pooh's death last spring, Carrie had suggested to the town council that as a memorial to the old woman, it purchase the cottage and relocate the Milport Historical Society there from the cramped room it occupied in the church basement. Owen Haber, head of the council, had been in favor, but then an heir to Pooh's estate had turned up, a male cousin from a branch of the family that had drifted away to Oklahoma. With commercial space on Elm Street at a premium, the cousin had seen the cottage might be a money spinner. Following a wholesale liquidation of everything in the shop, the heir had disappeared back to Oklahoma, leaving the property in the hands of a local realtor. Through the summer, the cottage had remained empty, a for rent sign taped in the window. Carrie was surprised the space hadn't been grabbed up to take advantage of Milport's peak season. Then one afternoon in August, she had bumped into Edna Swan, the agent handling the rental, who revealed that the cousin insisting on $7,000 a month. The cousin was insisting on $7,000 a month, almost triple the local average for comparable space. But apparently the new owner's greed and stubbornness had paid off. $7,000 a month. Carrie thought as she stared across the street, who could pay that kind of money? Bleekersburg, thank you for gifting a sub. Thank you, thank you. And wasn't it odd that the renovation was beginning now? Whenever space on Elm Street was remodeled, the work always began at the end of winter. That allowed construction unhindered by weather, with 2 or 3 months to get ready in time to open with a surge of summer business. Opening just when businesses would be in the doldrums was poor financial strategy. No one could survive for long simply on local trade. Curious, Carrie crossed the street to the cottage. As she went around to the rear of the dump truck, one of the workmen was heading over with a load of broken boards painted yellow. Sadly, Carrie recognized them as shelving from Pooh's kitchen. The whole place was being torn apart. "Good morning," she said, making an effort to sound cheerful. "Aye." The workman heaved his burden into the truck, then paused to give Carrie a leering smile. He was young with long hair and wearing a denim shirt cut off at the shoulders to reveal his muscular arms. Awesome. I was just wondering, she said. What's going on in here? Or what's going in here? Going in? The young man shot a puzzled glance toward the dump truck. I mean the cottage. What kind of tenant is taking over? The workman shrugged. Sorry, babe. I don't know. I'm just here for the wrecking part. Carrie didn't like being called babe by a stranger. It felt even more impertinent coming from a man 10 years her junior. She kept her temper in check for the sake of getting information. Is there anyone around who can tell me? The young man was still eyeing her provocatively. Why, Carrie wondered, did such a simple encounter have to be sexually charged? All right. She knew she was attractive, but did that give license for men to mentally undress her? Or was it her own fault? After being without a man for 3 years, was she unwillingly, unconsciously putting out a signal of desperation? Giving off some barely detectable seductive scent? It's the 80s. Dat Nade, thanks for gifting 5 subs. And Twitch, thank you for kicking in a few more. Yeah, hashtag written by a man. She was about to turn on her heel and walk away when the young man replied, There was a guy here a while ago looking at some blueprints. Maybe he knows something. Thank you, Carrie said flatly, and walked on past the dump truck, dodging another workman as he came out of the cottage carrying a garbage bin filled with chunks of plaster. She went inside. Just over the threshold she halted, shocked by what had been done to the house. Most of the interior walls had been knocked down, along with the ceiling that separated the shop from the front, or the shop in the front from a small attic. To tear out the core of a place, a landmark of sorts, seemed a terrible desecration, not so different from the sacking of a temple by some invading Mongol horde. Carrie searched with angry eyes for someone to blame, but the air was dense with plaster dust. Sunlight slanting through windows caught every hovering mote, making the powdery air appear almost solid. The workmen going about their jobs could have been ghosts passing freely through a wall, just caked with asbestos. Drifting deeper into the plaster mist, Carrie scanned for a figure that wasn't breaking or sweeping or hauling. She spotted the blueprints first. They were lying partially unrolled on a large plywood sheet that had been laid across 2 sawhorses to form a crude table. Her fury at the waste of Pooh's cottage canceled any conscience she had about snooping. Carrie leaned over the table and spread the plans for a better look. From remodeling her own shop, she'd had some experience reading architects' drawings. She looked at the first title block in the box in the lower right corner, where the name of the architect, the client, and the purpose of the structure were generally recorded. A single line was neatly printed in the title block. Design for Paces. Evidently, that was the name of the new store. Paces. P-A-C-E''S. Paces. Belonging to somebody named Pace. The plan itself, thin white lines etched onto the blue background, showed that the interior of the cottage was to remain almost entirely open space. An entrance was indicated at the center of the front wall, and flanking this were 2 windows. Another door was marked in the rear wall. A small square enclosure in a rear corner was marked washroom. Otherwise, the rectangular area enclosed by the outside walls was an unbroken field of dark blue. No space had been set aside for storage, display, or a private office. It was hard to imagine what kind of business the space could possibly serve. Then Carrie noticed another set of markings, apparently related to electrical installation. Along the 2 side walls, fine lines had been drawn, broken at regular intervals by small circles crosshatched with double lines. The architectural symbol for an electrical outlet. There were 4 outlets along each wall, and 1 more at the back. Now it came to her. A hairdressing salon. No walls necessary, only furniture and portable partitions, and electric outlets for lights and hair dryers. But then she saw the flaw in her guesswork. In the area labeled as a washroom, there were indications for plumbing, but nowhere else. The hairdresser couldn't function without a few additional sinks. "Can I help you?" The man's voice close behind her startled Carrie. She spun around. He was not a large man, just about her own height, but he had a presence, a posture that went beyond physical dimensions. He stood very erect and very still, dressed in a pale gray single-breasted suit, set off only by a plain dark gray tie. At first, Carrie took his unadorned clothes and stiff bearing as hints of a military background. Waiting for an answer, he merely gazed at her, unblinking. It might be this careful monitoring of his energies, Carrie thought, that was responsible for a face that was taut, pink, and unlined, far more youthful than his age would justify. He was not young, certainly. He had white hair that receded from his smooth, wide brow in a wide arc, as evenly as a tide ebbing back over a round stone. The eyes were old, too, the whites no longer clear, and the gray irises clouded by both doubts and certainties given only to those who had seen and lived through much. Carrie couldn't understand why she felt, or why she could feel. Carrie couldn't understand why she should feel so intimidated by the man. I guess I don't know either. His expression was mild, the features really quite bland. He reminded her of pictures she'd seen of sedate businessmen from bygone eras. Reminded her, come to think of it, of that meek president in the 20s, the chicken in every pot guy. What was his name? But this man wasn't meek. Carrie felt herself in the presence of an immensely forceful personality, a man of extraordinary self-control. Mind over matter was a phrase that occurred to Carrie, the way he held himself, even the curious, ageless elasticity of his skin, suggested the sort of inner spiritual power exercised by Indian swamis, men who could control their metabolisms so that they could survive hours in airless chambers, where ordinary men would perish in a fraction of the time. She's really reading a lot off this guy. He said one thing and stood there, and she was like, you have the power of a swami. Okay, all right. He was still waiting for his answer, patient, motionless. "Forgive me," Carrie said. "I didn't mean to get in the way. I was passing and I saw..." "You shouldn't be in here, you know." "Well, yeah, I do realize that, but I'm also in business here in town. I knew Miss Bedford, who used to live here, so I couldn't help being..." "It's the insurance, you see. If you should get hurt..." He paused, and then she stared back at him, unable to will any response up to her throat. The man looked and sounded sincere, yet Carrie sensed emanations of danger, something fearsome about his will. If you should get hurt. Christ, was that some kind of veiled threat? No. Her imagination must be running wild. Why should she fear violence from this man? Her impressions were being colored by the... Whoa now. That Beers guy? Thanks for the sub. Her impressions were being colored by, the violence she had seen done to the cottage. But it was all done in the name of business. She ought to understand that. At last, Carrie said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Peel," he offered, though he made no further gesture toward introduction. "Mr. Peel," she repeated. "I'm Carrie Foster. I own Treats, the food shop down at the other end of Elm. Naturally, being in business here, I wondered what kind of shop is opening." She gathered strength as she spoke, felt her indignation rekindle. Damn it, she did have a right to know. "Of course," he said. "I understand perfectly." And offered no explanation. "Well, can't you tell me what's happening here?" she persisted. "I'm sorry," he said cryptically. "Aren't you in charge?" "Just a representative." He was answering her questions, yet providing no illumination. Harry felt the urge to crack through his stony impassivity, shake him up. "All right, since you're representing the new tenant, I'll register my protest with you." "Protest?" "The way this place is being torn apart is shocking. It's one of the oldest houses on this part of Long Island, historic and irreplaceable." "But don't you agree?" he said calmly. It would have been impossible for any business to use the place as it was. The patient, reasonable tone blunted her attack. Did it have to be gutted? She asked plaintively. Great care is being taken to keep the exterior intact, he said. Nothing must damage the charm of this lovely street. He smiled so benignly that Carrie was almost won over. Why won't you tell me what kind of store's coming in? She asked. It's confidential, he said with the same definite vagueness. But only for the moment. You're bound to know soon, aren't you? True enough, Carrie realized. This was hardly a covert installation. The new tenants were probably secretive to make sure they got a head start on any competition. A loud crash came from the rear of the cottage as a section of ceiling in the old kitchen was pulled down. A cloud of plaster dust soon billowed over Carrie. She began to cough. You see, my dear, Peel said, this is no place for you to be. He paid no attention to the dust himself. As it settled on the pale fabric of his suit, his white hair and his chalky skin, the powder hardly showed. Carrie cleared her throat. I suppose you have all the necessary permits, he said. Indeed. For one final moment, she stared mutely at Peel. Then she said goodbye and started picking her way out across the rubble-strewn floor. Turning back at the front door, she saw Peel standing where she'd left him. Another clatter came from the rear, a fresh billow of dust rose up, and the man seemed to be swallowed up by the pale cloud. Outside, she took a deep breath, chasing the dust from her lungs. Several workmen passed, going between door and dump truck, and it dawned suddenly on Carrie that she recognized not a single one of them. A slight surprise. All the light construction work in Milport was shared between two local contractors. Carrie had used both of them one time or another. She should have recognized at least some of the men. This job, she realized, was being done by an outside contractor. She crossed the street to her car, a store that seemed oddly inadequate for commercial purposes. A contractor brought in from the outside, and Peel. His eerie serenity and his secretiveness. Was she wrong to think it was all a little strange? Or was she feeling overly sensitive and critical because of her relationship with Pooh? What really bothered her, Carrie guessed, was seeing the ultimate pointlessness of life expressed by the callous reshaping of the historic old cottage. All its ghosts and memories swept away. But things had to change. She had other fish to fry, other responsibilities to look after. Still, some remnant of anxiety wouldn't let go, and distracted, Carrie drove away from Osgood's without picking up her pills. Chapter 2. Complete. The intrigue is rising. How many chapters are in this book? Pages are like hard to flip through. 36. 2.5 subathons, or 1.5 subathons worth. Cool. Well, thank you everyone for your outrageous support so far. Already most of the way towards the next one. So, well ahead of schedule here. I like it. I like it a lot. We love you, Will. We love you, Will Smith. All right. Everything is different. Chapter 3 of Arcade. Mysterious new buildings moving in. Driving up to Treats, Carrie saw that both front display windows were piled knee-deep with autumn leaves. Before entering, she paused for a closer look. Patrick had opened up early, and now he was engaged in changing the display, doing one of his famous seasonal creations. Subtly placed among the colorful leaves were all kinds of gourmet delicacies, some accompanied by stuffed toy animals. In one burrow, a group of tiny teddy bears surrounded a jar of the Greek hyacinth honey. Elsewhere, a velour rabbit hugged a bottle of wine. Elsewhere, a velour bottle. Oh my god. Elsewhere, a velour rabbit hugged a bottle of white asparagus? How do you bottle asparagus? Anyway, the most artful feature of the scene were the collections of French bread stuck onto wire matrices to resemble trees that had shed their foliage. Carrie smiled in approval and went inside. She never entered the store without feeling a spark of pride in the accomplishment of putting it all together, making it happen. In the immediate aftermath of Mike's death, she hadn't known how she would be able to survive. She had always existed happily in his shadow, being satisfied to play the role of business wife. Dressing up in expensive clothes, hanging on his arm to greet his friends, his clients, putting together elegant dinners at home, creating an environment that would set him off to advantage. Some of this she did without trying. A lithe, green-eyed brunette with clear, smooth skin that tanned to gold in summertime. Carrie had the kind of athletic, no-nonsense good looks that excited men without stirring the jealousies of women. She was hot, but not too hot. By itself, meeting her had never failed to leave Mike's clients with a high regard for his judgment. But Carrie didn't rest on her natural attributes. Knowing the importance of socializing in Mike's business, she worked to hone her skills as a hostess. Genial, relaxed, winningly modest. She developed a knack for setting mood where conversation flowed. Friendships flourished and deals were struck. And she provided one more element that made her party succeed: delicious food. Carrie not only liked to cook, but enjoyed seeking out and testing unusual recipes. Though self-taught through trial and error, she became as accomplished in the kitchen as any cordon bleu chef. When she was newly widowed, forced to think of some way to pay the bills, she knew it would have to be connected to her abilities as a cook and her knowledge of food. And having decided to settle in Milport, the next step was almost automatic. As a summer resident, she'd always found herself driving to the Hamptons for good pâté or French bread or fresh coffee beans. Milport was long overdue for a good specialty food store. By borrowing from people Mike had helped in the past, she was able to lease and renovate the space on Elm Street. On Memorial Day, not quite 4 months after receiving that crushing telegram from Munich, she had opened Treats for business. It was an overnight success. At the end of her second summer, she had paid off all her investors. Over the next spring, she'd expanded into an adjacent space and begun carrying cookware for other kitchen items. By the end of this, her third year in business, Carrie expected to clear $90,000 profit. More than the money, however, she liked the way her sense of self had profited. It was good to be an independent woman, to feel that she no longer had to be timid about meeting any challenge life could throw at her. "Morning, love," Patrick called out as Carrie entered. He was moving along the shelves along one wall, selecting a few more jars and cans he was to incorporate in the windows. "How do you like the theme?" Flourishing a hand toward the displays, he launched into an operatic rendition, no words, only trilled la-la-las, of Autumn Leaves. "Lovely," she said, "but I am a wee bit concerned about a possible fire hazard." "Ah, bitch," Patrick said airily, as he brushed past on his way to the window and gave her a light peck on the cheek. "If it makes you feel better, I will don my asbestos jumpsuit and personally spray each and every leaf with fire retardant. You know, I don't want this establishment to be razed to the ground any more than you do." Carrie dropped the subject. She knew from past experience that challenging Patrick's display ideas would only alienate him. She didn't want to do that. He was too valuable. We can't upset a man, can we? If his schemes for the windows didn't exactly conform to her own tastes, she was aware nevertheless that his whimsical approach had become associated with Treats, had bestowed a certain style that was partly responsible for lifting the store to a new level of success. This had been true ever since he'd come to work for her at the end of the first summer in business. Though Carrie had not advertised for help, he had walked into the shop that late September day to ask if there might be a job. He was slight, pixie-ish, with brown hair cut very short and brushed forward. Carrie surmised at once that he was gay. I wondered. The peck on the cheek, I think that's what they were going for. Oh boy, what an inclusive novel. I mean, this is kind of targeting 80s housewives, though. Like, being scared of video games, having a gay best friend, and like it is that perfect sort of lifestyle movie setup too. Big city woman moves to a small town and opens a flourishing bakery. How long until a slur? I hope it's not that kind of book, but it might be. Oh, the name of this song is Chemistry for Beginners. I had no idea. That's awesome. All right. When he told her he'd been summering in Milport and decided to stay on, Carrie detected some unaccountable hint of sadness in the decision. She suspected there had been a broken love affair and that this slight young man with the elfin face had been left behind, stranded. She wanted to help him, but the summer season was virtually over. The store was still busy, however, and she agreed to try him out for a couple of weeks and play it by ear after that. A week later, she'd arrived back at the store after a dentist appointment to find one of the windows dressed with a large Miss Piggy doll in veil and belly dancer's sequined skirt, sashaying through the cabaret curtains made from long links of different varieties of salami and wurst. She couldn't help laughing, or noticing that for days after, most of her customers came in laughing. Whether or not there was any connection to Patrick's handiwork, when Carrie did her tally of receipts on the following Monday, she discovered that business for the week was 30% ahead of her best previous total. Patrick was kept on. Carrie waited while Patrick finished placing the last items among the leaves, then mentioned the food be brought in from her station wagon. Incidentally, he said as they went outside together, on the subject of raisings to El Grando, have you caught the action at the other end of the street? He could only mean Pooh's cottage, Carrie realized. She reported her experience that morning and described the details of the blueprints she'd seen, the absence of any installations except for electrical outlets. What does that sound like to you? She asked, handing him the tray of quiches. A tanning parlor, maybe. Just plug in a few sun lamps and you're ready to go. I certainly wouldn't mind having one around. I get so goddamn pale in the winter. If I ever fell into a snowdrift, I'd just get shoveled away. They went into the shop and placed the food in the cold chests. Or it might be a friendly little old porn shop, Patrick added. Nothing needed but a few bare bulbs hanging over the magazine racks. Oh my god, Carrie said. Don't even joke about that. Was it possible? She wondered. No. Mr. Peel had said all the proper permits had been obtained, so the town council must have approved the building application, and they weren't about to allow any sinister outfit to open its doors on the hallowed precincts of Elm Street. Having given her blessings to the windows, Carrie took a quick walk along the shelves that ran down one side of the store, checking which needed to be restocked. But Patrick had already taken care of the job. Every shelf was filled, each canned or bottled item standing in rows of 3 across in stacks of 4, all in perfect alignment. With their colorful labels facing squarely forward, each group made a geometric pattern. Carrie had conceived the design of the store, in fact, with these patterns in mind. Small square Italian white tiles on the floor contrasted with the counters of black marble and complemented shelves painted with high-gloss white enamel. It's like black and white in there? Like the starkest, most glossy, reflective black and white? All the colors in the store came from the labels and the food visible in jars, or glass-fronted cold chests. The design satisfied her enormously. Walking through the store, surveying her neatly stocked shelves, Carrie often felt the same smug thrill of a little girl playing grocery store. See, she's still in touch with her inner child. She's hot, but not too hot. And still fanciful. She went back to her office at the rear and occupied herself for the next hour doing paperwork and making phone calls to some of the local women who supplied the store with specialties. To meet the weekend rush, she asked Florence Ferris to make some of her pecan pies. From Mary Rinaldi, she ordered the cold spinach tortellini, always a big seller. The office was hardly more than a cubbyhole carved out of the corner of the rear storage room. But Carrie had made it into a comfortable place to work, with a roll-top desk, portable television set, and some Indian rugs on the walls. By leaving the door open, she could monitor activity in the store according to the sounds that drifted back. During the morning, there was only a trickle of customers, but Patrick could be heard greeting them all by name and engaging them in lively conversation. Then toward noon, Carrie caught a snatch of a woman's customer exchange. Don't know how they could do it to an old lovely place like that. Of course, this was sure to be the hottest topic on Elm Street this morning, the work on Pooh's, speculations about what kind of shop was coming in. Of course, that was sure to be the... Oh, excuse me. And now Carrie had an odd awakening. Suddenly everybody was talking about it. She, Patrick, passers-by. They were talking about it today. But there hadn't been a word of it yesterday or the day before, which could only be explained one way in a town like Milport, where news traveled fast. Yesterday there had been nothing to talk about. The nearly completed demolition she had seen this morning must have been done overnight. Carrie grabbed for her Rolodex and found the phone number for Owen Haber, a local attorney who served as chairman for the town council. On her first attempt to get through, she got a busy signal. Perhaps she wasn't the only one concerned. Perhaps she wasn't the only concerned citizen who had questions about the sudden changes on Elm Street. On her fifth try, the phone rang and the secretary answered and put her through. Haber, who was elderly but still thought of himself as a ladies' man, gave her an effusive greeting. Then he said, "I'd ask what I can do for you, but I think I already know. It's about Miss Bedford's, am I right?" Which cleared up any doubt that everyone was objecting. "Oh, and aren't you at all bothered by this?" Carrie asked. "Working men who come in the dead of night and change the face of the town?" "Nope," he answered crisply. "I've been telling everybody and his brother this saved us having our streets tied up all day with demolition trucks and all the traffic of people rubbernecking. Got the job done with a minimum of fuss. It isn't changing the face of the town either, Carrie. We granted permits with a strict proviso that the cottage would remain standing and be restored, only the interior to be altered." "But doesn't anything about this strike you as strange?" Carrie persisted. "Why do you think everybody's been on your back?" "Goodness, Carrie, I thought you knew Milport well enough by now to answer that one for yourself. Our people love it here precisely because it's stable, predictable. Nothing ticks them off quicker than something new or different. Hell, just look at the way we feel about the summer people. We live off them for gosh sakes, but we don't even like the changes they bring once a year. But that's human nature, isn't it? Change, outsiders, always given a fisheye to start. Give new things a chance, though, and they generally work out for the best. I guarantee that'll be the case here." "How can you be so sure?" Haber spoke softly. "Carrie, fond as we all are of old Miss Bedford, you know she never put a dime into maintenance and repair. That old house has become a real eyesore. We're damn lucky to get the place fixed up at the tenant's expense. Going to mean a vast improvement for the street." Carrie couldn't argue. She'd grown used to poos as it was, but the paint was discolored and peeling, the roof sagged and leaked, the windows were rarely cleaned. "Oh, and exactly what is the cottage going to be used for? I met that man Peel. I gather he's behind it. He wouldn't tell me any details." Something to do with electronics," Haber replied. "That's all I know." "All you know?" Carrie echoed sharply. "Before granting permits, don't we have a right to know exactly what the property will be used for?" There was a pause. "In this case, I'm afraid not," Haber said. "We have no right." He went on to clarify the statement for Carrie. The zoning code presently in effect had been passed 18 years ago. The code, as it was written at that time, would have banished from Elm Street the kind of kitchen sink operation that Winifred Bedford was running in her home. However, the community sentiment ran so strong on the old woman's behalf that a liberal zoning variance had been granted. Unfortunately, the variance had failed to look ahead to the day of the old woman's demise. It remained in effect, attached to the property. "Fact is," Haber said, "as long as that place is rented and not sold into new hands, the tenant has every right to open any kind of legitimate business." "Where does that leave us if it turns out you've been misled? That what we've got coming in is, say, a pornographic bookstore?" Haber let off a robust laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! Land sakes, anything like that, we'd close them down outright. We're not going to throw community standards out the window. No, sir, not in Milport. Anyway, this Peel fella has told me enough to reassure me. Whatever it is, it's something to do with electronics. Now, I can't see any danger in that, can you?" The phone call reassured Carrie. Haber was a Milporter, after all, born and bred. His grandfather had purchased large tracts of oceanside land way back, when it was all farms. The family had grown wealthy selling it off as lots for the cantilevered glass-walled beach houses erected by affluent vacationers. Owen Haber still had plenty of land to sell, and over the years the prices had gone nowhere but through the roof. He wasn't going to let anything run down Milport. Sounds like he's profiting selling it away bit by bit, but whatever. Something to do with electronics. Now she could enjoy playing with the riddle. And when the answer came, she knew it was right. Weren't home computers a booming market? Just the kind of household accessory that would fit in some sort of trendy homes in Milport. A home computer center was coming to Elm Street. No, she thought, supplying the answer to Owen Haber's question, she couldn't see the danger in that. And that's the end of chapter 3. Just a locally owned porn store. No danger in that. Okay. I'm back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Chapter 4 of Arcade. And thank you for your generosity. We're already more than halfway to the next one. Appreciate it. Chapter 4. They're not putting in a porno shop, they're putting in a computer store. But chapter 4 starts with, as it turned out, she was wrong. The weekend she'd expected to be the last was not. There was another 1 week later when the weather turned unseasonably warm, and a large contingent of summer people trooped out from the city for one more taste of sun and surf. Harry had a hectic time meeting the unforeseen rush, but when it was done, a welcome $1,400 in extra profit was on the books. The local flap over the doings at Pooh's cottage seemed to die down quickly as it had flared up. Customers and treats still made conversation about it, but their comments derived less from anger at the change than curiosity about what it would bring. Carrie's time was fully occupied with her own business and attending to personal matters. After the busy weekend that she knew must positively end the season, she spent days catching up with essential tasks deferred over the past weeks and months. She took the children shopping for new winter clothes, wrote all the friends she owed letters, replaced the wallpaper that was peeling in the downstairs bathroom, and brought the vacuum cleaner to be repaired. She gave 2 full days to tending Emily, who stayed home from school suffering from a stomach bug. And she kept a promise to Nick. For a long time, he had been wanting a certain kind of electric guitar. A Fender Stratocaster, he would announce excitedly every time the wish was repeated to Carrie. You know, the kind that Eric Clapton plays. Whoever that was, Carrie couldn't deny that Nick deserved encouragement. Thank you for the sub, Detective Birdlegs. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on the radio. Also, H. Rod Barat, thank you for the sub. And F1 Racer. Appreciate the sub activity. You like the arcade cabinet face cam? I'm trapped! Help! I'm hoping that's what happens is that this kid gets slurped up inside an arcade cabinet. We'll see though. I'm really curious what the nature of the arcade-based terror is going to be. But that's the whole premise of the book, I think. He had taken only a year of lessons on a traditional instrument, but thereafter he had worked diligently to sharpen his technique. Whole Saturday mornings he sat alone in his bedroom and tirelessly practiced the same chords and riffs. Disappointed as Carrie was that Nick showed no interest in learning any of the classical repertoire a la Segovia, she wasn't unsympathetic to her son's dreams of forming a rock and roll duo with Dougie Bannerman, his best friend. When Carrie heard Nick strumming away behind the closed door of his room, she could tell he was very good. He was in general that kind of kid. When he got interested in something, applied himself, he had no trouble excelling. From second grade on, Nick's teachers had regarded him as extraordinarily bright. When they had lived in the city, where everything was more competitive, even education, Carrie was always being advised by schools to put Nick into special programs for gifted children. She staunchly opposed the notion. The way she saw it, if Nick had unusual aptitudes, they would emerge in any case, putting him in situations where he was set off as special or separated from average kids his own age might as easily stifle him as help him to blossom. Her judgment seemed confirmed by the way Nick was developing. He did wonderfully in school, winning praise for his comportment and sociability as well as high marks. He was an easygoing kid with broad interests and plenty of friends. And he was creative. Halfway through the summer, he played Carrie a song he was writing titled Guitar Money. The lyrics told of a down-and-out drifter, fallen folk singer who was trying to earn money to redeem his pawned guitar so he could get back on top. This is a 13-year-old kid, by the way. Writing like a folk song about a... How does he know about any of that shit? Anyway. The story was affecting. The melody tuneful. A tuneful melody. Tuneful. And Carrie occasionally found herself humming the chorus. Oh yeah, I got a song to sing. A song as sweet as honey. And I'm gonna make it heard when I get my guitar money. What most amused and amazed Carrie was that her 12-year-old son, could equate his feelings with those of broken down old has-been. Her 12-year-old son could equate his feelings with those of a broken down old has-been. How he had chosen the basic theme for a song was less of a mystery. Since June, he had been working part-time at Treats as a delivery boy with the avowed aim of saving enough to buy his Fender Stratocaster. Ratflies! Thank you for the sub. After hearing the song, Carrie announced that she would match whatever Nick had saved by October with an equal sum, so that he could afford the equipment he wanted. On Thursday, when Emily was occupied with her after-school gymnastics group, Carrie drove Nick 40 miles to the shopping center in Patchogue. There's got to be a better way to say that. It's Patchogue. Patchogue? Patchogue, which had a big discount music store. With the money he'd saved plus Carrie's supplement, Nick had a total of $412. They learned almost at once, however, that the particular instrument on which Nick had set his heart, along with the necessary amplifier and speakers, was a few $100s beyond his reach. Crestfallen, Nick started immediately for the door, muttering that he would go on saving no matter how long it took. But a friendly salesman suggested there were several good instruments that would fall within Nick's budget. As soon as he was strapping on a succession of different guitars, running his fingers over the strings to produce spirited clusters of notes. Finally, Nick made his choice. More importantly than having the Stratocaster, he declared was getting the Mindbenders started. The Mindbenders? Carrie said. What's that? Me and Dougie, the name of our group. For a moment, Carrie wondered whether she wasn't launching Nick on a career that would someday see him performing in stadiums, dressing in bizarre costumes, taking drugs. What was the old saying? Music hath the charms to soothe the savage beast? Wait, no, hold on. Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast. There's an R in there. Not the music of the Mindbenders, Carrie thought. But then she shut down her dark imaginings. Nick was a good kid. According to his own poem, he had a song to sing, quote, as sweet as honey, end quote. Carrie pulled out her checkbook. Choosing the guitar had worked up an appetite in Nick, as these days almost any activity did. After loading the cartons containing his new equipment into the station wagon, he announced to Carrie that he was starving to death. They went to a pizza place on the other side of the shopping center. It was thronged with teenagers. Getting her order filled took 5 minutes. Not that bad. Anyway, Carrie would have objected once to Nick spoiling his appetite for dinner, but in Jane Brody's health column for New York Times, she had read that pizza was as nutritious as anything else she might serve. Nick ordered 3 slices with pepperoni, and to be companionable, Carrie got 1 with mushrooms. At the table, tick tock, knock, knock. At the table, Nick talked non-stop about his plans for the Mindbenders. He did confess, though, that he wasn't too sure about the name. That was Dougie's idea, he said. It seems a little too raunchy to me. Oh, there was hope yet, Carrie thought. Despite the fact that he'd done all the talking and ordered 3 slices to her 1, Nick had cleared his paper plate before Carrie was even half finished. Somehow, with food filling his mouth, Nick no longer had any need to speak. He sat fidgeting, picking small remnants of cheese from his plate and frowning at Carrie's use of a knife and fork. instead of the customary fingers. Abruptly, he started fishing in his pockets. "Got a quarter?" he asked. "What for?" Play a game while I wait." Nick nodded toward a corner. Carrie turned around and saw a row of kids standing at a phalanx of black-sided machines capped by lighted signs, each one spelling out the name of a video game in bright colors. Defender, Pac-Man, Galaxian, Asteroids, Donkey Kong. Man, they're not afraid to just name them. Now, beneath the hubbub of voices in the crowded pizza parlor, Carrie became aware of sound effects, the boom and whistle and ping of spaceships being disintegrated, and electric blips being gobbled up by bigger blips. She considered refusing Nick the coin, telling him to use his allowance if he wanted to toss money away on frivolous things. But he'd already spent so much of his own money today, all diligently earned and saved. The quarter was little enough reward. Carrie rummaged in her purse and came up with 2. One's enough, Nick said when she proffered both. Occasionally, this book's verbiage gets really nerdy, using words like proffered. He went over to the corner and waited a couple of minutes until a space opened up at the Pac-Man. As she continued eating, Carrie enjoyed watching Nick at the machine. Like her, he had a lean, athletic build. Not that we need to know that. And though there was nothing more to playing the game than moving a small lever an inch or two, he threw his whole body into the effort. Bending his knees, twisting his shoulders, and tilting his hips. He seemed to not merely be steering the creature on screen through the maze, but sharing its journey, darting around corners and reversing course to escape from devouring electronic monsters. Carrie dawdled over her pizza, giving Nick a chance to finish, but after she was done, and had waited another 5 minutes, Nick was still at the game, doing his energetic dance of body English. Half a dozen kids, the closed ranks behind him, watching over his shoulder. Carrie got up, went, and edged through the gallery. "Nick?" He didn't answer, his eyes remaining intently fixed on the video screen. "Nick," Carrie insisted, "I'm afraid we have to go. Emily will be..." "Can't." He expelled the hot whisper between his teeth, as though he were barely able to spread his teeth. Wait, hold on. I messed that up bad. "Can't." He expelled the hot whisper between his teeth, as though barely able to spare the breath. That's even better. Carrie hesitated. She could sense the unspoken alliance in all the children surrounding her. They wanted Nick to have his full turn, to be permitted to finish. Whether it was a matter of fairness or just the constant test of wills between the generations, Carrie felt its force. Impatient as she was, she let Nick continue. Standing by, she lapsed into watching the action on screen. Up and down and sideways through the maze went the moving ball with its insatiable mouth, devouring rows of white dots. Predators in flashing colors popped out of corners and alleys to pursue the mouth, and it kept eluding them, or gobbling up special dots that triggered a change in the rules, made the predators vulnerable for a few seconds so that they could be eaten for extra points. The chase engaged Carrie's interest for a minute, but at last all the dots on screen had been devoured and it appeared Nick had won. But then after a short sequence of calliope-like boop-de-boops issued from the machine, the screen blinked off and on, and the maze reappeared again with new strings of dots running through all its channels. Now Carrie realized what had kept Nick in the game so long. He could play forever, as long as he beat the machine. And in 45 minutes, Emily's gymnastics group would end and she would have to be picked up. Nick was locked in battle again, maneuvering the gobbling ball through the maze. "Come on, Nick," Carrie blurted out sharply. "You'll have to leave this."
"Give him a chance, lady. He could set a record."
Carrie spun around and appraised the girl who had spoken. She was in her mid-teens, with a very pretty face, set in an expression of sullen defiance. She wore a t-shirt with a slogan across the front, placed so that the words were thrust forward by her taut, ripe breasts. It's a woman thinking this, so it's fine. Taut. Damn, man. Surrealist is almost there. Okay, we gotta keep reading then. Quote, all this and brains too. I guess that's the slogan on the shirt? Carrie glared at the girl in reproach, but the child returned an unwavering stare. It was Carrie who turned away first. Whatever had happened, she wondered, to the natural order of authority. Respect for one's elders. For a moment longer, she remained uncertain and intimidated. The pervading sense of unity among the children was like a magnetic field, holding her suspended between the two poles of a decision. She looked back at the game screen. The ball of moving light gobbled up the smaller dots. Her eyes were held for another second. Then her impatience reached a flash point, tipped over into sudden fury. Why should her life have to come to a stop, her responsibilities neglected, just so a few more pinpricks of light could be attacked and annihilated? Her hand shot out and locked onto Nick's wrist. Damn it, she snarled. I will not have you disobeying me so you can be the slave of this stupid machine. It took an extra tug to dislodge Nick's hand from the controller lever, but then it came away in hers. Almost immediately, the immobilized ball and screen was caught by one of its pursuers, and it wilted to the accompaniment of an electronic note spiraling down the scale. Boo, 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 boo. As if he had been similarly caught, Nick's last resistance ebbed too. Carrie pulled him away from the machine, and instantly another boy shoved himself in front of it and continued the game. Crossing the parking lot, Nick finally broke his resentful silence. You shouldn't have let me start if you weren't going to let me finish. I didn't realize it would take so long, Carrie sighed. Looked like you were going to be there all night. Nick shrugged. I'd have lost sooner or later. Or later, Carrie said with emphasis, unlocking the passenger door. One of the qualities Carrie appreciated most in Nick was that he never held grudges or brooded for too long. On the trip back to Milport, he soon opened up, jabbering about his new guitar and the reasons he and Dougie preferred to aim their band's sound toward new wave rather than punk. Once or twice, he also put in his appreciation for the money Carrie had given him. She could only half listen. She kept mulling over her outburst at the machine. Hadn't she overreacted terribly? It was, as the old saying went, only a game. A collision on the expressway had slowed traffic to a crawl for several miles. Realizing she'd never be in time to pick up Emily as she emerged from gymnastics, Carrie stopped at the first phone booth and called Alice Reavering. Alice, whose daughter attended the same gymnastics group, agreed to pick up both girls and keep Emily at her house. Back on the road, Carrie wondered why she hadn't made the call earlier and taken the pressure off. Nick could have finished his game, and she wouldn't have had to blow up at him. Then the pendulum swung the other direction. Why did she have to feel so damn insecure about interrupting his silly game, a meaningless contest with a machine? Her preoccupation with the matter was in itself confusing. She suspected that it might be subliminally related to something larger. The whole worrying business of television's influence on women. On children. Sorry, I was reading Tabasco Dockie's comment. Sometimes whenever I'm reading something, it overwrites the word I have in my brain for what I'm going to say. Anyway, emotional pendulums. The whole worrying business of television's influence over children, the hypnotic effect of that screen, and the modern malaise people felt in an increasingly computerized society. Foolish as it was, in the presence of that machine, she had behaved for a second as though she were pitted against it in a struggle for control of Nick's will. I owe you an apology, she said to Nick as they drove into the outskirts of Milport. I shouldn't have shouted at you before, not like that. I never want to embarrass you in front of other people. That's okay, Mom. It was my fault. I should have listened to you. He looked at her and smiled. After all, It's only a game. You do play very well, though. You must have practiced a lot. Nah, Nick brayed. There's one over at the candy store near school and a couple of others around town. I play every now and then. How did you get so good at it? Oh, we got an ad. Damn, man. I've adjusted the timing of them so they happen way less often now. But we got 30 seconds to kill. Yeah. You gotta get the people horny. Bill Pax is correct. Taut. Taut. Boobs shouldn't be taut. Taut is what a rope should be on like a sailboat. Like an important grounding device ought to be taut. But breasts can be other things. Welcome back, Infinite Corpse. Sorry you caught an ad. Hopefully with some of the gift subs flying around, you'll want to land on you. We can pray. Skin can be taut. Perky. Yeah. Ugh. Women must be perky. Everything about them. You need more perk, lady. Oh, geez. Where was I? Okay. Okay. So, they're talking about Nick's apparent skill at Pac-Man. She asks, how did you get so good at it? Nick shrugged. You just learn. You get to understand the machine and then it becomes really easy. Yes, that was the secret, Carrie mused. Nick's generation had an instinct for communicating with these electronic contraptions that hers would never have. They had grown up with them, could take them in stride, and they could beat them. They didn't have to be suspicious or timid around them. To Carrie, the computer, or anything even vaguely akin, still seemed like a threat. Computers were things that screwed up your electricity bill in a way that could take endless phone calls and correspondence to untangle. Computers were things that stole your identity, put your name and statistics into their memory, and turned them against you. Computers were enemies of humanity, dedicated to proving the superiority of machine over flesh and blood, the infinite capacity of an electronic mind unhampered by emotion. Carrie didn't know exactly where the attitude stemmed from. She only knew that it was part of her outlook. Damn, that's rad. Oh shit, rat flies. Rat flies. Thank you very much for gifting 42 subs. An amount that for some reason was only matched by Twitch to the tune of 3 subs. That doesn't feel right. It feels like why aren't the gifts in the tracker then? It only says 42. Maybe they'll happen later. But thank you very much, Ratflies. Didn't that have done it? I think the alerts are fucked. Because yeah, it's not even... It didn't even play all the alerts. Oh wait, subscribe for 42 months. Oh my gosh, I read it wrong. Ratflies. That's several $100s cheaper, but that's okay. Thank you for the sub. Man, I'm an idiot. All right, I saw the wrong number, but for some reason, that also dislodged 3 subs from Twitch, so it's way more generous than I thought. So thank you, Ratflies. Boy, man, I'm having trouble with my eyes today. That's probably not a bad sign. Okay. Thank you. And welcome. We're learning about what it is to be a video game auteur, like Jimmy Woods. It was time she got over it, she told herself. For the past 3 months, her accountant had been suggesting she put a mini computer in the store to keep track of inventory and accounts. She kept ignoring the advice. Business had been done for hundreds of years with pen and ink scrawled into ledgers. She couldn't believe her efficiency would be so improved as to merit spending $4,000 or $5,000 on the equipment. But maybe that was just a result of her limited outlook, her bigotry, this blind prejudice in favor of the human being. Oh, I like this page's book. This page is dog-eared. There must be good literature here. It was nearly 7 o'clock when they drove into town. Carrie turned onto Elm Street, heading for Alice Revering's house on the far side of town. The street was washed with the purple light of early evening, the sidewalk lamps glowing like moonstones set in amethyst. Here and there, people scurried along the sidewalk, collars turned up against the autumn winds that had blown in to stay. Carrie drove slowly, savoring the scene. She felt a rush of affection for the town, its tranquility and safety, and most of all, its resistance to change. Jade, thank you for the sub. Approaching the east end of the street, she peered ahead toward Pooh's cottage, checking the progress of the renovation. Even from a block away, she was able to perceive that the cottage had been freshly painted. The stark white of the siding stood out through the gloom like a square star, floating in a void. Could the work be finished? Harry wondered. If it had been painted, then all the other work must have been done in just 2 weeks. The virtue of having an outside contractor, perhaps. She leaned forward over the wheel, anticipation rising. For all the curiosity that had swept the town about the new business coming to Pooh's cottage, Harry was aware of no one who had picked up a hint. But if it was completed, there must be some clue. Driving nearer, she saw a steady glow emanating from the front windows on either side of the entrance door. Someone must be inside, working late to get ready for the opening. Harry slowed the car for a better look through the windows. Pulling even with the cottage, she saw that it was pitch dark within. The cold blue light came from 2 electrified signs. Hanging in the middle of the 2 front windows, they seemed to animate the facade of the old house, transforming it into the caricature of a face. 2 square blue eyes flanking a straight nose. The whimsical effect momentarily blocked Carrie's attention to the illuminated signs, each spelling out the same word in neon. "Look, Mom," Nick said. Then she read the 6 letters. As their meaning penetrated, she couldn't help feeling dismayed. She understood now what the electric outlets were for. And beneath that understanding, a curious feeling stirred that her clash with Nick over the game had been kind of an omen. Pushing her foot down hard on the accelerator, Carrie sped off down the street as if making a getaway. Behind her, the 2 neon signs went on shining. The steady ice blue light seemed to etch the world immutably into the cold autumn air. The same word in each window. Arcade. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 complete. The ominous mood is at a maximum. Incredible. And also Unrighteous is redeemed. A meditation with Marcus Aurelius. Good timing. Dun, 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 dun. Time to meditate. Verse 2. Well, this is a short one. Chapter 4, verse 2. Let no act be done without a purpose, nor otherwise than according to the perfect principles of art. Boom. Mic drop. Marcus Aurelius found a way to say something without using 1 billion words. Good job, Marcus. Consider perfect art in everything you do. On that note, let's go back to playing David Cage's masterpiece, Fahrenheit. Hey, you like that transition, Death Moon? Very spooky. Ugh. We don't need to hear about the tautness of any 14-year-olds. But here we go, Chapter 5. 5 minutes after Carrie opened up the next morning, George Patterson walked in. A neat man with straight iron gray hair. George owned the stationery and office supply store 2 blocks away and was also the head of the Elm Street Merchants Association. I suppose you've seen what's going on at the other end of the street, he said. Yes, Harry said. Are they opening today? Patrick had not yet arrived, and she was on a ladder, placing some cans of olive oil on a high shelf. I got no idea when they're opening, George said. But if it's up to me, it'll be never. Fact is, I'm making the rounds this morning to tell our members I expect to be asking for a special assessment to set up a legal fund. Legal fund? For what? The stationer had been pacing back and forth. Only now he stopped to look up, as if suddenly aware that he was talking to someone 8 feet above him. To get these arcade people evicted, he declared. Harry climbed down from the ladder. George, they haven't done anything wrong. Isn't it a little soon to talk about riding him out of town on a rail? Think so? Maybe you haven't heard as many stories as I have about how fast neighborhoods and shopping districts can go downhill. Especially when the wrong kind of people get their foot in the door. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Know who's behind these game places? No, who? Same people who own all the jukeboxes and cigarette vending machines. That's who. Carrie shook her head blankly. What? Patterson leaned closer still, and his voice sank to a whisper. Mafia. Carrie stifled a smile. Whatever apprehensions she had about Mr. Peel, she couldn't imagine he had the remotest connection to the underworld. He projected too much quiet zeal, too much of a sense of a mission. It just might fit with a dedicated capitalist, but there was none of the sly flexibility of someone who's used to bending the law. Peel was more like someone who made the law. There was no way to counter George Patterson's suspicions, however. He would believe what he wanted to. Indeed, it was only because he consistently gave great weight to small matters that he could tolerate all the petty duties that came with being head of a small town's merchants association. How did the other members feel about contributing to this legal fund? Carrie asked. I've already had a couple pitch in. Jim Hansen from the shoe store and Lily Arbuckle. Hanson's Shoes and Lily's Boutique were 3 blocks apart. Assuming George had gone on a straight line soliciting reactions, thought Carrie, the vast majority of merchants were not ready to man the cannon. I think I prefer to take a wait-and-see attitude myself, he told the stationer. Of course, we'd all prefer it if Pooh had been used to open a branch of Cartier's. But I'm not going to worry. This new place may not even last. There have been lots of stories in the news lately about how badly the arcade business is doing. The boom seems to be over. Patterson regarded her gravely for a moment. I hope you won't be sorry. As for me, I intend to do everything in my power to keep Elm Street free of corruption. And safe for democracy, Carrie added silently. It was impossible not to think of George as a parody of the Main Street businessman. He even raised a warning finger in the air as he took the sacred vow to protect his business district and headed for the door. Then he stopped. Oh, by the way, the missus says to save a loaf of that Vermont soda bread. She'll be in to get it later. Carrie permitted a smile to creep out after Patterson was gone. The Mafia? Mr. Peel? She couldn't help regarding the kind of anxiety that afflicted people like George Patterson as rather comic. If the shadow of a pigeon passed over, they were ready to sound the air raid sirens. Yes, there was something about having that place at the other end of the street that bothered her, too. But she also realized the feeling was purely subjective. She had simply liked it so much better when Pooh had been alive, when it was a place to go rummage for bargains and have tea on a winter afternoon. Okay, line break. Throughout the rest of the day, views on the arcade continued to be aired by customers passing through. Juliet Wallace, the elderly grand dame who lived in a sprawling beachfront estate bequeathed to her by the stockbroker she had married when she was a Siegfried girl, vented her outrage. What is a Siegfried girl? It's a capital Z, too. Shocking, to say the least, she proclaimed when she came in to refresh her supply of Twinings orange Pico? It's a T. P-E-K-O-E. Pico. Pekoe? Pekoe. A games emporium, my word. It knocks Elm Street right down to the level of Coney Island Boardwalk. I can't imagine this sort of thing ever happening in Southampton. There were others whose alarm rested on more reasonable grounds than snobbery. Bev Marwick and Jill Sutter, both mothers of children Nick's age, spoke to Carrie about articles they had seen in newspapers and magazines, reporting the temptation for some youngsters to while away their days and nights in arcades, spending their lunch money and neglecting their schoolwork. Oh, it was a dancing group in the 30s. Oh, okay. All right. You know, Jill Sutter said, there are other towns where they've organized to shut down these places. And Bev Marwick brought up the case of a small town in Texas, where local authorities had moved to close an arcade and the owners of the establishment had fought back. The resulting legal battle had wended its way all the way up to the Supreme Court. What was the final decision? Carrie asked. Bev shook her head. Last I heard, the place is still open. Can you believe it? The courts have ruled that closing a game parlor would violate the Constitution? In what way? Jill demanded. First Amendment, Bev replied. Freedom of speech, Jill said, amazed. Freedom of expression, Bev corrected. The feeling is when you're standing in front of the... Wait, hold on. The feeling is when you're standing in front of one of those games, you're expressing yourself as much as if you want to spout off on your political opinions. Jojo Yo-Yo, thanks for the sub. A savage sub. Can you beat it? Jill said, rolling her eyes. But after the two women left and Carrie could reflect, she saw the sense behind the court's decision. If you permitted laws to be made against playing a game, any kind of game, then where did you draw the line? Dealing with the arcade boiled down to the thorny issue of censorship, and Carrie was unremittingly and unequivocally against censorship. She had been to college back in the Vietnam era and had known several young men who went off to the war and died, and she had been devastated by the waste of life. The most evil part of the war, she had come to believe, was that it had been fought without the consent of its participants, without anyone knowing the whole truth about its reasons or its results. Oh my god! Zach the Hack has just gifted 100 subs. See, the meter's just going bananas. And then Twitch gifted 52 on top of that? All right. They must be an extra super duper bonus territory here. Or the amount of Twitch subs that are getting gifted are not accurate, but seems to be. Zach the Hack. Holy cow. Thank you, Zach. Damn, man. Yeah, that's 3 chapters in a... Okay, yes. That is in fact hella poggers. That's almost everyone watching. 150? Just about, yeah. That should cover just about everyone. Depending on how Twitch... Wait, no. J-Ro? Oh, man. I'm sorry. I forgot how you said to say your name, but... J-Ro? I think it was something like that. You got a sub, though. I see it. You got a gift. Happened at some point in there. Candles, however... VIP and unsubbed. Most bonuses I've seen. One streamer got 19 on 50. Damn. Yeah, that's a 50% bonus. Lovely. That is a lot of disposable income, and I'm extremely happy to be the beneficiary of people's walking around cash. So thank you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Legend Barry 420. Man, that's good. For supporting the stream and for supporting fine art. Catnade, thanks for gifting a sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. We got a lot of reading to do. I'm very happy about that. So, appreciate it. Thank you for making the subathon an unmitigated success. I think we're pretty much already like success territory. Oh. Okay. Unequivocally against censorship because Vietnam. So she was against censorship in all its forms. In fact, it was probably her most deeply held political principle. Yeah. Video game sounds might be happening for a while. I usually turn them down a little bit. I think that might take the edge off of it. Yeah. Make them a little bit quieter so they kind of fade into the background. You want to hear them? All right. We'll split the difference. All right, let's see. She was against censorship in all its forms. In fact, it was probably her most deeply held political principle. Though she wondered sometimes under what circumstances her stand might soften. If, for example, a pornographic bookstore did ever open in Milport. No, even then, people had a right to their pleasures, their games. If they were bad kids in any way, then it was up to their parents. and elders to exercise discipline. She was not only one who remained relatively sanguine about the arcade, or she was not the only one who remained relatively sanguine about the arcade. Some people were so glad to see Pooh's cottage freshly painted, the sagging roof reshingled, that they didn't care what had brought the change about. A few even welcomed the idea of amusement, or of an amusement center for itself. Mira Lampkin, the town librarian, came into treats as she did every day to buy a bottle of organic apple juice to have with her lunch. "What does that mean exactly?" she asked. "Arcade? I always thought it was some sort of passageway through a building." Patrick explained that this was different, just a place to play games. "What a perfectly sweet idea," Mira said then. "Fills the need, I'd say. A place to go for a few minutes of harmless fun." All that week it remained shut. People who tried to see what was happening inside were thwarted by large sheets of brown paper that had been taped up over the windows just behind the neon fixtures. But since the departure of the builders and painters, there was absolutely no activity to suggest the place was being readied for an imminent opening. No trucks stopped to make deliveries, no one was seen going in or out, and there was, in fact, only one thing to indicate that the business had not withdrawn. At sunset, every evening, the two blue neon signs lit up. Arcade. All through the night they glowed, until at dawn, they went off. Alright, that's the end of chapter 5. Oh, we have so many more chapters to read. So let's see here. That would be, so we have to read 6, 7, and 8. Alright. Damn. Thank you so much. What an incredible sub. Roll that back. I've never seen, I don't think I've ever gotten I've gotten 100 gift subs like once before, but never that much all at once. Holy cow. What book is this? Arcade. The 1984 thriller about an arcade that moves into a small town and makes the frogs gay. Now, I think it will make her son a disrespectful asshole. I'm really hoping it's like a Lifetime movie, but about video games instead of an abusive man. Yeah, and also gay. All right, chapter 6. It's open, Patrick announced when he returned from lunch on Wednesday. He often used his midday break to stroll along Elm Street and compare window displays. Carrie was at the meat slicer preparing some Genoa salami to go out with a telephone order. She looked up in surprise. The opening of any new business in Milport was always preceded with some sort of commercial fanfare. Bunting was hung over the sidewalk, free giveaways were offered, at least an announcement would be placed in Tides and Tidings, the town's weekly newspaper, but there had been nothing at all for the arcade. One day it was closed, the next open. "What's it like?" she asked, looking back to the slicer. "If you didn't watch it, you could lose a fingertip." "Not bad, actually." Patrick came behind the counter and tied on his apron. He ran his eyes down the list of other phone orders by the cash register and began assembling one himself. "Not a bit like the old penny arcades I remembered from my misspent youth." He went on as he cut a wedge. Wait on. He went on as he cut out. Damn it. Went on as he cut a wedge out of wheel. Oh my. He went on as he cut a wedge out of a wheel of brie. They used to be such god-awful tacky joints with chewing gum stuck to the floors and creeps in raincoats hanging around. His eyes were distant as he put the cheese back in the cooler. Come to think of it, the first time I was ever picked up by a man, it might have been... Patrick, if you don't mind, I'd rather not hear about that part of your memoirs. Stick to the subject. Damn. What was the subject? He was at a shelf now, selecting some canned items. The arcade, you said it's not so bad? Oh, yes, the decor is lovely anyway. Wall-to-wall carpet, subdued lighting, nice color scheme too, pale tones. A misty gray for the walls, and... Carrie started to laugh. You're putting me on. This sounds like the ladies God damn it. You're putting me on. This sounds more like the ladies' can at Bonwit Teller. I don't understand that. Like a woman's restroom? What's Bonwit tell her? Cross my heart. I told you it was different, even the games. Well, naturally, they're all electronic nowadays. No, not just that, it's the way they're arranged. Not all crammed in. In the whole place, there's not more than 9 or 10 machines. Don't you think that's pretty weird? Weird. Carrie wrapped up the salami and put it in a cardboard carton with the rest of the order. The only thing that sounds weird to me so far is the wall-to-wall carpet. I'm talking about all that space, the way it's used. Think about it, dear. With what you pay to lease the shop, would you leave half of it empty? That's not cost efficient. At least on that cottage is much more. And if they could fit 5 or 6 times as many games in there... Harry was quiet a moment. Those computer games are fairly expensive, I guess. The owners probably don't want to plunge too heavily at the start. The town hasn't exactly welcomed this venture with open arms. There may be a move to close it down. Patrick seemed to buy her reasoning. He shook his head. Jesus, can you believe people being so asinine? With all the things there are to take a stand on, the nuclear freeze, unemployment, gay rights? They have to get worked up about games? The problem is, Carrie said, playing devil's advocate, that these things appeal mainly to kids. They can easily get too caught up. Someone has to watch out for their interests, make sure they don't waste too much time and money. If these video games are for kids, Patrick responded, then I can't see a reason to worry about what kind of education they're getting. I tried to play one of the things myself, popped in a quarter, looked at the screen, and suddenly a whole big production number comes on, thousands of flashing lights moving around. Before I could figure out what the hell was the object of the game, I hear the thing go boom boom. The screen lights up with a sign, game over. I don't know what I did to lose or how I was supposed to win. For kids, you say? Look to me like Einstein would have had trouble figuring it out. Oh, speaking of an Einstein-level move, Snack Pack has redeemed a VIP or ban. What's it gonna be? Risking it all! This is like me sitting in my 2000s apartment, depressed and sad, listening to Heroes of the Fall or whatever. Snack Pack, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you're making me do this to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you are banned for an hour, hereby banned from the stream for an hour. Reflect on what you've done. And mostly reflect on the fact that you forced me to do that to you. Yeah, I don't know why you'd make me do that, but really brings down the mood, kills the energy, momentum destroyed. I gotta figure out what I was doing now. It's just so utterly tragic. Yeah, it leaves a terrible taste in the mouth. Let me rinse that out. Yeah, I don't know why Snack Pack would do this, but... I know, Carrie said. I've gotten some of these games and they move too fast for me too, but Nick gets in front of one and he can play for hours on a single quarter. Like his generation was born with some kind of electronic receiver in their heads. Patrick nodded. Yeah, I watched them playing in there. These kids get right on the wavelength. Harry put 2 large bottles of Perrier into the carton and turned to Patrick. You saw children in the arcade? Sure, Patrick replied. Like you said, that's who it's for. But these are school hours, Carrie observed critically. Patrick shrugged. It was lunchtime. They probably just ran over during recess. Carrie turned away. She didn't like to think that kids might already be playing hooky on the first day the arcade was open. Though at least Nick wasn't there. If he had been, Patrick would have mentioned it. She went back to preparing the phone orders for delivery, and no more was said about the arcade. She decided, however, that it might be a good idea if she went at the end of the day to have a look at the place for herself. During the afternoon, there were a couple of unexpected rush orders. Liz Detweiler's refrigerator had gone on the blink the very day of the surprise 60th birthday party she was throwing for her husband, and what did Carrie have to feed 38 people? And by the end of the day, Carrie was bushed. Even if she'd thought of going to the arcade, She would have put it off in favor of going home, but she didn't think of it. She forgot. After dinner that evening, Nick stayed in the kitchen to help clear table and load the dishwasher. "Can I go out?" he asked when the chore was done. Carrie ticked off the reflex questions. "Finished your homework?" "Yep, I'm 2 assignments ahead in math." "Where do you want to go?" "Town," Nick said. "Meet some of the guys." "Meet them where?" The new place, the arcade." Carrie poured soap powder into the dishwasher and turned it on. She didn't know why, but she wished she could deny Nick permission. It wasn't that she believed that nonsense about the mafia, or cared if Nick spent $1 or $2. She just sensed something about the pull of the place. Didn't like the way it had sprouted up so suddenly in the smooth, stable life of the town. Yes. The mafia might be running the arcade. It was like a weed pushing up through concrete, a tiny, insignificant thing that could make a fissure in a solid surface. But there were no grounds to refuse Nick, none at all. Almost a year ago, when he turned 12, Nick had been granted the right to go out by himself after dinner, provided he asked permission, let Carrie know where he would be, and didn't stay out much more than an hour. During the summer, Carrie had eased the time limitation. She didn't worry about Nick traveling by himself around Milport. 3 or 4 times a week, he would take his bike and ride over to Dougie Bannerman's house for their band practice, or down to Elm Street, where the kids gathered at Osgood's soda fountain. Nick was very good about observing the rules, and always returned home well before his bedtime. "Mom?" Nick prodded when Carrie's silence lasted. "Can I go now?" "Sure, go ahead," she said. "Just be careful." Nick was already pulling open the back door. He stopped and squinted at Carrie. "Careful? Of what?" She had to wonder herself what had been behind the warning. Simply that vague, unfocused apprehension. A mother's fears. "I meant," she said, on your bike, now that it's dark." "Oh. And be home by 9. "Earlier," Nick volunteered. "We're having tryouts at school tomorrow for the soccer JV, and I want to make sure I'm rested." He went out. From the window over the sink, Carrie watched him ride down the driveway on his bike, legs pumping furiously, setting his cap to make the soccer team... What? Setting his cap to make the soccer team 2 assignments ahead in math. No need to worry about Nick. She gave Emily her bath, then sat on her bed and read a few pages from Mary Poppins Comes Back, until she saw that Emily had fallen asleep. Then she made herself a cup of cinnamon tea. Cinnamon tea, jeez. That seems like it'd be very caustic to drink. And brought it into the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Carrie opened the New York Times. Wednesday's living section had good recipes sometimes, things to try for the store. But she looked first at the news, conscientiously determined to bring herself up to date on what was happening in the world. As usual, she fell asleep over the paper. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, cinnamon tea is really good. I've had tea with like a cinnamon stick in it, and it's delightful. Yeah, honey and lemon. Good autumnal treat. She woke to the sounds of Nick clattering back into the house. True to his word, he was home well before 9. "Have a good time?" Carrie called drowsily. "Okay," Nick shouted as he climbed the stairs, the standard reply. He straightened the living room and collected the newspaper to bring to her bedroom. It would be added to the stack by her bed that she planned to go through any day now. At the top of the stairs, she paused before turning toward her room. A responsible parent, she thought, might probe a little into Nick's experience at the arcade. But it was too late. Looking into his room, she saw the light was already out. The next morning, Carrie was in the store surveying the shelves with Stan Josephson, a food jobber who took her monthly orders for certain imported items, when Peg Wessel came in. Is this Star Wars all of a sudden? Peg Wessel. "Hi, Carrie," she trilled. "Got a minute for me?" "You'll have to wait until I've done my business with this gentleman," Carrie answered coolly. She surmised at a glance the reason for the visit. Cradled in one arm, Peg Wessel had a thick sheaf of papers. Undoubtedly they were flyers, and Peg was making the rounds, asking everyone on Elm Street for permission to tape up one in their windows. Peg was Milport's professional do-gooder and champion of all worthy causes. Why don't you go to a few other places and come back? Carrie suggested. Well, that's all right, Peg said. I'll wait. Carrie took her time with the jobber, making sure she had every item she wanted, going over the order twice very carefully. Then, since the holiday season wasn't far off, she took as an afterthought an extra dozen jars of the Italian brandied cherries and the French chestnut puree. She kept Peg Wessel waiting a good long time, but at last the jobber left. "Come back into my office," Carrie said briskly to Peg, who would remain standing against a wall of shelves. If she could hear how cold and bitchy she sounded, Carrie couldn't help it. Peg Wessel was the one person in the world Carrie genuinely detested. A smug, opinionated woman who regarded every shift in the status quo as a threat to the whole fabric of her existence. A life as deliberately styled and colored as the yellow hair she wore styled in a jeune fille page boy. Peg Wessel had not been glad about Carrie settling in Milport as a full-time resident. Nor had she liked it that Carrie came with plans to start a business and support herself. Exactly why Peg had taken this badly, Carrie could never figure out. He was only aware that in the early days, Peg had been her enemy. It was Peg who had contrived to inject fear into other local women that an attractive young widow moving into their midst could upset invisible balances, even imperil their marriages. She had done it insidiously, one of those people capable of performing evil magic by sleight of tongue, the unintentional innuendo, the remark that gets accidentally overheard. It was months before any of the other women finally broken faith with Peg and invited Carrie to a dinner party, where she learned why she had been frozen out. Supreme Buffalo. No, we're going to get back to Fahrenheit. I'm just alternating with reading book chapters as they're unlocked with people's generosity, and we just had a lot of generosity. There's going to be some reading, but don't worry. There's 8 hours left on the timer. Plenty of time to enjoy more Fahrenheit. David Cage's 2,000-page epic. Since then, Carrie had become a fixture in town and a popular favorite of most wives who relied on her help with their dinner parties. Now, Peg was always friendly. No matter what Carrie did to discourage Peg's swarming familiarity, it went unnoticed. In the office, Carrie mentioned Peg to the extra chair. "Would you like coffee?" she asked. There was some warm on the electric percolator, and Carrie felt like a cup herself. "That would be lovely," Peg said, putting her armload of papers on a corner of the desk. Carrie poured 2 mugs. Peg declined cream and sugar and took a long sip. Carrie, your coffee is absolutely the best in the whole world." "What did you want to see me about, Peg?" "This." She handed Carrie a paper from the stack. It was indeed a flyer announcing a panel discussion to be held at the high school's auditorium on Friday night next month. The headline gave the discussion's theme as "Video Games. Is it time to push the panic button?" A couple of the panel members were listed. One was Howard Ryman, principal of Milport High. The second name was Wendy Potowski. The flyer also promised other distinguished guest speakers. "Who," asked Carrie, "is Wendy Potowski, excuse me." Peg looked askance. "You really don't know? She's had quite a lot of publicity lately. I suppose you work so hard, Carrie, that you don't have time to keep up with the news." "Who is Wendy Potowski?" Carrie repeated. "She's a woman, just like you or me, who organized a group in her town that chased out one of these arcades. The movement has gone national now, and she speaks all over the country." Carrie handed back the flyer. "Tape one in my window if you want." "Oh, there's one other thing, Carrie. We're hoping to get a couple of thousand signatures on a petition before the meeting. Wendy says it would help push things along." Carrie hesitated before asking to see it. If Peg Wessel was pushing to close the arcade, that struck Carrie as one more reason to keep it open. Peg epitomized all that was small-minded and prejudiced. And yet, Carrie thought, it would be no less pusillanimous to rule out automatically any viewpoint simply because it was held by someone you dislike. "Let me read it," Carrie said. The short manifesto at the top had clearly been dashed off in a white heat by Peg herself. Decrying the proliferation of video games, it described them as irresponsible byproducts of technology, pointless computerized garbage that pollutes the minds of our precious young people. And it called for the immediate closing of the Elm Street Arcade, quote, so that this poisonous electronic plague can claim no more innocent victims. Carrie scanned the signatures. The first was Peg's, the next her husband's, and the third belonged to Helen Luchek, who lived next door to the Wessels and had 2-year-old twins. There were just 4 other names. Peg's efforts didn't seem to be meeting with much more success than George Patterson's legal fund. Carrie passed the paper back. I can't sign this, Peg. How can you not care? You're a mother. Well, I care very much, but the social value of these games, or lack of it, and the effect on our kids aren't the only issues. I don't see any others, Peg said. Carrie reeled them off. Freedom? Justice? Censorship? Oh, tush! With a flip of her hand, Peg dismissed the cornerstones of the Bill of Rights. How does that come in? You think it's fair to close down somebody's business just because we don't like what's being sold? Doesn't strike me as very different from someone trying to close streets because they think I oversalt my pâtés. Oh, Carrie, be serious. I am. The idea behind my business isn't so different than the arcades. I'm just trying to give people pleasure too. But you couldn't really say there's any redeeming social benefit in eating creamed herring or hazelnut cheesecake. Peg Wessel laughed loudly, somewhat resembling the call of a loon. Nice. Goodness, it's not the same at all. What you sell isn't potentially dangerous. What do you think it does to children, staring for hours and hours into those little screens, shooting laser guns, fighting space battles? It's poison for their eyes, and it trains them in violent behavior. How do you stack that up against hazelnut cheesecake? All that cholesterol, Carrie said, and can kill you. Suddenly suspicious that she was being mocked, the other woman's expression grew grave and tight, but not taut. There's no competition. There's no comparison, she declared. But Carrie was having fun now. Isn't there? It's just a matter of appetites and how you indulge them. And the answer is the same in both cases, a sensible diet. If we don't want our kids to get misled, it's our job to lay down rules, steer them in a better direction. Removing temptation is just a cop-out, a way of avoiding the hard work of being a parent. It's like outlawing chocolate cake because it makes some people fat and they don't have the willpower not to gorge themselves. Not bad, Carrie thought. She could have helped the justices of the Supreme Court liven up their opinion on the matter of video games. Peg rose and pulled down the colored sweatshirt she favored, along with jeans for daytime wear. I can see we're getting nowhere, she said, sweeping up her papers. Though frankly, Carrie, I expected more help from you. I could never have imagined you'd reduce a serious matter like this to a discussion of calories. Carrie smiled and shrugged. If the point of her analogy had been so completely missed, no further word could possibly make a difference. Peg frowned and walked out of the office. Carrie made no move to see her out of the store, but when she went out front a few minutes later, Peg was still there, taping her flyer in the window. Carrie stood by until the job was finished and then held the street door open. As Peg exited with her armload of flyers, she muttered a couple of words hotly under her breath. They sounded to Carrie like chocolate cake. Carrie started to laugh, but the impulse died. She believed everything she had said to Peg Wessel as a matter of principle, but then she remembered her encounter with Mr. Peel and her feeling that Mr. Peel was a man on a mission. She was long overdue, Carrie realized, for taking a look at the arcade, the place that, for some unaccountable reason, Mr. Peel had initially kept a secret. That's the end of chapter 6, but we have two more to go. Take a break. A little sip of water here. Oh yeah, wait till the Pogs hit this sleepy town. It's never going to be the same. Chapter 7. Weekdays during the off-season, her closing time was 5:30, but by 5 o'clock, there hadn't been a customer in the store for the past 40 minutes. The street outside looked unusually quiet and lifeless. She told Patrick they were closing early. They locked up together, and after saying goodnight to Patrick, Carrie stood and watched him walk away. For all their camaraderie at work, she still knew almost nothing about how he spent his own time. He lived in a room rented from an elderly widow with a large Victorian house. But Carrie had never been invited there. She couldn't remember him ever making or receiving a personal phone call in the store. Once or twice she had brought Patrick home to dinner, but the evenings had been stilted and uneasy. The friendship that blossomed at work wilted quickly in the social setting. Carrie wondered if she had reached out enough and thought of shouting after him. Maybe he'd like to walk with her to the arcade. Yeah, she is kind of a hater, though. She specifically shut him down when he started to talk about his past dalliances. But then he turned a corner and the chance was lost. She went off in the other direction. Walking along, she was struck again by the rare emptiness and quiet. Once each year, there was a day like this that seemed to mark the turning point between fall and winter. Nothing at all was moving. Other stores had closed early too. And the rich golden light of the late October afternoon. That's now! The town looked almost as if it had been trapped in amber. Approaching the arcade, Harry was struck by a funny thought. Maybe everyone had departed for routine for the same reason. Right now the cottage was crammed inside with shopkeepers, magnetized by their curiosity. Parents anxious to inspect this potential electronic plague. The sidewalk outside was empty as the rest of the street. On balance, Carrie thought the cottage certainly did look 10 times better than when Pooh had lived there. It helped that the signs hadn't been turned on yet, no garish blue light shone from the windows. She felt a surge of annoyance, however, as she came up to the entrance and saw the old oak doors of the cottage had been replaced by a smoked glass panel with an anodized aluminum frame. The modern door, which clashed with the traditional style of the building, was a violation of the tenant's pledge to preserve the original facade. Stepping up to pull the metal handle, she peered through the glass panel. You could see nothing but darkness broken by pinpoints of colored light. She went in. There was no tumult, no jostling mob. She was alone. Having braced herself against a crowd, the absolute silence was strangely stunning. She stayed by the door, scanning the interior. It was dark, except for shafts of dim light that fell from recesses in the ceiling. Each shaft, pale as moonbeam, shone down on one of the machines. There were 9 in all, arranged in a U, 4 along each side, and 1 facing away at the rear center. She understood why Patrick had remarked that the number. In the shopping center's pizza parlor, half a dozen machines had been jammed into a single corner. Here, in a space vast by comparison, there were only 9, set many feet apart, isolated islands in the sea of darkness. From Patrick's description, Carrie expected a restful atmosphere, subdued lighting, and pale colors. She could see that the walls and carpet were indeed a neutral gray. Oddly, though, the effect wasn't tranquil. With the minimal light, it induced her in the sensation of floating in space, being helplessly adrift in a boundless vacuum. She felt momentarily dizzy, even a little starved of breath, and had an impulse to flee back into the light and air. But then it passed, and she realized that she was only in the thrall of a decorator's clever effects. Those who entered the arcade were meant to feel exactly this way, as if they'd been cast into the empty vastness of a galaxy where the machines were the only oases of life, planets in the fathomless sea of the cosmos. She took a step forward to the first machine on her right. She moved tentatively, imagining she might fall weightless into a void before she reached the game. The video screen, glowing with colors, seemed to become more intensely bright as she moved closer. Then she noticed the halo of light beamed down from the ceiling had dimmed slightly. She took another step forward and the light faded a bit more. Maybe there was a pressure-sensitive area around the machine. As a player went nearer, the ceiling fixture adjusted automatically. Testing the theory, Carrie took a step back. The light brightened a little, went forward again, the light dimmed. Clever. The increased darkness enhanced the video screen and made the player focus more intently on this harbor of light. Coming up to the machine, Carrie felt somewhat as if she were docking in space. It was not like any others she had seen, Carrie realized as she stood directly in front. There were, of course, similarities, a video screen placed above a waist-high control panel, but this machine was much larger, more imposing. The screen was substantially bigger, too, and curved slightly around so that there was an illusion of sinking into its image, being embraced by three-dimensional depths. From each side of the chassis, right-angled protrusions emerged, bracketing the head of the player in the manner of a wingback chair. Carrie was just wondering what the wings were for when the sound began to pour out. They were stereophonic speakers. The sound filled her ears and entranced her. It was musical, yet unlike the music of any orchestra she had ever heard. A blend of sighs and bells, and the wind rushing through mountain chasms, and voices in chorus, and the piercing note of a Baroque trumpet, along with some harsher undertones like the hum of engines, the roar of furnaces, and the pounding of surf. All of these and more, yet somehow combined, to make one marvelous and unique noise, incapable of precise analysis or description. Obviously, it was electronically produced. Carrie groped in her mind for the word applied to such computer-generated music. Synthesized. That was it. The sound came out of the same amazing circuitry that produced the machine's optical effects. Now Carrie saw the word spelled out on the screen. Caught up in the strange music, she wasn't sure when it had come on. Had it been there from the start? With so many other details and sensations to take in, perhaps she missed it. But now it captured her attention completely. Letters of brilliant white set against a field of deep blue-black, made to look, by some video effect, as if they were shimmering, throwing off sparks, like stars in the sky, constellating a single word. Spacescape. Carrie stared at the letters. At moments, the meaning of the word seemed to elude her, evading and advancing into consciousness, then receding before she could grasp it. The arrangement of the sparkling letters, one half of the word echoing the other, tricked the mind. Spacescape. Escape from space? Or the landscape of the infinite? The word burned up before her eyes, the letters on the screen appearing to disintegrate like exploding stars, flaming bits of white whirling away into the dark background. The stereo system provided a whooshing noise and accompaniment, like the sound of some cosmic storm. And new clusters of letters flew toward her out of the screen, growing larger, forming into words as they hurtled into the foreground. Almost as fast as she could read them, they were blasted apart by optical tricks, separate letters zooming off at the sides of the curved screen, making them appear to soar on past Carrie where she stood. Try me. Fly me. Why me? Play and see. Stay and see. New adventures, new dimensions, new worlds, new dreams. Spacescape. The words stayed on the screen again. The colors were different now, letters of speckled blue set in white, as though their shapes had been cut through a plain white sheet, revealing the starry sky beyond. The screen changed again in a flash. Balls of flickering red and yellow loomed towards Carrie like an animated meteor. As they filled the screen, the fire died and each became a word. Stay, play, try, fly. Spacescape. She stared at the word, half smiling. She couldn't help marveling at the ingenuity of the machine. But at the same time, it irritated her. This inanimate thing pitching this hard sell at her, being asked by the machine itself to use it, play with it, produced an eerie sense of entering into a relationship. It was as if the machine presumed to think it could deal directly with her, manipulate her, proposition her. She had to remind herself that what happened on the screen was conceived and programmed in by people. The machine was only another form of television, its words merely advertising messages. Spacescape. The word started blinking on and off. Then it stayed off. The screen remained dark. Carrie's gaze fixed on the empty screen. Was that all? She was curiously relieved when the tiny speck of light appeared at the center and then began to grow. It whirred again, rocketing toward her out of the void. It filled the screen for an instant and broke apart into a million separate specks of light that faded like the embers of fireworks dying in the night sky. The stereophonic speakers emitted a low echoing boom. Again, with some special electronic resonance, making it sound like thunder and purring cats. A new light show began. Rainbow-colored beams shot across the screen at odd angles, followed by dazzling dots that swirled into the shapes of letters. S-T-A-Y, P-L-A-Y, S-P-A. Carrie wrenched her eyes away from the screen and pushed herself back, retreating. The damn thing was hypnotic. You could almost say, seductive. How long had she been here already? She ought to be going. But what was the game? All she knew about it so far was the name. Lingering at the machine, she looked at the control board below. At the center was a lever with a knob on top, a joystick. You'd heard it called in television commercials for the home video games. There were also 8 buttons, 4 at the left side of the joystick and 4 on the right, arranged in pairs. Each pair was applied to a different function, identified by a word stenciled above it. And within that function, each button served a separate purpose labeled below. Carrie contemplated the control board. So there's actually a diagram of the controls there. You've got your light shift, force field dimension, and Thremble control. What is that? Timorule. You control your Timorule in the bottom right there. You can shift to red or blue. Your dimension can be lined or curved, and your force field can go up and down. And then yeah, you got to watch your Timorule camber. You don't want that to get too out of whack. She looked then for the instructions. A printed panel on the front of the machine, there were none. She looked on the side. None were there either. A wave of frustration swept through her. What did the words mean? How did they relate to the game? What was the game? Spacescape. And suddenly her frustration was supplanted by amusement. Of course, she was being suckered in. This was how the machine enticed you into spending your first quarter. It made you curious. The programmers made you curious so you'd pay to see it perform. Carrie smiled as she thought of Patrick recounting his experience with the machine. And Einstein would have a hard time. But not the kids. They'd have no trouble. They could figure it out, teach one another. The tribe of the computer. Oh, that's us. That's actually a good phrase. I like that. Born mobile, a mobile generation. The electronic sound had continued pouring from the stereo speakers. Now the synthesized music grew louder, and some subtle undercurrent of tempo abruptly quickened. Deep, rumbling bass tones swelled within the melange of noises. The extremely low frequencies made the floor beneath Carrie's feet vibrate, creating a sensation similar to what it might be felt by passengers in a spaceship as it blasts off. That's actually... Beatmania used to have a rumble pad you would stand on that basically just had a big subwoofer in it that would like shake your feet when you played. So they actually kind of got ahead of the game on that one. I don't think arcade games had that back then. Time flies. Fly time. A voice cut suddenly through the other sounds. Its buzzing metallic timbre marked it as electronically produced. Time flies? Now, Carrie mused, the machine wasn't merely advertising itself, it was coaxing her, rebuking her for hesitating to begin the game. It spoke again. Stay with me. Play with me. I'm gonna give it the saddest computer voice, 1984 computer voice I can come up with. Her hand went into her tote bag and started rummaging for her change purse. Not to obey the damn machine, but to subdue it. Put in the money, she told herself, and she would be in control. She could press the buttons. Make the machine do what she wanted. Christ, how weak and gullible can you be? With a loud grunt of self-condemnation, she pulled her hand out of her bag. Why spend her money? Because a machine had talked her into it? Because she had some crying need to fight an imaginary space battle? Not her. She turned away and walked toward the door. Glancing around at the empty arcade, she felt a curious moment of triumph. A pride in the strength of her will. She hadn't yielded to the computer. Maybe no one else would, for that matter. There were no crowds here. Maybe the game designers had made the thing a little too complicated. She pushed open the door to leave, and practically collided with two boys who were just entering, both carrying baseball mitts folded under their arms. She recognized one of the boys as Jeff Marwick, Bev's son, who was a year older than Nick. Ah, Unrighteous! Thanks for gifting 10 subs. 10 more subs, I should say. Appreciate that, and thank you, Twitch, for the little bonus there. Thank you, Unrighteous. Wow! He exclaimed as he saw the layout. Neato! Said his companion. Evidently, it was their first visit. The two boys ran to the machines. For a few moments, they stood touching the buttons, watching the screen. Then almost simultaneously, they plunged their hands into their pockets. Carrie paused in the open doorway, tempted to go back and see how they played the game. But outside the light was fading. Nick and Em would be waiting for dinner. Another day, she thought, when she had half an hour to kill. She might come back to the arcade, or she might not. Did it matter if she never even understood the game, any more than if she never learned the names of all the little toy figures in Nick's Star Wars Darth Vader carrying case? Intricate as they were just playthings made for kids. That's the end of chapter 7. Damn, one more chapter. One more chapter to read that we've earned so far. But first, I gotta take a quick break and use the restroom, stretch my legs a little bit. I'll be right back. More literature soon. That's awfully jaunty music to come back to. Thank you for your patience, everybody. All right. Excuse me. Chapter 8. The colors of the landscape changed from shades of green to brown and gray. The mornings and evenings moved closer together, and winds began to howl that made every loose joint in the house creak and moan. At last, Carrie was able to reap that special harvest she had been long anticipating, the harvest of time. 2 or 3 afternoons a week, Patrick ran the shop alone while she indulged in some postponed desire. She picked up books at the library and read them at home by a fire. She enrolled in a dance exercise group run by a local woman, or she took a train to the city and had lunch with Pam Underwood, a psychiatrist's wife who had been her best friend before she'd moved to Milport. She had more time for the children, too. During her busy months, she always felt guilty about neglecting them so much. Now she spent whole afternoons with Emily baking patches of Toll House cookies. Why would she make Toll House cookies if she's a chef? Anyway. Attending an exhibition put on by her gymnastics class, or fitting and sewing a Red Devil's costume for a Halloween party. She was also available for Nick, but lately he didn't demand much of her time. With his 13th birthday not far off, he seemed to have chosen this moment to quietly declare his independence. While Carrie went on driving Emily to school, Nick would leave earlier each morning on his bike. He had made the junior varsity soccer team and stayed after school every day for practice. Often as not, instead of coming home after dinner, he went to Dougie Bannerman's. Nick kept his guitar there in a room over the garage that Doug's father had given to the boys. The Mindbenders would rehearse their music, have something to eat, do their homework together, and rehearse some more. Carrie knew that Nick went occasionally to the arcade. He had freely admitted to a couple of visits a week on the way home from soccer practice or in the evening with Dougie. Since opening, the game parlor had become a popular gathering place. Natural enough, Carrie thought. Kids always needed some territory to stake out as their own, and with the arcade situated across from Osgood's, it was virtually an annex of the soda fountain long ago established as a favorite hangout. What mattered to Carrie was only that Nick didn't overdo it. So far, she saw no cause for concern. Nick was pursuing all his other interests. Moreover, he displayed an awakening sense of responsibility. He kept his room neat, spent less time slumped in front of the television. And whenever the subject of homework came up, he boasted proudly that he was ahead, in all his assignments. Everything's going great. Everything's going great. Perfect place for a novel to start. On the last Friday in October, as Carrie opened up the store, her eye caught the flyer Peg had taped in the window a couple of weeks ago. Video games. Is it time to push the panic button? The meeting in the high school auditorium was scheduled for tonight. Carrie doubted more than a handful of people would show up. Over the past weeks, the arcade had become part of the town scene. The new establishment was clean, and the kids didn't loiter noisily on the sidewalk in front. George Patterson had abandoned his campaign for an eviction. If it hasn't damaged the tone of the street, he'd remarked one day to Carrie. Or, it hasn't damaged the tone of the street, he remarked one day to Carrie. Yet when she spotted the flyer in the window, Carrie wondered if she wasn't being irresponsible to ignore it. Nick wasn't in danger of becoming a game junkie. What about the other kids in town? She remembered how seductive the game had seemed. Later in the morning, she saw Bev Marwick in the store. It was Bev, along with Jill Sutter. It was Bev who... there we go, that's the missing word. It was Bev who, along with Jill Sutter, had quoted articles to Carrie about the game epidemic and the threat to good academic habits. Carrie went over to her. Are you going to the high school tonight, Bev? Oh, I don't think so, Carrie. I've got my in-laws here from Chicago. I thought you were concerned about this issue, Carrie said. Well, I was in the beginning, Bev said sheepishly. But so far, I haven't seen the arcade posing any problem. Jeff doesn't even go there. He doesn't? Carrie recalled seeing Bev's son there the day she had stopped in. Oh, he did go a couple of times after it opened, but Jeff said there's only one kind... Oh my god. Excuse me. Got a little crud flopping in the way. Okay. So wait a minute. So a Toll House cookie is just a cookie in the style of Toll House, which used a chopped up Nestle semi-sweet bar. Interesting. Maybe it's just used interchangeably with semi-sweet chocolate chip bar or cookies. We're learning so much. We're learning so much about the 80s. All right. Here we go. Okay. We're talking about Bev's son stopping into the arcade. Oh, he did go a couple of times after it opened, but Jeff said there's only one kind of game in there and he isn't... Oh, let's see. He used some word the kids have to explain it. Well, I forget. What the gist is that he hasn't gotten into this particular game. It came down to a matter of taste, Carrie supposed. Some kids preferred football to soccer. Must be the same with computer games. The exchange with Bev was enough to confirm Carrie's feeling that she could afford to miss the meeting at the high school. There was no need to push the panic button. She was making dinner that evening when, from the kitchen window, she noticed a figure pacing up and down near the entrance to the driveway. It was getting dark earlier, and Carrie couldn't distinguish any features through the gloom. She thought it might be Dougie waiting for Nick, shyly reluctant to ring the bell. He finished peeling the potatoes, then went back to the back door. Hi, she called out. Can I help you? The figure stopped pacing and came slowly across the lawn. It was a girl who stepped into the path of light from the open door. Isn't Nick here? She said. We were supposed to meet. At the sight of the girl, Carrie was momentarily struck dumb. God damn it. Okay, be careful. I have a feeling that we're about to appraise this likely underage lady's physique from head to toe. I'm gonna screw up my courage a little bit. Yeah, don't do it, author. Don't do it. No, you don't understand, though. It's from the perspective of an adult woman, so it's fine. Just read ahead to be safe. I will not. It's in a book. How bad could it be? She was astonishingly beautiful. with long, copper-red hair that curved softly around her shoulders, a smooth, unblemished complexion, still tinged by the remnant of a summer tan, and eyes that showed, even in the muted light from the doorway, a bright aquamarine. The face, thought Carrie, invited comparison with models and movie stars, but not the most famous or popular. This girl's looks were not so banal. They could set a standard of their own. Her delicate loveliness was all the more awesome because the girl managed to seem not at all self-conscious about it. She struck no poses, gave no indication of being vain about her appearance. Waiting impatiently for Carrie's answer, she bit her lip awkwardly and squinted into the light, twisting her exquisite face into an exaggerated wince. The author is so in love with his character. The very visitation of beauty appeared before her in the dark. All right, Robert Max, calm down. Calm down. Nick's not here, Carrie said at last. I think Carrie is in love with this young girl. He had told her that morning that he would be home for supper, but he had evidently been delayed by an extended soccer practice. Oh, the girl said, and a sharp note of disappointment came through. Carrie thought of telling the girl that Nick would probably be home any minute and asking her to wait inside, but she said nothing. She felt too confused, too muddled to simply be polite. And not just because this was the first girl who had ever come around asking for Nick, or because she was so uncommonly beautiful. This is an adult-ass woman who is flustered by how pretty a teenager is. And like, the book is just like, whatever. That's not weird. This is the real terror, actually, of reading old books like this, and in a way it's delivering. The girl was no younger than 14, Carrie estimated, probably older. We only talked about her picturesque beauty before, but it's about to get worse. The ragged windbreaker she wore over her jeans was hanging open, unzipped, revealing some of the lines and curves of her body. Slim and small-waisted with nicely rounded breasts. It was a fine supplement to the face, certainly developed beyond the figure of any average 12 or 13-year-old. This is like, it's written for housewives, right? Dudes just can't help themselves, man. They just can't. They just assume that everyone gets horny thinking about teens, and then they just put it in the book from the perspective of another character that would just not be... Like, earlier in the book, this character was lamenting how women get ogled, right? Because the author could, like, stretch his own empathy enough to think that maybe women think that sometimes. But what he couldn't do was prevent his own character from doing it to an underage girl later in the book. God. Fucking shit. I like how remember in that scene though, she questioned if it was actually her own fault for getting leered at by a construction worker because she might be putting out subliminal, I need a man signals. It was the 80s. It was the 80s. I'm just, what I'm confused at is that this book does not seem to be targeting men. It is targeting mothers, concerned mothers. It's like, it's just like, it's what I hoped for in that regard. But under that framework, there's no reason to sexualize the young, like the interest for Nick or whatever. Moms don't think like that. And I think it's just hubris on behalf of the author that he can't like extract the male lens. Who's the author? Robert Max, which is assuredly a pseudonym. I mean, let's see here. Here's the blurb about the author from the back. Nice, respectable photo from Robert. Robert Max is one of the pseudonyms of Robert Rosenblum. Under his own name, Mr. Rosenblum has written several novels in the espionage and action genre, including The Mushroom Cave, The Good Thief, and The Sweetheart Deal. Under other names, he has written novels of the occult, and in other genres. Robert Max, he says, is a name his computer gave him when he wrote Arcade, under which he is writing another novel which centers around modern technology. He lives in New York City with his computer, wife, and 2 children. I do like that the computer was listed first. Okay. All right. Okay. We're done with that. We've done it. We've made it through the quite possibly what I imagine to be the worst sentence in the entire book. We've now established how hot this 14-year-old is. And yet, there was something about the way she had asked for Nick. The pitch of disappointment at his absence that roused Carrie's instinct. Reminded her of feelings she'd known herself when she was 15 or 16. Incredibly, Carrie sensed that this lovely girl, this prom queen, was gripped by some wishful attachment to her son. An infatuation. A crush. Was it conceivable that Nick could have inspired such yearnings? He wasn't quite 13, and the girl was poised on the brink of womanhood. So all I can figure, if this book was architected intentionally, it's that the scared house moms imprint on Carrie, and that young male video game readers imprint on Nick. Somebody else was mentioning how like writers use the child prodigy thing sometimes, and it's always like self-insert. And yeah, I could see a writer sublimating themselves into Nick and being like, yeah, I get a hot banging, blue-eyed, red-haired, prematurely developed babe by my side at the arcade, and all the other dudes are jealous. Anyway, psychoanalyzing authors is fun. Here we go. Let's keep this moving so we don't linger here. The mere possibility of romance between the girl and her son, even the most innocent kind of puppy love, rocked her to the core, forced her to contemplate an even more phenomenal idea. Perhaps she didn't really know Nick, had completely lost touch with who and what he was. The demands of being a breadwinner, the hopeless battle to be both a mother and father to the boy, might have blocked her perception of a boy's inevitable evolution to a man. But whatever was happening to Nick, Carrie decided that it would be wrong to encourage the girl's interest. She felt cowardly about it, prudish, but she couldn't bring herself to invite the girl inside to wait for Nick. It was the girl who broke the silence. Well, she said, I guess I'll be going. She surrendered a smile of heartbreaking sweetness and started backing away into the shadows. Carrie fought an impulse to change her mind. Any message? She asked. You could say Dana was here, but I'll probably see him later anyway. Bye. She loped off across the lawn. Carrie stood on the step until the girl passed under the street lamp, running gracefully, and disappeared into the darkness beyond. She crouched on all fours and galloped off into the woods. Nick slammed through the back door a few minutes later, still wearing his soccer shorts. The coach had kept the team late to learn some new... What? The coach had kept the team late to learn some new players, he explained as he looted the refrigerator for a carton of milk. Just like the protagonist of Fahrenheit. Carrie paused to observe him as he gulped the milk straight from the cardboard spout. He looked bigger, suddenly. Stronger. Ugh. Studying his legs and thighs, she thought they were no longer so fleshy. Had grown firmer, more muscular. Yes, he was going to be tall and broad-shouldered like Mike. Man. Moms across America, do you want your sons to have thick thighs and firm legs? Feed them milk. Ugh. Stop talking about the kids' bodies, please. Funny how your kids grew up before your eyes and you didn't see. Caught the changes only at moments, as if in snapshots. Nick was changing all the time. Girls, romance, sex. Of course it was all going to come into his life. Any day. Got to find a time to sit down quietly with Nick, Carrie told herself. Probe his development. Acquaint herself with his current state of mind. She had a parental responsibility to know how deeply he was involved with this girl, Dana. Though it might be hard to pose the necessary questions, he thought. Without somehow diminishing Nick, giving him a swift kick to the ego. Why would a girl like that want to spend her time with you? That was the basic question underlying all others. For Carrie, it rested reasonably on the difference in ages. But Nick wouldn't see it that way. She waited until they were having dinner before she even delivered the message, treating it casually. Oh, Nick, a girl stopped by to see you. Dana? Nick kept eating, concentrating his gaze on his plate. Okay, he said. In this context, the catch-all word seemed to mean that enough had been said. The subject could be closed. He tried to sound casual himself, but with his mouth full, the word sounded like a gulp. He blushed vividly, too. Emily chanted, Nick has a girlfriend, a girlfriend. She is not. Nick aimed a fierce scowl at his little sister. Anxious to avoid a scrap between the children, Carrie waited until she saw Emily trying to shape her mashed potatoes into a cat before trying to extract more information. Is she from around here, Nick? That girl, Dana. I don't think I've seen her before. Nick squirmed in his chair and started eating faster. Yeah, moved in a couple of months ago, he mumbled. Not in your class at school, is she? Nick shook his head. Well, where do you know her from? Nick raised his eyes and looked defiantly at Carrie, signaling that he knew this was an interrogation and he would not tolerate it much longer. Then he answered, I met her in town. As though anticipating the next question, he added after a second, at the arcade. I want to go there too, Emily chimed in. Will you take me, Mommy? Carrie nodded absently, her thoughts still on Nick and the girl, and the place he said they had met. Before she could speak again, Nick wolfed down the last of his food and got up from the table. I've got homework, he said, and bolted from the kitchen. An hour later, he stopped at the door of the den. Carrie was watching television with Emily, a National Geographic special on whales. Homework's done, he said. I'm going out. Carrie didn't fail to notice that the old form had been abandoned. Permission was not being requested. A proclamation had been made. But she had decided to avoid confrontation for now, let the matter rest. There were things that needed to be talked out, but a better moment would come. Sometime when Emily wasn't around. If she was patient, Nick might even seek her out first. It had been confusing for him, a girl like that. Or it had to be confusing for him, a girl like that. Get home by 9, Carrie said, laying on the voice of authority. Nick nodded and was gone. Faintly, she heard the rattle of his bike racing down the driveway. It wasn't hard to figure out where he was headed. The girl had mentioned she had expected to see Nick tonight. The arcade was probably still their meeting ground. Carrie tried to concentrate again on the television screen. Spectacular films of whales sounding, enormous tails dancing above the waves. But she kept thinking of the arcade, her mind's eye focused on the screen of the game. Stay with me. Play with me. Would Nick and the girl just stay there playing or have a soda across the street at Osgood's? Or go somewhere else? The girl's house, perhaps. Would her parents be home? What kind of family did she come from? Had she really been just 15? Could she easily have been a year too... She could easily have been a year or two older. Already on the pill. Didn't the kids these days? Christ. A nice-looking young woman had come around asking for Nick. That was all. It occurred to Carrie suddenly that the root of her reaction might lie in herself, her own problem. Celibate too long, her own urges repressed.
All right, everyone, chill.
Let's cool down. Let's cool down, Mama. Damn it. Her own urges repressed. Maybe she was projecting her own needs onto others. Onto Nick and the girl. Imagining passions where they didn't exist. Couldn't exist. Children, that's all they were. Meeting to play games. Time flies. Fly, time. Or was it possible there was something unhealthy about that place? An atmosphere established that encouraged children to overreach sensible boundaries. Some people thought so, Carrie remembered. They were meeting to air their views tonight. Oh man. Video games are going to make all the kids go sex crazed. Also, this book is apparently from the Glendale Public Library, so thank you, Glendale. She tried for another few minutes to sit quietly with Emily and watch the nature program, but she couldn't keep her thoughts off Nick and the girl and the arcade. It might be a good idea, after all, if she went to hear what others had to say about it. Carrie rounded up a babysitter, Kim Larimore, who lived just down the block, and left Emily with her, contentedly watching the whales. And that's the end of chapter 8, by the way, but here's the best news. That's page 68. Guess what that makes that? Even though it doesn't have the number on it, we know what page that is. The nicest page in the entire book. Magic Prime, thank you for the sub. 36 months, by the way. Thank you for the 3 years of subs. Yeah, we got a healthy amount on the clock right now. Ultra Mega Church, so maybe we'll make the distance. Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll go for it. But I gotta eat something. I've actually been streaming for a while. Time really does fly during subathons. It's kind of weird. So luckily I have some leftovers. I'm just gonna reheat and cram in my face, and we'll get back to Fahrenheit, David Cage's amazing thriller, after a quick break. Merking Lee just gifted 5 more subs. The meter climbs. So, yeah, some good old face cramming. Thank you very much, Merking, for the generosity, for the subs. Thank you, everyone, really. And I'll be back soon. See you in a bit. Lore Time returns. All right, Chapter 9. The program had already begun when Carrie tiptoed down the aisle of the high school auditorium and eased into a seat. Peg Wessel, that bitch. That was my aside, but let's be honest. Moderator for the panel was at a lectern speaking. Glancing around, Carrie estimated no more than 50 or 60 in the audience, most of them elderly. None that she knew were parents of children Nick's age. 5 chairs were lined up across the center of the stage. 4 of them occupied, the one at the center empty. Then Carrie saw a 6th empty chair near the lectern. The 6th, she thought, must be Peg's, which meant that some invited member of the panel had not shown up. Of the 4 who had, the only one she recognized was Howard Ryman, the high school principal in the leftmost chair. Next to him sat a middle-aged woman in a prim, dark dress printed with tiny white flowers. An old maid's dress was the way Carrie thought of it. The next came the empty chair, then a gangly boy of 16. At the right end of the row was an attractive woman with brown hair whom Carrie judged to be about her own age. The woman was dressed in a chic tan suit and wore glasses that made her look stylish and intelligent. Having already introduced the panel members, Peg was in the middle of some opening remarks about how she refused to regard the spread of video games as a harmless fad, and so had decided to expose the truth. Carrie amused herself during the tedious speech by comparing the 2 women on the panel and making a bet with herself as to which was Wendy Potowski. And only an old maid type, she decided, would invest herself full-time in a war against video games. Peg finished her statement and handed the microphone over to Howard Ryman. The principal began by allowing that computers were an increasingly valuable tool in education, but he went on to condemn the computer games as a perversion of that purpose, and ended with a demand that even if the arcade was not closed down, its doors must never be allowed to open during school hours. When Ryman sat down, Peg came to the microphone just long enough to say, "And now, Dr. Nathan." The woman in the old maid dress came to the lectern. From her first phrases, it was apparent to Carrie that the woman had earned her title as a psychologist. She spoke about antisocial behavioral modes and alienation and narcissistic self-involvement and short attention spans, all problems that she said had seriously affected children since the advent of television and would henceforth be aggravated by the games. Next came the teenage boy. He was slow-spoken, and his name was Philip Carmichael. Where Peg had dug him up, Carrie couldn't begin to imagine. With all the pathetic fervor of a reformed lush speaking to a local AA, Philip Carmichael told the audience of an addiction to arcade games that had only been cured after his lifetime savings of $460 had been depleted and he had been dropped back a grade in school. He echoed the principal's call for closing the arcade at least during school hours. "It's hard enough for a guy like me to stay interested in school stuff," he said, "without having that kind of competition." And how, Carrie wondered, did that leave room for movies, baseball games, bowling alleys, or anything else that might divert the Carmichaels of the world? By now she knew that her attendance tonight was a waste of time. She had come hoping that there might be a real debate, some sensible, measured guidance for reacting to a child's inevitable involvement with a popular and compelling gadget. But this was something else. A parade of hostile witnesses, a kangaroo court convened by Peg Wessel to endorse her own fears and prejudices. Sorry. I was going to do a simple adjustment. There we go. Still, Carrie couldn't leave until she heard Wendy Potowski. She was too curious from the moment she realized that the anti-game activist was not the old maid after all, but a woman who seemed quite like herself. Wendy Potowski began in a low key. Smiling placidly, she described herself as an ordinary mother of three who had never before gotten involved in any political activity, and recalled that she felt no alarm when a couple of arcades first opened in the town where she lived. But then, she started to encounter the games wherever she went. They were everywhere, she continued, her voice rising stridently. In luncheonettes, theater lobbies, gas stations, pizza parlors, bowling alleys, candy stores, 5 and 10s, supermarkets. And she saw more arcades opening up. It was then she determined that something so pervasive couldn't go unchecked. There were places in other parts of the country where the citizens had recognized the peril, like Mesquite, Texas, which had taken its attempt to pass an ordinance banning all games all the way to the Supreme Court, but no one seemed to be doing anything here. What's a 5 and 10? It's a 5 and dime, a store where things cost a nickel or a dime, I think is the original meaning. An old-timey mercantile. The town where I grew up had a store that was basically a 5 and dime. But that was in the early 80s. And it wasn't open for much longer after that, if I remember correctly. It's an old, even in the 80s, it was an old person thing to think about. Bryan Adams, Summer of 69 refers to a 5 and dime. Yeah, an old dollar store. Yeah, is a great way to think about it. I think. I realize now that I only really know it through references and stuff. Let's see here. By now, Wendy Potowski's tone had become absolutely militant. Her face changed too, a pleasant smile supplanted by a fierce grimace. Now, she said, having made herself an expert in computer games, she could attest that behind what pretended to be innocent leisure was, quote, a callous conspiracy to enslave the minds of our children, end quote. Drawing correlations to towns with 6 arcades versus those with 2, she spouted statistics on the increase of juvenile crime and the decline in literacy. She told of poor families where children cashed in all the food stamps to finance a chronic game habit. Finally, in a voice hushed with shock, she reported information given to her by an anonymous source, highly placed inside the industry, that the name of the most successful video game, Pac-Man, was actually derived from a secret corporate code for, quote, planned action to computerize mankind. Nice. That's so sick. That's the coolest thing ever. Pac-Man is a psyop, dude. Okay, this book's finally taking off. Carrie listened with fascination. Where did people get such ideas? This talk came out of the same loony bag that not long ago had inspired evangelical nuts to spread rumors that one of the country's major manufacturers of soap and toothpaste was really a secret cabal of devil worshippers. They're talking about Procter & Gamble. And I remember hearing that when I was younger. Or like the satanic panic wave or whatever. The only way it made its way to me is that people were like, you shouldn't buy Ivory soap. It's satanic. And I was like, what? I remember as a kid being like, what are you talking about? It's a weird feeling as a child to be like, yo, that makes no sense. When you don't even know what sense is. Like anything could be true as far as you know, but... It reminded her of sad psychotics she often saw when she lived in the city. Street people who handed out leaflets saying the CIA was a subsidiary of Standard Oil. I mean, where's the lie, though? Or wore sandwich boards showing pictures of tiny electronic elements supposedly being... Hold on. Given to Americans through their drinking water so they could be run by remote control from Washington. Wendy Potowski wasn't quite that far gone, but she had certainly lost all rational perspective. Perhaps it came from being a bored housewife. Shit, man. Christ. Like, there's things that the author should not do if their target is a bored housewife, but whatever. Perhaps it came from being a bored housewife, desperate for some sort of raison d'etre, more noble than eliminating ring around the collar. Looking for a cause, she had chosen this for the same reason the climber scales a mountain. Because it was there. Thrilled to discover the attention she could generate, she was driven to make wilder claims and found a talent for reaching an audience. Harry saw the elderly listeners around her chuckling indignantly as Wendy Potowski revealed the covert conspiracy. Her showmanship was evident when she followed the absurd charge by whirling toward the onstage chair that had remained empty all evening. If you doubt the involvement of those who crave anonymity, she bellowed, take note that no spokesman for the local arcade responded to our invitation to come here and give his side of the story. She ended her turn with a quiet vow to support with all my heart the righteous battle to close the Milport arcade. So, just let me bookmark there right quick. The author has suddenly started writing in a completely different style. He's segueing into quotes and paraphrasing parts of people's lines, and he didn't do that before. This is kind of a journalistic style, when you're like merging reporting with partial quotes, and only like quoting the most impactful or like the heart of the message, basically. It's just weird that he started doing that all of a sudden. I don't know why. The applause when Wendy Potowski sat down was loud and sustained. Then Peg Wessel sprang to the microphone and announced a question and answer period. The first audience member called upon was an elderly man who asked if it was true that the games emitted microwaves that would increase the cancer risk for anyone regularly passing the arcade. Them video games microwave your balls? Still waiting on data on that one. Carrie had heard enough. Yes, Wendy Potowski replied. It was known that the color television gave off radiation and the game screens were similar. She gathered up her coat and started tiptoeing up the aisle. Peg Wessel surveyed the forest of hands raised for the next question and pointed at last to a man on the aisle at exactly the point Carrie had reached. With all eyes directed nearby, Carrie felt too self-conscious to duck out the rear door. No doubt, Peg meant to call attention to her defection. She leaned against the wall, coat folded over her arms, while the man on the aisle stood to speak. "I came here tonight," he said, "because from the way this meeting was organized and from a petition I've seen circulating around town, it seemed to me that the reaction to basically a harmless situation has been a little overwrought. And I thought maybe I could help cool things down a little." He spoke in a clear, firm voice, addressing himself to the people around him in the audience as well as to those on stage. "Let's try to remember what's involved here is an activity as old as the hills. Children playing games. I mean, sure, it's a new kind of game. And of course, done to excess, it could be detrimental. But isn't that true of anything done to excess? The fact is, children may be gaining something very positive from their interactions with these games. By playing with them, our children are taking the first friendly step toward becoming familiar with a valuable technology. A technology upon which an increasingly complicated world may have to..." "This is a question and answer period," Peg Wessel broke in abruptly. Until now, she had been glaring at the man, not too polite to interrupt, but too flustered by his commanding presence. "Now, if you'd like to participate in that, all right, sir. Otherwise, sit down." "I'd very much like to participate," the man replied, meeting Peg Wessel's testiness with an exaggerated cordiality. He even bowed slightly in her direction. "Milady, since this audience has some questions, I'd like to see that they get some reasonable answers, instead of one or two bits of horse sense buried in several carloads of horse manure." Said by a surly, ill-dressed intruder, the words might have sparked indignation. This man was so attractive and well-spoken, the crowd took no offense. Some even laughed. Carrie smiled and said a silent, "Bravo." Her own answer to the seriousness of the evening had been to head for the door, but she felt a bit irresponsible. Wendy Potowski was a kind of fanatic, cooking up wild, unsupported claims to stampede the uninformed into adopting her views. Was it such a small crime? Hitler started out, after all, ranting at 32 misfits in a beer hall. We got there, folks. Page 73. Mark it down. We've invoked the big H in a gamer novel. The target for intolerance might be capricious, the birthplace insignificant, but the passions aroused never were. She admired the man who evidently understood that and had taken the trouble to protest. From her position, Carrie could only see his back, a heather tweed jacket on a tall frame, graying dark brown hair in need of a trim around the ears and collar. Her curiosity aroused. Aroused indeed. Perfect music. Welcome, gooses. Welcome. Welcome to a special stream. We're in the middle of 1984's, excuse me. We're in the middle of 1984's Arcade by Robert Max. It's been, I hoped it would be dated, and it is. It's basically like a satanic panic sort of novel, seemingly written for bored housewives, meant to like terrify them about video games, brainwashing their children. Witch Hunter, thank you for the sub. I love novels about arcades. Surely this is for me. It is. But for the extremely creepy male gaze of its main character, who is a single mom. Halo Dudette, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's some unpleasant descriptions of underage bodies already, including her own son. She admired how muscular and taut his legs had become. So yeah, the author gets horny sometimes. It's the 80s. And also, yeah, video games apparently are going to brainwash you. So, here, where are we in the book? Nova Ad 8. Thank you for gifting 5 subs and kicking off a hype train. Thank you. Progressing towards unlocking the next chapter, by the way. That's the situation with the stream today. Is that subs unlock new chapters of the book and add time to the clock. Anyway, all right. Our current scene. It's a impromptu panel discussion at the high school gymnasium about the dangers of the arcade that is opened in town. And the nature of the arcade opening was very suspicious. And the main character's son, Nick, is a video game prodigy who has suddenly started acting very strange. Getting really distant since this old arcade moved into town. So that's where we're at. It seems like Nick's soul is being stolen by an arcade. Our single character mom moved in from out of town. She's in the Hamptons, basically, Southampton. NB, thanks for gifting 10 subs. Loading up those alerts. I appreciate it. The Halo music just came on. Beautiful. We got some video game literature. We got smooth jams. Welcome, everybody. The raid. I'm reading this book, like I said, and then the other part of the subathon is playing David Cage's brilliant Fahrenheit/Indigo Prophecy. It's a beautiful night of gaming. Oh, I need to do a shout out. Shout out to my main man, Bruce. Hey, everyone that raided over from Bruce, if you're not following Bruce, you should follow Bruce. And we continue. Oh, Digital Melancholy. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. You're going to unlock the next chapter. We're going to get some momentum going. I like this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So we're in the middle of this meeting, an open panel about the dangers of video games. The local busybody, Peg Wessel, we hate her guts. She put together a panel of psychopaths to talk about how the government is brainwashing people with Pac-Man. Hold on, I gotta look up the acronym. Yes. Pac-Man was derived from the secret corporate code for a planned action to computerize mankind. That's what Pac-Man does. Computerizes people. But just like the Norman Rockwell painting, some dude stood up and said, hey, this is hogwash. People need to know the truth about video games. So he's speaking in American truth. Oh, also, the main character just compared Peg Wessel to Hitler. So, fucking Peg. Yeah, Peg Wessel does sound like a Star Wars, like a pod racer. Okay, Wendy Patowski. No, here, where? Okay. So, Peg Wessel's been called out by our Norman Rockwell dude in the crowd. Hitler started out, after all, ranting at 32 misfits in a beer hall. The target for intolerance might be capricious, the birthplace insignificant, but the passions aroused never were. She admired the man who evidently understood that and had taken the trouble to protest. From her position, Carrie could only see his back. A heather tweed jacket on a tall frame, graying dark brown hair in need of a trim around the ears and collar. Her curiosity aroused, she edged back down the aisle for a better look. At the microphone, Peg Wessel clung to control. I've taken the trouble to gather some authorities on this stage. People who have experience and training, and I know what they're talking about. Know what they're talking about. Now, unless you're an authority. As a matter of fact, the man said pleasantly, I do have some special knowledge of this topic. I see. Hostility growing, Peg Wessel immediately backed off any willingness to cede the floor. Well, in that case, I suggest you arrange to book the auditorium yourself next Friday, and all these people can come to hear you then if they want to. Thank you. Anxious to break the tension, the audience rewarded Peg Wessel with a few nervous chuckles. Carrie could see the man's face now, and saw that he smiled, too. A nice smile. Plain and open, but a little weary, as though he disliked squabbling and encountered it often. He had strong features, a straight nose and square chin, and very pale blue eyes about which there was something peculiar Carrie couldn't quite define. She thought the man looked familiar, that she might have seen him once before, in the shop maybe, on a crowded day, though perhaps not. It was a face that should have made more of an impression. Rosalite, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Stocking up the timer, driving towards a new chapter. I really appreciate it. And yes, it's since it's September weekend, gifted subs get, like every 5 gets an extra bonus sub from Twitch. So that's why I did it this weekend. People need a break. It's tough out there. People need value. All right, we just described the man's face. As the laughter died, the man said, "I wouldn't want to trouble anyone to come back a second time." Again, he addressed himself to the people in the surrounding seats. "There's really very little I have to say anyway. I just want to encourage you to not be afraid of something because it's new. I happen to work with computer technology myself, the stuff that makes these games work, and I can tell you..." But Peg Wessel jumped hard on his words. "Aha! Computers!" She threw her hands out to the audience, embracing their sympathy. "And that's his authority to tell us the truth?" She pointed a finger at the man. "I think it's possible he was sent here just to disrupt this discussion and prevent us from accomplishing our goal." The audience murmured. Now this was exciting. The conspiracy theory was really taking off. Josh Guy, thanks for gifting a sub. The man was left speechless for a moment, studying him as he stared at the stage. Carrie realized why his eyes had a slight peculiar twist. The eyebrow over one, the left, nearest her, was unnaturally short. It slanted up normally from above the bridge of his nose, but then stopped short at the midpoint of the eye over the pupil. The tiny flaw made the brow appear to be perpetually arched and gave his face a constantly quizzical expression. Like how she said she couldn't remember the guy's face, but he has like the most, just like Hitler. Yeah, he's got like a really definable character trait. Anyway. Recovering his poise, the man looked directly at Peg Wessel and said, "Oh, there's a famous computer scientist who's got a phrase for people with your problem. He calls them human chauvinist pigs. What's really behind this is that you don't like computers. You don't like your kids playing with them because you're afraid of that relationship." "We appreciate having your point of view," Peg Wessel responded, her voice dripping with vitriol. "Now I think it's time we're past due for another question." She lifted a pointing finger and swept it slowly through the air. Schneebs Plays, thank you for the sub. There was a lull, then hands shot up. The man shook his head in a gesture of mixed disgust and surrender, then grabbed up his overcoat and turned into the aisle. That brought him face to face with Carrie. He paused for an instant and smiled as if recognizing a kindred spirit. Then he continued up the aisle and pushed through the rear door. It was the smile that pulled her along. She emerged into the foyer as the man was slipping into his coat. At the sound of the door opening behind him, he turned and smiled again before moving towards the exit. Harry hurried to speak to him before he was gone. "Doesn't make sense, does it?" He glanced around. Excuse me? I mean, it seems pretty senseless sometimes, the things that frighten people, the way they act when they're afraid. "Oh, I don't get too surprised anymore," he said. "Not when it's tied up with computers. Lots of people have strange feelings about them. So many are downright terrified. In fact, there's even a medical term for it now for fear of computers. Cyberphobia." Dude, cyberphobia? How many people in chat have cyberphobia? This is probably a pretty terrifying stream for you to watch if you have cyberphobia. I just realized not once have I acknowledged the cyberphobics in the audience, so thank you for overcoming your debilitation to enjoy the stream. Cyberphobes, man, they're out there. With a couple of steps, Carrie had moved alongside. Together they continued through the exit and down the outside steps. "But games," she said, groping for comprehension of her own feelings. Why get so worried about games? Foolish, isn't it? He said. But for some people, mostly it's from a generation that was never comfortable with a computer. It's just an extension of their reaction to a machine that threatens to outsmart all of us. Maybe what people resent about these games is that they know how to entertain our kids better than we can ourselves. Harry nodded thoughtfully and, reaching the bottom of the stone steps, turned left toward the school parking lot. Suddenly, she realized he was no longer beside her. He had assumed the man would also be going to the lot, but he veered onto the footpath leading in the opposite direction. Hey, good night, he called out cheerily as they moved apart. Harry was disappointed. Even from the little he'd said at the meeting, the man projected a sense of familiarity with computers, and more importantly, of mastery over them. Probably he could have dispelled the concern she had about Nick's attraction to Spacescape. But evidently he'd parked his car in front of the school, and she didn't know how to go after him and draw him out further without seeming to cling. Good night, she called back. For a moment she stood and watched the tall man walking away. Funny their paths hadn't crossed before, she thought. There was almost no one in town she didn't know, at least by sight, especially among the year-rounders. She headed for her car. Maybe it was just as well they hadn't talked longer. She would only have confessed her own vague anxieties about the arcade, and he would have dismissed her as just one more fool. So sick. All right, and that's the end of Chapter 9. We had a tense confrontation at the PTO meeting. Chapter 10 is next. Luckily, we didn't have any underage characters in that chapter, so steered clear of the harshest cringe. How many chapters? I think there's 36 total. Wow. Okay, now it's time to go to the other work of art we're enjoying tonight, Fahrenheit. Okay, let's pick the book back up, Chapter 10. Thanks again to everybody who's throwing subs around. Chapter 10. Whenever she happened to be near the center of town at night, Carrie drove past her store for a spot check. After coming out of the school parking lot, she took the turn toward Elm and was surprised some moments later when the far reach of her headlights picked out the man from the auditorium still strolling along the sidewalk. Coming abreast of him under a street lamp, she stopped the car at the curb and leaned across to crank down the passenger window. Need a lift? Thanks, he said. I don't mind walking. It wasn't a flat turn down, she decided. Please, I'd like to hear more of what you wanted to say in the meeting. He hesitated another second, then came across the sidewalk and got into the car. This is very nice of you, he said. Then he thrust out his hand. I'm Lon Evans, by the way. Harry liked being offered the handshake. Since going into business, she had become sensitive to the fact that men often skipped the formality. Sometimes it was merely out of shyness, but more often she sensed it was a small symbol of exclusion from a certain clubby interaction men reserved for each other. I'm Carrie Foster. Seizing his hand, she appreciated his firm grip. Oh, I know who you are, he said. You own that terrific food store, Treats. But you do live in town. You sound doubtful. Don't tell me you also suspect I was planted at tonight's powwow by the International Computer Conspiracy. Carrie laughed. Ha 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 ha! I just assume I must have seen every local face in the store. Business ego. Oh, I've been in there, but only once, I'm afraid. I haven't been in town very long, and I don't get time for the kind of leisurely shopping your place deserves. The car had remained idling at the curb. For a moment they looked at each other wordlessly. In the fragmented light from the street lamp, Carrie thought the short eyebrow affected his face quite differently from before. The expression no longer seemed permanently quizzical and bemused. Now it looked more tough, cynical, molded by the past that was neither sinister nor tragic. She broke off staring and moved her foot to the accelerator. Steering away from the curb, she asked, "Where can I take you?" He told her an address on Bow Ridge Road, an expensive neighborhood of large old houses on sizable parcels of land. Carrie thought she knew almost everyone up in Bow Ridge. Evans must be renting. She wondered why he hadn't driven to the school. The distance from there would be a mile or two. Would you mind if I take you by way of my shop? She said. I'd like to make sure everything's battened down. Fine with me, I'm just along for the ride. Having learned he was new in town, Carrie felt she should apologize to Lon Evans for tonight's rude treatment. Please don't think everyone in town is so opinionated and unfriendly. It's just a small group. Oh, I know, Evans replied agreeably. And maybe they mean well. I came on a little strong myself, didn't I? Leaping up to defend the honor of my profession. But you're not actually involved with making those games, are you? Not at all, though in my own way I've helped make them possible. That's why when I saw that petition going around, it was like waving the red flag at a bull. Because it says that children are being corrupted by their fascination with the technology I helped create and refine. Hell, I've got kids myself. Maybe that's why I had to stick my 2 cents in tonight. My own children have just moved into this town. They've got a big adjustment to make. It doesn't make it any easier when they hear people saying the work their father does gives rise to things that are dangerous and destructive. Such goddamn simple things at that, he added, sounding genuinely pained. Games!
Gaming.
Carrie asked then exactly what kind of work he did. He explained that he was a computer architect. It was his responsibility to lay down the basic design for the complex electronic systems by which infinitesimal pulses of electrical energy lasting no longer than a billionth of a second, a nanosecond he called it, were somehow translated into bits of information that could be shunted back and forth inside of a machine, to be stored, recalled, converted to graphs and pictures, or synthesized to produce logical answers to the most elaborate problems human beings could devise. The company for which he worked, Intellitronics, had boomed in recent years, manufacturing specialized computer systems used in weaponry, as well as a line of the small, powerful computers known in the trade as micros. 5 months ago, to meet growing demand and simplify their marketing, the California-based firm had opened up a new assembly plant on the East Coast in central Long Island. Lon Evans had volunteered to transfer from California to oversee production of a new microcomputer he helped to engineer. To facilitate his move, the company had leased and furnished a house for him in advance. I told him I wanted it to be in a nice small town on the water with big old trees and beautiful beaches, he said. My main recreation is sailing, and my kids love to swim. The company found me this place in Milport. It's just a 35-minute drive from here to the factory. You mean you don't walk to work too? Harry observed lightly. His expression was momentarily blank, then he understood and laughed. Ha ha! No, that would be a little too far. But around here I like to take good, long walks. So much of my life is involved with accelerating the thinking process artificially. I need a chance to depressurize and slow things down. I use my walks to work out problems the good old-fashioned way. Harry wondered if the problems he referred to were merely the difficult technical questions he'd encountered in his job. From the few things he said about himself, he thought he'd already given hints of personal dissatisfactions, an incompleteness in his life. Volunteering to move from one side of the country to the other was one clue. Few men would deny a promotion from their company, but offering to uproot a whole family was something else. And Evans had spoken of choosing a new home on the basis of satisfying just himself and his children. There was an obvious gap in the equation. The opening was there to satisfy her curiosity. How does your wife like Milport? But Carrie let it pass. Not because she didn't care, but because she was too eager to know. Suddenly aware of her own loneliness, she felt a mean hunger to discover somebody else's. She was afraid it would show. So she stuck to the impersonal. These computer games, she said. She started to talk about a good side, about how they did something positive for the kids. I need to hear more about that. Well, sounds like you got children to play them a lot. She nodded. My son. Lately he spends more and more time down at the arcade. And that's what worries you? Yeah, that's why I came tonight. Well, Evans said, the way I look at it, a couple of hours playing a computer game is a darn sight better than watching television. It's interactive, for one thing. It helps develop certain skills. But that's just a fringe benefit. The most valuable thing about these games is that they've gotten kids hooked on the technology behind them. Was that a good thing? Carrie asked skeptically, being hooked? Look, I'm not talking about the game freaks who will stand and play from morning till night. They're children with problems. If there were no games, they'd have to be rescued from something else. I'm interested in the average kids who enjoy these games and always make a little time to play. I don't understand. That may not hurt them, but I don't see what's necessarily good about it. He gave her the slightly impatient glance of a professional bored with simplifying his thoughts for amateurs. Oh. Gary, do you remember back 15 or 20 years ago how much hostility there was to computers? Anytime a company set out computer cards to simplify its billing or subscriptions, there had to be a little begging message come printed on each and every card saying, "Please do not fold, spindle, or mutilate," Carrie quoted with mock solemnity. Who didn't remember the plea or the sheer mischievous delight in disobeying, even if she never figured out what it was to spindle? I don't remember that shit at all. Computer cards. Interesting. How about that language? Lon remarked. Mutilate. Odd when all you were talking about was a piece of cardboard. But you see, the generation that was first exposed to computers did experience that kind of rage against the machines and anything connected to them. The average person thought of them as, well, we heard a hangover of the old attitude tonight. A plot foisted on unsuspecting humans by some cruel god of technology determined to depersonalize all of us, turn us into numbers. But we learned to tolerate the electronic brain since then. But most people are leery, still afraid there's some kind of contest between us and the computer for the right to be intelligent. They can't get over resentment of something man-made that outthinks its maker. Human chauvinist pigs, Carrie put in, recalling the phrase Evans had used earlier to describe such people. He nodded. But not the kids, they aren't afraid of these machines at all. And that's going to make for some thrilling breakthroughs. Because they'll grow up trusting it, not resisting it. This generation and the next will take the technology far beyond anything we can imagine. They'll allow the computer to have a real intelligence. They'll be friends with it. Fuck no, we won't. He glanced at her to emphasize the point. And that friendship will probably start for most of them when they play with a computer, maybe in an arcade. Because you can't be on any friendlier terms than you are with your playmates. Well, how about that? Well, I suppose I do think of technology as my friend, or my computer specifically. But it's like a work tool. I think it's pretty normal to develop a positive relationship with things you have positive experiences with, even if they're inanimate objects. I think that holds true of tools or books or dishware, pots that you cook a lot of delicious meals with. I feel like it's kind of the same thing. Cars, yeah, for sure. Absolutely cars. I mean, cars can expose you to a lot of things and open you up to a lot of life experiences. Friend, lover, colleague, parent, yeah. Now it's got me thinking about it, so that's interesting. Carrie was impressed by the passion he conveyed, yet still skeptical. I'd hoped there was a positive side, she said. I'm not quite ready to believe it's nothing less than the salvation of humanity. He countered quickly. Let me ask you something. Carrie, in the past 1,000 years, what single invention has done the most to advance human potential? Think now. No quick answers. He liked games of all kinds, she thought as she pondered the question. Did he expect her to say the computer? Without it, men could never have mastered the technology that had put men on the moon and controlled farther probes into space. But what was that the greatest measure of man's potential? To be able to walk on small dead stars and bring back pictures of lifeless planets? What was more important then? Electricity? The steam engine? Then it came. The printing press, she declared triumphantly. Right on, he agreed. Joe Gutenberg and his Bible led off the first great information revolution back in the 15th century, providing the means to make knowledge accessible to everyone. Only then what happened? Except for a few kings and priests, no one knew how to read, so what good was it to be able to print more books? Carrie, it took another 400 years before the benefits of the printing press were spread around. And that's why I'm so damn glad about something that turns kids on to computers. We've got the invention to make a great leap forward in civilization, and we won't have to wait 400 years to get the most out of it. But the problems facing us, yes, that just might mean the salvation of humanity. Glancing over, Carrie saw the bright, fervent shine of his eyes. Though she wasn't convinced he had succeeded in arousing her sympathy. And what else, Carrie? They were approaching the store on the other side of Elm Street. Carrie slowed the car. Everything looks shipshape, Evans said, gazing across the darkened windows. I don't know why I was giving him a southern drawl. He's from California. And he's supposed to speak with clear authority and passion, so I think I'll rework it a little bit. I'm too much into the Lifetime movie thing. I want him to be that archetype, which he kind of is. Always is, she confessed as the car coasted to a stop. A night watch isn't really necessary in this town. I just like to drive by when the town is sleeping, quiet, and I remind myself that it's there and it's mine. After my husband died, I set out to achieve something of my own, and by God, Oh, she stopped abruptly. It wasn't like her to boast. Perhaps hearing him so pumped up about his work had set her off. Listen, he said, helping her past the embarrassment. You got a right to be proud. I was impressed as hell when I was here. I was impressed as hell when I was in there. Even if you never came back. Hey, wouldn't I love to have time to stand around and taste cheeses? But between getting the new plant in operation and looking after the kids, it's all I can do to hit the supermarket once a week for a supply of milk, laundry soap, and frozen pizzas. 2 more clues. He looked after the children, he did the shopping. He was alone. Had to be. And I like how she locks onto these details about people that she observes, though. That's a nice character trait. Then, all at once, for the first time since Mike's death, a feeling swept through Carrie, a reawakening of a long unused part of herself, something deep in a cave that had slept through a few cruel and endless winters. She was attracted to this man. She wanted to flirt. I think I've got an answer for your problem, she said. Custom service. Since you can't get over here during regular hours, suppose I open the store for you right now. He laughed. Thanks a lot, but she was already swinging the car in a wide U-turn to stop in front of the store. Listen, I couldn't let you. She finished fishing in her handbag. Come on, got the keys right here. She was out of the car in a flash, unlocked the doors, flipped on the lights, and went behind the counter. For good measure, she put on Patrick's apron. Shaking his head and laughing, he trailed her into the shop. So what'll it be? She said. He threw up his hands and his laughter subsided. Ha 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 ha! Then their eyes met across the countertop. There was a long silence. Oh. What'll it be? He said. He threw up his... Oh wait, hold on. Long silence. Come on, mister, Carrie said finally. I don't have all night. She had intended to mimic a gruff counterman, but when the voice came out, it surprised her with its husky softness. The tone carried a different message. For him, maybe, she did have all night. Oh. Sooner or later. He stared at her another moment, and dropped his glance to the display of cheeses behind the glass. How's that, Saint Andre? She gave him a sliver of the cheese to taste, and he told her to cut half a pound. He bought 4 more kinds of imported cheese, some of the stuffed eggplant, half a dozen assorted pastries. Now the kids will pig out on these. A bacon quiche, and a 1/4 pound of beluga caviar. Then he started browsing the shelves for canned specialties. As the bill mounted up, Carrie was mortified. Her playful gesture had backfired terribly. Though he kept assuring her he was genuinely grateful, tossing more items into his order, she was convinced he was only buying out of obligation. After bringing some cans of the smoked Icelandic brook trout back to the counter, His eye fell on the fresh seafood salad in the cooler, $12.90 a pound. Is that good? He asked. No, it's last week's. You'll get ptomaine? 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 Ptomany? What the hell is that? I'll take half a pound. No, look, you can't. Maybe you're right. I'll take a pound. When she bridled, he asked, when she bridled, he added, I want it. Don't I have the same rights as any other customer? She gave up and started reluctantly spooning it into a container. With him standing over her at the counter again, she felt awfully self-conscious. Each time she glanced up, she found his pale blue eyes focused on her. The silence was now filled with unbearable tension. Deliciously unbearable. Flirting? What had come over her? She was too old for it. Had forgotten how. Then he spoke again. His voice was extremely gentle, yet it shattered the silence like an explosion. My wife, he said, was an actress. I met her when I went to California after graduate school. She was 19, already getting some jobs in television. We were married too quickly and had children too soon. A girl, then a boy. We stayed together for 13 years, most of them by polite agreement that it was not best for the children if not for us. She went on working a lot, small roles in television. I worked hard at my business. We didn't see each other very much. 3 years ago, she said she didn't care for the arrangement anymore. She wanted to devote herself more to her career, be free to go on long locations, or go abroad if that's where the work was. I gave her an uncontested divorce. She gave me absolute custody of our children. Oof. Awkwardly, not knowing what else to do, Carrie had gone on ladling seafood salad into the plastic container while he supplied his thumbnail sketch of an unhappy marriage. When he fell silent, she finally looked up. He was still staring at her, but now miraculously the tension was gone. After a moment he said, I thought you ought to know. It could so easily have been presumptuous, but somehow it seemed exactly right. She nodded and put the plastic lid on the container. She had to clear her throat to ask, anything else? He smiled and shook his head. Just the bill. She closed up the store and they got back in the car. Nothing was said. The air was full of possibilities both wanted to savor, and each understood the other's mood. Harry turned the car around and resumed the trip to Bowridge Road. Then she noticed they were passing the arcade. Her foot moved off the gas unthinkingly and she scanned the front. The signs glowed. There was no other visible sign of activity. You look worried again, he observed. You want to go in? Was Nick there with the girl? It wouldn't look good coming in with a strange man on the prowl. No, she said. I ought to get home. They drove by. I give you my promise, he said with exaggerated gravity. Pac-Man will not destroy your son. There wasn't any Pac-Man in this arcade, she thought, only a game called Spacescape. Why should she think that made a difference? He studied her still concerned expression. Hey, that was supposed to be funny, he said. He shrugged and gave him a broad, helpless glance. Deep down, she said, I guess I'm just one more human chauvinist pig. Well, then I'll have to see that you get liberated. She felt another meaning in his offer than merely changing her attitude about computers, and she didn't mind. When she dropped him off at the foot of his driveway, he invited her in. She repeated her wish to get home. Enough had already passed between her and Lon Evans for one night. She needed time to digest it. How much of this will keep? He asked, gathering up the big shopping bag with the Treats logo on the side. The canned stuff, of course, and the caviar until it's opened. You can freeze the quiche, the rest is best fresh. Oh, he said, sounding disappointed. Oh, the kids will have a feast anyway. I have to go back to California tomorrow on business. Do my monthly song and dance for the home office, but I was wondering. I'll be back next Wednesday. Could we have dinner together? Oh. She didn't answer right away. She had grown so comfortable, loving only her memories. It was a daunting prospect to take the unpredictable risks of reality, even if you longed for it. You can't say no, he insisted. I won't warm up your own quiche. We'll just have the caviar with drinks before dinner. Then we'll go to a thing called a restaurant. Get this. Single parents, a place where you can actually eat without making the food or washing the dishes. Carrie laughed. It sounded like Lon hadn't been on a date in a long time either. I'd like that, he said. Very much. Wednesday night then. He got out, then leaned down into the car. And thanks for giving me a lift, Carrie, in more ways than one. He closed the door and jogged up his drive. She drove home very slowly, her mind so full she had trouble concentrating on the road. Another man in her life. Was she ready? Oh yes, it might be wonderful. The arcade had done her that much good anyway. Her concern had taken her to the high school, and there she had met Lon Evans. His booster's spiel about the computer had done a bit to reassure her too, even if she still couldn't buy the idea of the machines and their games to hear him tell it, being no less than the great hope of the future. Nice. Nice. Lon Evans is a great guy, and this is only gonna be a good thing. That's the end of chapter 10. Thank you very much for all the generosity and supporting of the fine arts. Speaking of, let's get back to Fahrenheit. It's only getting better. What is the ISBN of this book? Oh, geez. You ready to write it down? Okay. 0-385-18941-9. Copyright 1984 by Robert Max. For my mother and father, earth dweller and time traveler, with thanks for giving me the moon. Fantastic. All right. I'll be right back with more Fahrenheit in just a second. See you real soon. Thanks for watching. 2 chapters to catch up on here. First, let me reset the goal tracker. I really appreciate that. Immense generosity. Yes, the dark and twisted mind of Robert Max. His last name is Max. It sure is. M-A-X-X-E. Max. That's the pseudonym that he uses when he's writing science fiction. Chapter 11. On Saturday afternoon, the soccer JV was having its first match, and Carrie went to see Nick play starting left forward, whatever that was. She had never been to a soccer game before and couldn't suppress butterflies in her stomach when she saw how rough and tumble it was. Nick was trapped several times in the thick of hot scrambles for the ball. And more than once, he got jostled to the ground amid feet flailing in spiked shoes. Carrie had visions of him getting kicked in the head. Yet she was thrilled when Nick scored a tie-breaking goal toward the end of the first half, and that mitigated against her condemning the sport even after he had to be sent limping off the field in the last quarter, his shin bruised by an opponent's kick. During the game, Carrie kept looking over the stands and the sidelines, searching for the girl who'd come to the house last night. If there was some throbbing infatuation... Dude, you have to use that word? It's getting creepy again. If there was some throbbing infatuation, the girl could be expected to turn up here, rooting for Nick. The goal-scoring sports hero, wounded in action, no less. That was the stuff of which crushes were made. But the girl was nowhere to be seen, and she was too much of a standout, Carrie thought, to be overlooked. At breakfast on Sunday, Nick explained that he would be rehearsing all day at the Bannermans. He had told Carrie a week ago that the Mindbenders were hoping to land their first paid engagement, $35 to play at his school Thanksgiving dance, and they were working hard to prepare their audition for the social committee. Touched by Nick's effort, Carrie had automatically tabled her plan to take the children away over Thanksgiving. The Caribbean might be nice at Christmas, too. With the passage of the weekend and Nick's total involvement in all his usual activities, Carrie realized she must have jumped to the wrong conclusion. The girl was just someone Nick met occasionally at the arcade. But if Carrie no longer suspected the arcade of providing her son with a rendezvous for a precocious romance, she was still curious about the place. Her conversation with Lon Evans left her feeling both chastened and challenged. It was time, she thought, to overcome her own prejudice of computers and the games they could play, establish a friendly relationship with the technology of the future. On Monday at lunch hour, she walked down Elm Street to have another look. She frowned slightly as she approached the arcade and saw a couple of young boys walk up to the entrance ahead of her. How many other potential Philip Carmichaels were already inside? But then one of the boys tried to pull the door open and discovered it was bolted. Frustrated, he kept yanking on the handle for half a minute. Last, he cursed and walked away with his companion. Despite what she'd witnessed, Carrie had to try the door for herself. Locked. She found it hard to believe. It couldn't be because whoever managed the arcade was out to lunch. Carrie had seen it open when no one was on the premises. And hadn't Patrick been in there during a lunch hour? Carrie went back to her shop. She kept thinking about the arcade. Had it closed up? Could Friday night's protest meeting have made the difference, and so quickly? When businesses remained slow in the early part of the afternoon, Carrie decided to leave Patrick in charge and take off. She could go home, wash her hair, perhaps get out the sewing machine and finish a slipcover for the little chair she bought at a yard sale to use with her vanity table. But first, she drove back to the other end of Elm Street. She parked the car outside the arcade and tried the door again. It was still locked. As she turned back to her car, Carrie's eye caught Osgood's across the street, and she was reminded she needed some new shampoo and hair conditioner. She spent 10 minutes in the pharmacy buying these things and a few other standby items for the medicine chest, then chatting with Jack Osgood about his son's first semester at Yale. She was getting back into her car when a bunch of kids on bicycles came riding up from the direction of school. She glanced at the clock on the dash, just a few minutes past 3. School was out. The kids were eager to play. Carrie started the car, but waited in front of the arcade to see how the children would react to being locked out. Jumping from their bikes, they propped him up against the side of the cottage and raced for the entrance. They lunged at the doors, seized the handles. The doors opened easily, and the kids streamed inside. Carrie shook her head in confusion. Blah? Had there been someone inside all the time the arcade was locked? Then why had it been closed? To keep her out? Nonsense. That was leaping across the generation gap into paranoia. Carrie considered getting out of the car again and going into the arcade, but then she saw a few more knots of school children walking quickly along the sidewalk towards the cottage. There would be dozens now that school was recessed. If she wanted to try one of the games herself, she'd have to pick a better time than right after school. Turned the car around and drove home. Damn, man, nothing's happening. Shit. Yeah, Dad, Nate, this is going slow. On the way, it suddenly occurred to her that timing wasn't coincidental. The arcade had opened only after the school day was over. She remembered that a major complaint of the anti-arcade group, in fact, their most reasonable, was the accessibility of the games during school hours. Was it possible that the arcade had adjusted its hours in response to a reasonable objection? It would make good sense politically as a way of blunting community protests and heading off the move for a permanent closing. But if that were the case, Carrie thought, then some representative of the arcade obviously knew exactly what had been said at the meeting. And it couldn't be through the local newspaper, Tides and Tidings. Tides and Tidings would no doubt carry a complete report, but the weekly wasn't due out until Thursday. Which meant that someone connected to the arcade must have been in the high school auditorium on Friday night. Lon Evans? He'd spoken in defense of the games. Yet if he was the one, why should he keep the connection a secret? Why not take the chair provided on stage? He had been anxious enough to have his say. Oh, the international computer conspiracy. It was still an outlandish idea. In her mind's eye, Carrie reviewed the other faces she'd seen in the audience. Was there anyone else who looked unfamiliar, out of the place? Unimportant as the questions were, Carrie couldn't stop turning them over in her head. Could it be Evans? Was he connected somehow with Mr. Peel? And all the while she washed her hair and dried it, she wondered. And later, when she started sewing her slipcover, she finished 3 whole seams before realizing one of the 2 pieces being joined was wrong side out. Womp womp. That evening, and again on Tuesday, Nick called right after soccer practice to remind Carrie he was going straight to Dougie's to rehearse for a couple of hours. Home alone with Emily, Carrie involved her in preparing dinner and let her try the sewing machine, and curled up with her on the den sofa, both in nightgowns, and made jokes about being bachelor girls together. But Carrie felt a little blue the whole time and couldn't admit the obvious reason to herself until Tuesday night, when she and Emily fell into watching a couple of television sitcoms, and both happened to be about mothers or fathers, divorced or widowed, raising kids alone. It seemed to be a popular theme these days, though Carrie couldn't find anything funny in it. She didn't want to sit home every night, much as she loved being with her children. She hated having her hair freshly washed and conditioned and smelling great, and nowhere to go. She was only 37, for God's sakes, in her prime. Oh Lord, would it be over now? The aloneness? It's almost like gayness.
You're listening to
No.
Game Music Radio.
She mustn't do this. Make too
rpgamers.net.
goddamn much of one date, and with a man she knew so little about. Before going off to school on Wednesday morning, Nick announced that he would be at Doug Bannerman's house again that evening. Carrie balked. This was the night she'd be having dinner out with... wait, hold on. Yeah, this was the night she'd be having dinner out with, if he really called, Lon Evans, if she didn't decide there was something sinister about him she ought to avoid. She looked ahead and imagined Lon picking her up, and thought it would be much easier on Emily, seeing Mother go on her first date, if Nick was there too. I think maybe the Mindbenders should take a night off, Carrie said, and you stay home. Aw, Mom, Nick squalled. I can't! How are we ever going to get ready? Well, what about your schoolwork? When does that get done? We do it, Nick replied vaguely, then added, you have to know I'm ahead in every subject. That sounded too good to be true, and probably was. But the band effort did have a value of its own that Carrie didn't want to take lightly. He pondered for a moment, then shrugged in reluctant assent, and off Nick went. The phone was ringing when Carrie opened the store at a few minutes before 9:30. She picked up the extension at the cash register. Hi, it's Lon Evans. There were no earthquakes in California, so I'm back to keep our date. Anything change on your end? Carrie's hesitation was barely perceptible. No, I'm looking forward to dinner. Great. He paused. I've been thinking so much about you, Carrie. She didn't know how to answer. Hurriedly, perhaps only to cover the embarrassed silence, he said he'd pick her up at 8:30 if that was convenient, and when she said it was fine, he hung up. She went through the rest of the day damning herself with that awkward silence. He'd been brave and sweet, and she'd been cold. I've been thinking so much about you. There were half a dozen answers she could have given instead of leaving him out there shivering on a limb. Sincere, that's very nice to hear. Jokey, I hope it didn't get in the way of your work. Romantic, I thought about you too. Or honest. Please don't rush things, Lon. It scares me. Or was it something she couldn't say? You scare me because I like you, but I don't know who or what you are, and I think you might be keeping some strange secret from me about your work. About the arcade. Whatever her doubts, though, Carrie was all girlish expectancy by the time she got home that evening. She came early so that she could feed Emily and get her settled with Kim Larimore, and still have time afterward to immerse herself for half an hour in a warm bath. She wanted to be ready for tonight, relaxed, smooth, perfumed, irresistible. Lying in the scented water, she thought about the evening ahead, her first date, the getting to know him kind, since she was 22. It made her feel somewhat vulnerable, as if she were that age again. Or younger. Not all the feeling was good. Part of it was that green around the ears insecurity, not knowing exactly how to behave, not sure she understood the social language of dating anymore. Christ, it had been hard enough getting the signal straight 20 years ago, but the world had changed so much since then, especially the world of interactions between men and women. What was expected of her? How should she respond if he wanted to go to bed with her? Was it all right to sleep with a man on the first date if you were a 37-year-old widow? Maybe not. She wasn't sure she could stop herself if he made the pass, or stop herself from making it first. It was obvious her sexual needs were spilling over, gushing forth. Look how fast the relationship was moving. It's the first date, lady. Anyway. And wasn't she the one who had really set the pace, bringing him into the store like that? I said gushing, sorry. I need to make it clear when I'm doing an aside. I was indulging the gush. They used flowing. Thinking about it only made her tense. She pushed down deeper into the bath, tried to relax, wipe away all expectations and concentrate on the womb-like warmth. But she felt so sexy now. And as if all of her thoughts of going to bed with Lon, the stranger, were an infidelity, her mind did penance by sliding into a fantasy with Mike, recreating some of the high points from a particularly long and satisfying bout of lovemaking they had enjoyed in a room at the Gritty Palace on their first trip to Venice. Hotel rooms always turned them on. There was something so exquisitely decadent about Venice that they had indulged themselves with a pure carnal delight that was at once bestial and childlike. Making love nearly until dawn, then still eager for more sensations after a room service breakfast, Mike had taken the honey served to them with toast, warmed it slightly over a candle, and then the jangle of the phone shattered the dream. Carrie pulled herself out of the bath and grabbing a towel from the bar, hurtled towards the bedside phone and grabbed the receiver as if to strangle it. She was already lifting it to her ear when she realized that the terry fabric clutched against her dripping breasts was only a hand towel. Oh shit, she muttered, not caring what was heard by the torturer on the other end of the line, who had chosen this moment to call. She followed with a sharp, "Hello? Carrie, it's Joanne Bannerman. Listen, am I catching you at a bad moment?" No, not at all, Carrie said, sheepish now about her rudeness. Well, are you sure? Because I need to talk for a minute. Oh, that's fine, Joanne. Goosebumps arose on her arms and legs. Carrie yanked up a corner of the bedspread and wrapped it around herself. Yeah, it's about Nick and Doug. I thought if we put our heads together, there might be something we could do to help. Help? Carrie echoed curiously. What do you mean, Joanne? Did Doug Bannerman's mother really think it was worth playing band agent to land the boys a $35 job? Yeah, this music is awesome. There was a pause. Then the other woman raced on. Well, I suppose what I'm really hoping, Carrie, is that you might speak to Nick. Of course, you can't change his mind if it's really made up, I know that. But Doug has been moping about this for days. Maybe you feel differently because Nick put in so much of his own money, but Charlie and I paid for all of Doug's, and frankly, we're none too thrilled about shelling out $700 for all that equipment and then having it just sit there. I know, it's not impossible to find someone else for him to play with, but since the whole idea started with Nick, Dougie feels it's really dead without him. At first, it was just noise, meaningless words strung together. Carrie kept waiting for a chance to break in, to tell Joanne to slow down and start over slowly from the beginning. But then all at once, the bombardment of words fell into a dark pool of meaning. The boys' band had broken up. Nick wasn't rehearsing with Doug tonight, moping about this for days. Hadn't rehearsed over the weekend or the last 2 nights from the sound of it. There was a silence on the line now, a chance for Carrie to respond, but she was speechless. Nick had been boldly lying to her, and she had never suspected, never imagined, for a second, she was seized by... for a second. Never imagined, period. For a second, she was seized by a panic. Lurid, melodramatic visions of Nick fallen into incorrigible delinquency. Then the inner storm subsided, and from some mental reservoir came a flow of comforting phrases collected out of newspaper advice columns, PTA meetings, guest appearances by child psychologists on TV talk shows. Nick was going through a stage, acting out some problem. Maybe it had to do with the girl. Or it might go all the way back to Mike's death. Well, what do you think, Carrie? The voice on the phone prodded. And you hope you could persuade Nick to continue with the band? There were a dozen questions she wanted to ask, but every one would give away the shameful secret. She had lost control of her child. I really don't know, Joan, she said. Joanne, excuse me. Her tentative tone was misinterpreted by the other woman. God knows, Carrie, I'm no big fan myself of the kind of music they make. But I thought it was good to have them wrapped up in a project of their own. It's a damn shame to see that go down the drain, don't you think so? I agree, Carrie replied stiffly. It was a strain to keep up the pretense that she knew about Nick's decisions. Making a conscious effort at warmth, she added, I'll see what I can do, Joanne. I'm sorry, Doug's been let down. Joanne Bannerman thanked her and they said goodbye. After hanging up, Carrie remained standing by the phone. Her hopes for a lovely evening had been blasted apart. Was there a chance in hell she could go off now with Lon Evans and enjoy herself? Her only need was to find Nick, find the truth, and Carrie thought she knew exactly where to look. She started to reach for the Milport phone directory and then realized that Lon Evans was too new in town to be included. She picked up the phone again and learned from the information operator that under new listings, there was only an A. Evans on Bow Ridge Row. Lon. What was that short for? Carrie took the number and tried it. A man answered. It was Lon. She told him only that an emergency had developed, something with one of the children, and she would have to attend to it immediately. Anything I can do to help? He asked. He sounded so instantly sympathetic. There was a moment she almost told him the details of the problem, but then she held back. If she told him where she was going to look for Nick, she thought Lon would tell her she was making a mountain out of a molehill, and repeat all the things he'd said the night of the meeting. So she answered that she would manage alone. Well, I hope everything works out all right, he said earnestly. Now I'm going to miss seeing you tonight, Carrie. Can we plan on another night? Her doubts stood in her way, suspicion of his connection to the very thing that had perhaps misled Nick. Oh, I'll call you, Lon, was all she could reply before lowering the receiver slowly into the cradle. For one more second, she stared at the phone, her mind buzzing with some confused thought about technology. The miracle that could put a distant voice right next to your ear. Nothing bad about that. Then she turned from the phone and unwound the bedspread from her body. Without stopping to fetch a bath towel and finish drying off completely, she began rushing into her clothes. Alright, chapter 12. The second of 2 unlocked chapters. So much reading. But it's worth it. This book is satisfying so far. Although it does have its weird moments. So much reading to say nothing. Yeah, there's some word fluff here and there. That was a particularly fluff chapter. Chapter 12. But now we're getting back to the arcade. She parked the car a block away from the arcade. As soon as she got out, she crossed to the other side of Elm Street before walking toward the pharmacy. Hey, Goth Freak, thanks for gifting a sub. She couldn't help turning up the fur collar of her parka, hunching down into it. Not only to shield herself from the night's chill, she felt like a spy. In a rage when she left home, her first idea had simply been to locate Nick and haul him back to the house. Like the police capturing a fugitive. Wrecking her evening was the least of his crimes. He had broken a cardinal law of the family. Attention and short rations were in order. A full confession must be extracted. But on the short drive, she cooled down. Punishing Nick might satisfy her pride. Salve the wound of being deceived. Treated like an antagonist, the enemy. But it would only harden the positions and make it more difficult to learn Nick's motives. And Carrie wanted knowledge more than retribution. Why had Nick lied so grossly for the first time in his life? Because of the girl, perhaps? If that liaison was leading Nick into overheated explorations of sex, he wouldn't need Holmesian powers of deduction to know his mother would disapprove. Or was it only so he could spend more time at the arcade? Yet why should Nick feel he had to sneak down there? Far from ruling it off limits, she had been lenient about it. Unless he was spending all his free time there. Were the lies Nick told about the band practice only part of the picture? What about soccer practice? His homework? She stopped outside Osgood's. Beyond the window shelves of hair dryers and a large display card for Grecian formula, Carrie could see the soda fountain, a handful of teenagers perched on stools along the counter. Nick wasn't among them. She turned and looked across the street. The cottage with its blue neon eyes stared back. Beyond the signs, the interior appeared dark as usual. In the darkness, with the games absorbing all the attention of the players, Carrie supposed she'd be able to circulate unnoticed. Making one small concession to disguise, however, she took a scarf from her pocket and tied it over her head, a fashion rare for her. Then she crossed over. Bicycles were leaning all along the clapboard sides of the cottage. Carrie scanned the profusion of wheels and frames for Nick's scanned the profusion of wheels and frames for Nick red Japanese 10-speed, but the blue glow from the arcade signs washed out the other colors, made one bike indistinguishable from the next. At the entrance, she paused, like an actress in the wings preparing to go on stage. If he was there, and he spotted her right away, she wanted to have her lines ready. "So there you are, young man. I thought you might be here." The speech of maternal indignation wrote itself, but she hoped it wouldn't be needed. She could help Nick more by observing, trying to learn the reason behind the lie. It wasn't spying, she assured herself. It was, what did government say? Gathering intelligence. She checked that her long hair was tucked under the scarf and inside her collar, and then pulled the door open and slipped through. It was very dim inside. The ceiling lights over the machines were on, but so faintly they cast no downward beams. Carrie recalled the system that faded the lights automatically as a player approached a machine. The settings were all low now because every machine was being used. Clusters of shadowy figures stood around each game. Carrie tried, with one darting look around, to find Nick, but it was impossible. Groups around the machines were all facing away towards the screens, tightly gathered so that separate shadows blended to form one humped beast. Standing in the open area by the entrance, Carrie felt too exposed. Keeping her head down, she moved swiftly to attach herself to the group at the nearest machine. Then cautiously, she lifted her eyes and surveyed the scene in detail. There were 50 or 60 others in the arcade, a player in front of every console, and several spectators gathered behind each one. Moving patterns of light from the video screens lit their rapt faces. Young faces all, as far as Carrie could tell. No one had given her entrance any notice. Yet she couldn't dispel the sensation of being closely watched, the same sort of spooky uneasiness you get when you enter a silent house, as if eyes are following her every move through a crack in a closet door. Then she realized the cause, no different than it was in the house. She realized the cause, no different than it was in the house. The quietness. The arcade was extremely quiet. She had anticipated the ceaseless cacophony of an electronic battle. A loud barrage of buzzes and beeps and booms and noises not so easily categorized. And instead, there was this library-like hush, though not quite silence. Sounds came from the machines, but they were subdued, oddly soothing. Humming, purring. A low, not unmusical whistling, yet none so exactly definable since they were all electronic and unnatural. The players and spectators made some noises too, but no more than the whispers and murmurs of a congregation in church. It was this calm, Carrie realized, that induced the uncomfortable feeling of being studied by hostile eyes. It was so unlikely for an amusement parlor to be filled with kids. It suggested instead the lull caused in a boisterous celebration by the arrival of an unwanted guest at whom everyone stops to glare. But no one was glaring at her here. No one even looked in her direction. The quiet arose wholly out of the absolute concentration gripping the children standing in front of the games. Her eyes had adjusted to the dark, and Carrie could begin to distinguish faces. There were 6 kids in the group she had joined, but Nick was not among them. He edged around the perimeter and crossed a gap of several feet to attach herself to the next group. Nick was not there either. She continued along the row of games, expecting the group around the 3rd, then the 4th. "All right, Terry's turn," a voice said softly just as Carrie moved to the 5th machine, the one that faced the rear between the 2 side rows. The cluster of spectators shifted. The boy stepped away from in front of the console and a girl took his place. The boy walked around to the back of the group and stood beside Carrie. She recognized him at once, though it took her a second to place the face. He was one of the 2 sons of the woman who ran a weekly dance exercise class at her house. Alan? Was that his name? He was 3 or 4 years older than Nick, and Carrie had never seen him except when he would accidentally barge into his mother's living room during a workout. Huh. The boy returned no signs of recognition, however, didn't give Carrie so much as a glance. His attention never shifted from the video screen. During the changeover in players, the screen had filled with a lively show of computer graphics. Streaks of white on a blue field like shooting stars across a night sky, red and yellow balls like flaming meteors, similar to the display Carrie had seen when she came to the arcade alone. Intermittently, the word also flashed on. Spacescape. 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 Through the quiet came the metallic clink of a coin being dropped into the machine. The girl at the console was ready to play. A rush of curiosity diverted Carrie from her quest for Nick. The game? What was it? For an instant, the screen went black. At the same time, from the stereo wings that jutted out from the sides of the machine, a weird, unearthly voice emerged. Electronically synthesized, it sounded a bit like a rubber band, and the lowest note on a piano being simultaneously twanged, the vibrations being formed into words. "Thank you," said the voice. Suddenly, a face occupied the screen, formed out of a mosaic of tiny colored squares, different hues and intensities. It had eyes, a nose, a mouth, but it wasn't a human likeness. This was the computer programmer's cute conception of a space creature. The mosaic shifted, giving animation to the creature as it continued speaking. "Greetings, Earthling. Proceeding the flight. Will you please identify yourself?" The girl at the console dutifully replied, "Terry." The picture on the screen remained momentarily frozen, imbuing the computer creature with the comic aspect of being caught off guard or nonplussed. It spoke again. "Your full name is needed. Thank you." "Oh, sorry, it's Teresa McDowell." Ken McDowell ran the fish market in town, Carrie thought. This was probably one of his daughters. "Thank you, Earthling," said the computer animation. "You may begin your flight." The creature was abruptly replaced by the representation of a landscape, an exaggerated 3-dimensional perspective, an essentially barren plain, but with jagged peaks poking up here and there. Composed entirely of thin white lines laid down on a field of black, it looked to Carrie like the surface of the moon as it might be rendered by an architectural engineer. The only colored area... Oh, watch out now. The only colored area was in the foreground, a small blue and yellow shape, like some sort of spacecraft. "Countdown," a synthesized voice came from the speakers. "Prepare to fly, stage 1. 4, 3, 2, 1, blast." An ear-feeling whooshing sound drowned the voice, and the floor vibrated as the yellow and blue spacecraft rose from the lower edge of the screen into the center and appeared to tilt over. Simultaneously, the graphics in the background changed perspective, and the pattern of lines etching the landscape reformed again and again in rapid sequence. The effect was to make the spacecraft appear to be flying over the lunar landscape at tremendous speed. The girl player threw herself into manipulating the joystick, and the spacecraft dodged between soaring, jagged mountain peaks. Then near the top of the picture, The outline of a futuristic city pricked the horizon. Very small at first. In a second it loomed larger, much larger. The spacecraft appearing to bear down on it at supersonic speed. Then the craft was flying through canyons of futuristic buildings. The sight was dizzying for Carrie. She saw the girl jiggling the control stick frantically to steer the craft away from the buildings. But a moment later it flew straight into one, and the screen exploded with lights, while a low boom played from the stereo speakers. The voice spoke again. "Prepare flight to stage 1. Another spacecraft appeared in the foreground of the screen and blasted off over the city. Harry had seen enough to understand. The game was simply a computerized obstacle course. 2 or 3 tries to steer your spacecraft through it without being brought down, then your turn ended. Nothing new, really, except that it had been fancied up with video gimmicks. That little space creature was probably what gave kids a special kick. It dramatized the fantasy, made the game appear to be a receiver of signals from some distant galaxy. He turned away and started searching the darkness again for Nick. Doubling back toward the entrance, along the other row of machines, she saw him in the second group she joined. He was near the front, right behind the player at the console. There were 4 other spectators between him and Carrie, enabling her to observe him inconspicuously. As she watched, she saw Nick put one hand up and rub the back of the person at the controls as if for encouragement. Carrie realized then that the player was the girl, Dana. Lit by the colored patterns on the screen, the girl's face shone in the dark, and Carrie was transfixed again by her beauty. Then the play of light drew Carrie's attention back to the screen, and she noticed that the images were completely different than the ones she had seen on the other game. This was not the rendering of a landscape. In fact, it wasn't a picture of anything so much as a design. Concentric rings of different hues shrinking down to a pinpoint. Alternative rings were rotating in opposite directions, creating mesmerizing vortexes of color. Only after staring at it for a minute did Carrie perceive the illusion of depth. The spinning rings seemed to form a tunnel, a whirling, 3-dimensional maze. Carrie scanned the picture for some tiny object that stood out, distinct from the rest of the pattern. A symbol a player was supposed to manipulate through a maze. But she had difficulty keeping her eyes on the screen. The tunnel of colors made her dizzy, so disoriented that she began to feel as if she were slipping from a precipice, in danger of falling away into an abyss. She blinked and pulled her gaze away from the image to Nick. He was leaning tensely forward, close to the girl's shoulder. Carrie saw a slight movement of his lips, as if he had whispered some advice. The circles on the screen started to whirl faster, and Nick's face grew more taut. His mouth moved again. This time Carrie caught the words, urgently muttered, "Time jump, Dana! Hurry! Time jump!" In the next second, a high-pitched whistle erupted from the speakers, and the rings of color suddenly contracted, folded in on each other as the surrounding screen went dark. The tunnel of color was seemingly being swallowed up in a black hole. The girl tossed a quick glance at Nick. "Oh God," she said, "I meant to..." Carrie was amazed at how distressed the girl sounded. It was only a game. She felt in sympathy with Nick as she watched him rub the girl's shoulders in consolation. "Don't worry about it," Nick said. "You'll make it next time." The rings of color abruptly blazed onto the screen again. "Re-enter stage 3, a voice commanded from the machine. The girl spun back to face the screen, her shoulders hunched forward tensely as she placed her hands over buttons on the control board. Carrie was beginning to feel anxious. If she continued to watch, how long before Nick discovered her? When Dana's turn ended, if she came around to the back of the group, certainly she would recognize Nick's mother from the other night. So how, Carrie wondered, should she deal with Nick? Confront him now, or exercise patience and restraint? What would the parents' handbook recommend? The tunnel of colors spun faster. Nick was biting his lip as he watched, and he smiled and patted Dana's back. "That's it," he murmured. "Way to go." There was no handbook to guide her, Carrie realized, only her instincts. Jump in now and she'd scare Nick away from her. She'd have to take her time, try to understand what was happening with her. Carrie turned and headed rapidly toward the door. Walking between the rows of machines, she gathered only a quick impression that the moving image on each screen was distinctly different. Not a single pair of eyes turned from the games to watch her go. Driving home, she rationalized the shock of Nick's lie had set off an avalanche of emotions, anger and hurt, and the one that cut deepest, self-recrimination. She must have let him down terribly somehow. He could disregard the trust between them as worthless. But after watching Nick in the arcade, she felt a little better. He was not, after all, mixed up with a bunch of delinquents. He wasn't taking drugs or stealing cars and taking them for joyrides, not even loitering on street corners. He was hanging out in the arcade with other decent kids. And was it such a bad place? Well, clean, quiet, seemingly well run. Carrie couldn't easily condemn the games either. They obviously demanded a degree of skill, sharp reflexes, and good hand-eye coordination. All those buttons had to be brought into play. Would she object if Nick spent all his spare time at chess club? Granted, these video games couldn't offer the revered intellectual challenge that chess did, but from what she had seen, Carrie had to admit she'd be hard put to master one herself. None of that excused Nick's lying, of course, but his reasons weren't obscure. A lot of promises had been made to his friend, Dougie, and taking the heat for breaking those promises was hard for a kid at Nick's age. But he'd hardly been the first 12-year-old who had some wholehearted enthusiasm burn out overnight. Mixed up into his motives, too, was Dana. Upon reflection, Carrie had to concede that her volatile response to the girl might have arisen from jealousy. Much as she wanted to be better than other mothers, not be caught in the old Freudian pitfalls, it was hard to lose that sweet monopoly on her son's adoration. Back in the house, she let the babysitter go, looked in on Emily, and straightened the blankets around her, then trekked wearily into her own room. The bathwater she had deserted to answer Joanne Bannerman's call was still in the tub. Carrie drained it and knelt to clean away the ring on the porcelain. Her mind strayed back to earlier in the evening when she'd looked forward to her date with Lon Evans, and then suddenly to the fantasy with Mike that had been interrupted. Suddenly she was overcome by the old grief. Oh God, she wanted him back, not a new man, a substitute. Futile as it was, she bowed her head and rested motionless on her knees, praying that he could be there to help with the children. They were growing up. The problems were really just beginning. The noise of the door slamming downstairs brought her out of the hopeless prayer. "Nicky?" she called, using his little boy name again, wishing. "Yeah." She heard him run up the stairs, beelining for his room. Her hurried words came without thinking. "Band practice go all right?" A mean trick, but she had to test his duplicity once more. She still couldn't quite believe he'd lied and would go on lying. "Pretty good," he called back. She heard the door of his room close. She thought of barging in right now on a raid for the truth. Then she'd reach for the tub faucet and unleashed a fresh flow of hot water. There'd be time to have it out with Nick. Right now, she needed nothing so much as to finish a fantasy. Girl's gotta smash the bean before she goes and confronts her kid about lying. We've all been there. We know what it's like. Weirdly heartfelt, I guess. This chapter is weirdly empathetic with her struggles and emotional situation, and also weirdly understanding of like being a softer kind of parent, and weirdly understanding of her need to flick the bean, to smash the gooch. Mom's got to rub one out in the bathtub sometimes, all right? That's just how it is. And Robert Max is not afraid to dive into that part of humanity. Thank you, Robert. All right, let's get back to Fahrenheit. Yeah. Fez was an ego quest? You thought so? I don't know. I don't think Fez was that ego-driven. As much as people think that Phil Fish is egotistical, I thought the game itself was very player-centric. I didn't think it forced itself too much. I didn't think. But yeah, I gotta play Y2K in terms of deranged ego expressions of cringe sincerity. That's the important combo. Speaking of, chapter 13. The next afternoon, Carrie went to Milport Elementary and Middle School, timing her arrival carefully for just 10 minutes after classes had been dismissed. Before having a disciplinary talk with Nick, she needed to know the full extent of his deceit. As Carrie had hoped, Grace Mullen was still in Nick's classroom, conscientiously performing the various tasks that would prepare for the next day's lessons. She was at the blackboard when Carrie entered, just finishing an equation for tomorrow's math class. As she turned from the blackboard, dusting chalk off her fingertips, the teacher saw Carrie. "Oh, Mrs. Foster," he trilled. "What a nice surprise." She was an extremely thin, round-shouldered woman in her mid-30s with mousy brown hair and a complexion pitted by the scars of severe childhood acne. She would have fit perfectly into the mold of spinster school marm, except that 5 years ago, Grace Mullen had paid $95 to a computer dating service, and one of the 6 dates supplied to her had turned out to be a legless Vietnam veteran whom she had married 10 weeks later in an all-white church ceremony. The vet was confined to a wheelchair, but he was attractive, humorous, self-supporting as a TV repairman, and known to adore his wife. The romance was widely talked about in Milport, not so much for its value as gossip, but because it was the kind of story that made people feel good. Grace Mullen was a teacher of extraordinary talent, admired and beloved by her students and their parents. They were all glad she wasn't lonely. God damn, savaging this girl. "Hello, Grace," Carrie responded warmly. "Hope it's not too inconvenient catching you like this at the end of the day." "Well, not at all. I was planning to be here a while anyway. The new English texts came in, and I wanted to get them distributed. But first, what can I do for you?" Hands clasped at her waist, she stood looking earnestly at Carrie. Carrie felt suddenly unprepared, as if she were back in grade school being called on to answer a difficult question in class. Nick had never been a problem child in the past. She'd never had to discuss with teachers or psychologists. Her first thought was to ask if she could help Grace distribute the textbooks while they talked. "Well, certainly," the teacher said in the same cheery tone she might use to encourage a pupil's initiative. She went to a closet and pulled out an open cardboard carton. Carrie joined her, and both women dipped into the box for armloads of books. "Just place one on each desk," Grace instructed as she began walking between 2 rows of desks. "Now, what did you want to talk to me about?" Carrie went down a different aisle. "I just wanted to know about Nick, if he's doing all right." "Nick?" The teacher stopped and looked at Carrie. "Goodness, I can't imagine why you'd be worried about that boy. So far, he's having an absolutely wonderful year. I could stand having a dozen Nicks, Mrs. Foster. He's so attentive, curious, quick to grasp." The relief flooded through Carrie. Then he is keeping up with the class, doing all his homework? Grace Mullen let out a short laugh. Well, now there we do have a little problem. Carrie sighed loudly, quickly deflated. "Oh, I don't mean to worry you," Grace rushed on. "It's not at all a matter of keeping up. Keeping him down would be more like it. He's straining at the bit all the time." "What do you mean?" Both women had finished passing out their load of books. They walked back to the garden together. "Nick doesn't stop with his assigned homework," Grace Mullen explained. "He's 4 or 5 assignments ahead in every book, moving faster all the time. Lately, I've actually started to rein him in. Because you see, it's not good for the rest of the class. I like to keep them working together." He paused. "In fact, since you're here, Mrs. Foster, please call me Carrie." "Why, thank you," Grace said quietly, touched by the ordinary amenity. "The thing is, I wouldn't mind if you'd tell Nick to ease up a little. He really doesn't have to do quite so much, not unless he's determined to go to Harvard by the time he's 14. Still amazed by the teacher's revelations, Carrie could only shake her head. Grace misunderstood. Of course, I don't want to stifle him, but if he really must move so quickly, you ought to consider making special arrangements. No, I'll be happy to do whatever you advise. I'm just so pleased to hear he's doing so well." She laid down the last of her second armload of books and gave Grace Mullen an appreciative smile. the prelude to departure. But now the teacher was looking concerned. What made you worry, Harry? Have there been problems at home with Nick? I know he's at an age where things do start getting difficult for parents. Harry hesitated. It felt like a betrayal to tell someone who had such a high regard for her son about one slip, one lie. There haven't really been any problems, he replied at last. But Nick has been spending a lot of time lately in ways I'm not sure are good for him. You've heard, I suppose, about the arcade that opened recently on Elm Street. Oh, I see, Grace Mullins said quickly. You're concerned because Nick has become a spacey. What? A spacey, Grace repeated, smiling this time. It's what the children call someone who's gotten interested in that game, the one down at the arcade. I can't think of the name. Spacescape? Harry supplied. Yes, that's it. There seem to be some other children who are much more interested in Spacescape than the others. They have clubs, sort of, or maybe they're in teams. I don't know exactly how it works, but the kids involved are known as Spaceys. They call themselves that. Spaceys, Carrie repeated to herself once more. Nick's never mentioned the word or said anything about these clubs. Well, it's certainly no dark secret, Grace said. But at school, it's just a little easier to pick up on these things. You hear the kids talking about it so much in the halls or the cafeteria. Who's a Spacey and who isn't? Which Spaceys are going to play the game tonight? From the sounds of it, Harry observed, the school hasn't done anything to discourage these clubs. Well, there doesn't seem to be any reason to. They're not like social cliques. There's no nasty aspect of excluding unpopular children, accepting only the favorites. I gather that anyone at all who likes to play is a Spacey. It's just a term of identification. As for the academic side, we worried about that at first, but it turns out most of the Spaceys are among our best students, like Nick. Playing the game hasn't done any harm to their work. Carrie studied the sincere expression on the teacher's homely, intelligent face. Jesus, Carrie, the way she talks about other women sometimes. Then, in your opinion, there's nothing wrong with Nick being a Spacey. She used the word a bit reluctantly, as if it ratified the existence of a domain where Nick would be forever cut off from her. Well, providing, of course, that a child has perspective and doesn't become obsessed, Grace answered firmly. I think it's fine. It's just another fad, like the yo-yo or the hula hoop or collecting bubblegum cards. They come and go, don't they? Harry took a deep breath and smiled broadly at the teacher. She had been very tense when she arrived, but she felt much better now. You've been a great help, Grace. I can trust your judgment. Oh, thank you, Carrie. Walking with her to the door, Grace added lightly, bear in mind, though, that I could be one of the worst people in the world to ask about this. I'm not impartial. Not. Harry spun around in the doorway. Don't tell me you're a Spacey, too. But Grace Mullen was laughing. No, not merely laughing, giggling. Dear me, no, she gasped and put a hand over her mouth, hiding her uneven teeth until the giggles subsided. God, what does Carrie have against this poor woman? Her snaggly, uneven teeth. Back off, Carrie. I guess she's wound up about her kid, but damn. Always gotta be cutting her down. I'd just never be the one to stop anyone from playing a computer game because, I played one once. I played and I won everything I'd ever wanted. Oh, there it is. Iced Out Donut. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate it. Her face was lit now by a look of transcendent fulfillment. So you couldn't blame me for being a little prejudiced, could you? It was her husband she was talking about, Carrie realized, the prize she'd won from a computer dating service. A kind of computer game. No, Carrie said, I couldn't blame you. They said goodbye and shook hands. Walking down the corridor, Carrie wondered what it was like to live with a man who'd been chosen for you by a machine. An electronic cupid. What was love? Where was the marvelous mystery in it if a computer could analyze personalities and match the two who were meant for each other? Or was she being a romantic snob? What was so goddamn wonderful about the random process by which life created couples? Accident, chance, fate put someone in your path at a certain receptive moment. Is that really so much better than a computer shuffling through a few thousand cards and dropping the right one into a slot? The computer arranged in seconds what life took years to do, or not do. 3 years she'd been alone. Lon Evans? Was he anything more than a stranger who had looked into her eyes, that stirred the banked fires of leftover passions? That's a great phrase. Carrie looked back along the corridor towards the classroom. Grace Mullen had faced the same problem once, the need for love. Carrie stood for a long moment, deciding whether to walk back and ask Grace for the name of that dating service. At last, she continued walking to the exit at the end of the corridor. She had to believe there was more to love than data recorded and analyzed by an electronic brain. Before going back to her car, Carrie went around to the athletic field behind the school. From out of sight, by the corner of the small grandstand, she watched the soccer team doing its warm-up calisthenics. Yes, Nick was right there in the jersey and shorts marked with his team number. His hair was already lank with sweat from the exercise. That kind of kid, he threw himself into everything wholeheartedly. The game, too. Carrie smiled as she watched him. She'd have to make allowances for Nick, be tolerant of his involvement with Spacescape. He really was quite a special kid. Her number 17, her prodigy, her spacey. Oh, this is getting really heartfelt. I thought the game was supposed to make him a homicidal maniac. Back in her office, she picked up the phone, tried the information listings for a couple of different counties, and finally succeeded in getting the number for Intellitronics Incorporated on Meadowdale. When she asked to speak to Lon Evans, she was put on hold for a very long time, and then had to go through 2 more secretaries. It reminded her of times she would call Mike at work, wait forever to get him on the line, and then he'd be too busy to give her more than a breathless half-minute. At last, Lon was located down on the production floor. Despite the interruption in his work, he was extremely courteous and apologetic. "Gosh, Carrie, I'm sorry you had to wait so long. If I'd known you were going to call here, I'd left word to put you through straight." "Oh, I don't mind, Lon," she said. "I know how busy you must be." What the hell is this? Oh, Rayman? Of course it's Rayman. Of course it's Rayman! Let's see here. He asked considerately, but without prying, about last night's emergency and if it had turned out all right. She told him it was all fine, and explained she was calling to reschedule their date. "Now I'm the one who can't stand the suspense," she said, feeling she owed him some extra encouragement this time. Sounding genuinely crestfallen, he replied that some hitches in production had cropped up, and he'd have to work late tonight and possibly tomorrow as well. "But how about the weekend?" he suggested. "Don't they say Saturday night is the loneliest night of the week? It'd be nice to spend it with somebody for a change." "Yes, it will," she agreed, wondering then if he'd meant the whole night, and if she did. He talked on excitedly for another minute about their date. He wanted to bring her back to his house for drinks. Caviar was still on ice, and they'd have dinner at La Mer, a good seafood place in town, or try a place in the Hamptons if Carrie preferred, and then go somewhere afterwards. "Do you like discos?" he asked. Better to find out right at the start how much they had in common. She answered truthfully, "I'm afraid the music's a little loud for me." "Praise the Lord," he said. "I'd have taken you, but I can't stand the places myself. We'll find something fun to do, though." With a laugh, he added, "Or maybe we'll stop in at the arcade and play with some spaceys." She laughed too. "Ha ha ha!" And they both said how much they were looking forward to Saturday, and then the call was over. Only later, she started to wonder how Lon had known about them. "I didn't tell you they were called Spaceys." Dun dun dun. All right, that's the end of chapter 13. Everything's looking up. But they've got to be setting it up, right? Like it's supposed to look like everything's on the way up, and then it just starts crashing in hard. He sold his guitar to pay for the arcade, right? That must have been it. But that concludes chapter 13. Oh, that one Alpha Ginger. Thank you for the 48 months. The 4 years of subs. Appreciate it. As a result, we have another chapter unlocked. Chapter 14. After dinner that evening, while Emily went off to watch The Muppet Show, Carrie asked Nick to stay at the table. He tried to rush away, saying he had friends to meet, but she commanded him to stay put. You'll meet your friends after we've finished. What kind of za? Oh, just pepperoni. But it's local and the dough is delicious. Delicious. Nick slumped back into his chair and Carrie took a sip of her coffee. It didn't help her throat feel less dry. I had a call last night from Joanne Bannerman, she began. Nick nodded and his shoulders sagged slightly. It was so pointless, Nick. You must have known that sooner or later I'd learn you weren't going to Dougie's. Nick kept his head bowed, but Carrie could see his chin trembling. The guilt getting to him. Why, Nick? He asked. I just didn't think you'd understand. You mean about being a spacey? He looked up, eyes wide. He seemed to throw off the burden of his guilt like an imposter more relieved than distressed at having his masquerade exposed. That's right, he said. How did you... I saw Mrs. Mullen today. She hears the kids talking about it at school. Nick peered at her intently. And you don't mind? I don't know. If I could have heard about it from you, that would have made it easier. When you lie, I have to assume it's because you think there's something to hide. Is there, Nick? Is there something wrong about being a spacey? No, he cried out with all the vehemence of the innocent, unjustly charged. Carrie was reassured, but then he spoiled it. Except maybe... He trailed off. Maybe what? She demanded. Nick looked down, scratched at the edge of the formica. It takes time. See, you have to play the game a lot. You have to go along with it, and I knew you wouldn't like it if I was always down with the arcade. Or down at the arcade. What did that mean? Carrie wondered. He had to go along with it. Peer pressure, she supposed. He had to go along with the faddish involvement of his friends. Thinking back to her meeting with Grace, Carrie crafted her words carefully. Listen, Nick, I know you're doing very well in school. So well, by the way, that your teacher would like you to ease up a little. And you're keeping up with athletics, so I can't come down too hard on how you spend your spare time. I just wish you'd set a sensible limit on playing the game. It doesn't have to be every spare moment, not every night. Nick shrugged. It's not up to me, he muttered. Her patience was strained. Nick, you're the player. Only you decide. No, it's not that way. He came back quickly. It depends on the game. If you want to get out farther and faster, if you want to go all the way, you have to go where it takes you. It took a moment to try to interpret for herself what he was saying. To get out farther and faster, go all the way. Oh, I didn't turn on some nice background music. Must be their slang for playing the game better. Going all the way might refer to winning, getting to the top in some competition among the spaceys. Nick, there's no reason you can't cut down a little. It's fine in moderation, but getting too wrapped up... Oh, you see? Nick shouted with an odd mixture of triumph and despair. You don't understand. It's important to go as far and as fast as I can. Carrie noticed Nick's emphasis. Important. Peer pressure again. Grace had mentioned groups or teams. Nick must be determining the size of his commitment according to what they expected of him. All the spaceys. And one other person. Is that what Dana thinks too? Carrie said. That the game is so important? Nick gave her a wary glance. Yes. Carrie paused. This was where Mike could have done it better, she thought, given Nick a wink and a nudge. Made a pitch for some inside info, man to man. Quite a girl you got there, kiddo. Hey, what's the real story on you in this knockout? Ugh. Nick, about Dana. Since that first time she came here, I've wondered about her. Wondered what? Well, I'd like to know about your friends. What do you want to know? Harry took a breath. What I think I ought to know, I suppose, is how much there is between you. Nick's brow furrowed. She's my friend, that's all. It's just that simple? I mean, Dougie's a friend. But with a girl like that, well, look, Nick, as you get older, I know you're going to have different kinds of friends. You should. But right now, you're at an age where I can still give you some guidance. And if there's anything between you and Dana that's, well, more than a friendship, I think we should talk about it. Nick had pulled himself forward on his chair, his expression darkening all the while she groped through her speech. What is it you want to talk about? You think I'm fucking her, is that it? Oh my god. Nick, have mercy. The word went through her like an electric shock. High voltage. Her body tensed, muscles contracting so much they hurt. She felt herself teetering on the edge of control, fighting the urge to spring at Nick and strike him hard across the face. Yeah, that came out of nowhere, holy shit. Until in the next moment she realized no matter how crudely he had put it, that was exactly what she did want to know. There was no way to admit that. They went on glaring at each other through a long silence. Finally, Nick's defiance fizzled. Hey, I'm sorry, he moaned. That was dumb. I'm sorry, Mom, really, okay? But I know it looks weird about Dana and me, and I get so much flack about it from the other guys. It's just kind of a sore point now. She just likes me, though, okay? That's all. He shrugged apologetically, then quickly noted, Jesus, she is peachy, isn't she? Ugh. Peachy. Carrie nodded forgiveness and smiled at his slang. Obsolete, but perfect. He's real nice, too, Nick raced on. Not stuck up or anything. I'm real lucky she got put with me. Put with you? Yeah, Nick said. In my Zal. That's how we met. Harry thought she heard it wrong. In your cell? Zal, Nick repeated. Z-A-L. It's what we call a bunch of us spacies, all the ones assigned to the same flight on a certain level. He spoke eagerly with that special relish the young took at being able to educate their elders. Lights, levels, Zals. How much was there to the inside jargon of the spacies? Harry wondered. Not that it was necessarily a bad thing, there was a playful creative aspect to inventing a language. And at least Nick was sharing with her now, she wasn't being locked out. She decided it was time to make her summation, a few final words on the virtues of honesty, and she could let him off the hook. All right, Nick, she began. I guess you can go. He jumped straight up from his chair. Hold on, Harry flared. I haven't finished. He froze like a soldier at attention. The main thing is, she continued, I'd always rather know what you're involved with and where you are than not know. If it's something you can't tell me about, maybe it's something you shouldn't be doing. So I'll expect you to level with me, okay? Nick nodded and moved to break ranks, but Carrie went on. As for how you spend your time, I understand wanting to be with Dana and your friends, but a game can't be allowed to dominate your life. If I see any sign that you're giving up on other activities or that your schoolwork is going down, you won't, Mom, Nick insisted, his body tilted forward by the thrust of his sincerity. Well, that's it then. She held out her arms, an invitation to seal their pact with a kiss. Nick came to her and leaned down, his face nestled for a sweet moment into the curve of her neck. This was a decent moment until that. The skin of his cheek and the slight gust of his warm breath felt no different to Carrie than when he had been a baby. Okay. I thought she was about to compare him to her ex-husband, and that would have been... She clung tightly, moved by a sudden intuition that it was the last time she would ever feel that little boy softness. Gotta run, he said, pulling away. As he grabbed the handle of the back door, she had one more thought. Oh, Nick. He turned, rolling his eyes in exasperation. About Dougie. He feels very bad that you gave up on the band. It might help if you included him when you go down to the arcade. Can't, Mom, Nick said. Just ask him. He's been to the arcade, but he was torped. This time she didn't have to ask. He saw her bafflement. He didn't make it with the game, Nick explained. Couldn't even handle the first level. Carrie recalled Bev Marwick saying that her own son, Jeff, hadn't gotten into the game for some reason, but the kids had a word for it. Have a lot of kids been torped? She asked Nick. Yeah, he said. Pretty many. What does that even make sense? Pretty many? Pretty many. Pretty many. That's a weird thing to say. Then, before any more questions could be asked, he snapped out, "See you later," and was gone. Carrie cleared the table, wrapping the leftovers for the refrigerator, and finished loading the dishwasher. All the while she reviewed her exchange with Nick. Had she been too timid in the end, let him off too lightly? Perhaps she should have imposed some stated limits on his involvement with Dana or the game. But what would have been gained? He was doing well in school, seemed to have all his priorities in order. She turned on the dishwasher but remained standing idly by the machine as it started the pre-wash phase. Important. The word replayed in her mind as Nick had said it, with such curious, underlying intensity. And then Grace's proviso. As long as a child doesn't become obsessed. Was there in Nick's emphasis a hint of obsession? The dishwasher gurgled and swished, and Carrie's thoughts drifted to other sounds. Zal. Torped? As in torpedoed, maybe? She had to smile. The words were a little comical. She remembered times when she was a little girl, she and her friends would talk in some made-up language. Gobbledygook? Words not so different from Zal. And torped. Or was that being too lenient again, accepting the language as merely a cute invention? There was another aspect to language. It could be a code that bonded together a chosen group, closed out the unwanted. Those who were torped. And that's what what was it Nick said about Dougie? He didn't make it with the game. As though the machine itself put its stamp of approval on the player. Oh, Super Vara. Thank you very much for the sub. Thinking of it in those terms was probably just the children's way of evading moral responsibility for ostracizing the undesirables. There was another odd phrase Nick had used too. We were assigned to the same flight. Assigned by whom? The game again? Or did the Spaceys have some sort of rules for making such decisions? All of it, of course, might be nothing more than children at play, a bit carried away by a new fad. Yet all of it still worried her. Emily called out, interrupting her thoughts. The Muppet Show was over, and she wanted permission to watch the next program for half an hour. Carrie turned out the light in the kitchen and went to join Emily in the den. Sorry, miss, Carrie said firmly. You've had enough of this stuff for one night. Hop into your PJs and I'll read you something from Arabian Nights. Emily scampered from the room without complaint. Carrie's eyes lingered on the television screen, a commercial for some aperitif showing a man and woman at separate cafe tables, flirting. Full-screen close-ups of gorgeous eyes, dewy lips, and sparkling teeth. A crystal glass filled with an amber liquid, ending with the two strolling off together by a Venetian canal. Carrie switched off the television. Walking away from the dead screen, she felt very virtuous. At least one child had been saved tonight from the clutches of the evil electronic monsters. And that's the end of chapter 14. Thank you very much for supporting the arts, everyone. Let's get back. Speaking of the arts, I think we're at the heart-stopping finale of Fahrenheit. Oh boy. We return. I had a little snack. I made a cup of coffee, ate an apple. Got Heavy Rain installed. We're ready to behold some art. But first, we have to behold this art. Chapter 15. Thank you all very much, by the way. Oh, for your incredible support of fine literature. I'm interested to see where this book is going. I wonder if it's just flirted with the concept and now it's going to back way off. But we're about a third of the way through, so there's plenty of time for Nick to turn into a hell-bound little shit. That's what I'm hoping for. Chapter 15. I don't know if I want to answer, Lon Evans said, looking very uncomfortable as he sat across the table from her. That happens to be the darkest secret in my life. They were having dinner at the Laundry in East Hampton, the region's in spot. In summer, it was always noisy and crowded with weekenders gawking at vacationing celebrities, no place for intimacy. On this wintry November night, however, it was just comfortably filled, and Lon had been able to get a table with a view of the fireplace, where a big log flamed and crackled. The mood was right for sharing confidences, and over dessert and coffee, Carrie had finally thought to ask a question that had puzzled her on and off since meeting Lon. She ignored his attempts to evade an answer. I'll never tell another soul, she coaxed, raising her palm as if to take an oath. Scout's honor. He paused for a deep, fortifying breath. All right, he relented. It's Alonzo. He peered up from under his brows with a mock appeal for sympathy and kindness. Oh, you poor dear, she said. A family name, was it? Some revered ancestor being commemorated? Not exactly. My father was one of the halfbacks on the College of... My father was one of the halfbacks on the College of the Pacific football team in 37 and 38. Aha! She put in, seemingly bursting with comprehension. That explains it. Lon smiled and went on to tell her that the coach of the team in those years was Amos Alonzo Stagg, already known to football aficionados of the time as the Grand Old Man of Football. Stagg had coached continually at the University of Chicago for 41 years, even before moving on in 1933 at the age of 70 to the College of the Pacific, and after leaving there in 1946 had coached yet another 6 years at Susquehanna. My dad admired that kind of commitment and never give up spirit, so when I was born in 1941, he named me in tribute to Amos Alonzo Stagg. I guess he thought he was doing me a favor. Ew. Ever straighten him out on that? Never had the chance. After Pearl Harbor, he enlisted, became a Navy flyer, and was lost with the carrier Yorktown at the Battle of Midway. I'm sorry, Carrie said. Lon shrugged. One of those things. Anyway, maybe he did me a favor. At least he didn't name me Amos. I'd much rather be a Lon than an Amy or a Mo. She laughed as a waiter came over to see if they wanted anything else. Lon asked Carrie if she'd care for a liqueur, a brandy perhaps. Of course she did. She wanted the dinner to go on and on, the mood to last and last, the backdrop to change only when they were ready to play the love scene. It had been so perfect up to now. They ordered two brandies. He had, as planned, brought her back to his house to start the evening. The caviar and bottle of Dom Perignon and a silver bucket were waiting on the coffee table in the living room, nicely decorated with modern furniture and cozily lighted. She sensed that he had brought her there not essentially for drinks and hors d'oeuvres, but because he was anxious for her to know him, to judge him well, and that he understood seeing his home would be a major part of the process. He apologized that both the children were out for the evening, saying he wanted them to meet her too, as soon as possible. Seated side by side on the sofa, they started out with stiff pleasantries, his remarks on how delicious the caviar was. how delicious the caviar was, her compliments on how nicely the house was furnished. But soon, prompted by his earnest questions and the way he listened with such intense sympathy, she found herself saying things she had bottled up for years. She told him about the mess Mike's death had left her in, the resulting rage she had felt, and also how she very much had loved Mike. Finally, she heard how maudlin and self-indulgent it all sounded. "Oh, this isn't a date at all," she protested. "It's a therapy session. Maybe I should go home, cry my eyes out, and we can start fresh on another night." "Are you kidding? When will I get a better chance to cheer you up?" They took his car and drove to East Hampton. Lon had a Mercedes coupe. You couldn't help noticing. Obviously, he did well. On the way and continuing into the restaurant, they told each other about their childhoods. His in a small New Hampshire town, hers in a Philadelphia suburb, and laughed about their painful teens, first dates, first loves, college years. After the plates from their entrees had been cleared, Carrie's hand was resting on the cloth beside a vase of flowers when Lon reached out and covered it with his own. Hand, not cloth. All right. She didn't pull away, only looked carefully into his eyes. There was so much she wanted to know about him, though she no longer felt doubts attached to her ignorance. She liked him enormously, and he made no attempt to hide how much he liked her. Could it happen again so quickly, she wondered, as it had with Mike? Could lightning strike twice? It was then, as if to slip easily into the vault of his secrets, that she had thought to ask about his name. Over brandy, Lon filled in the background of his marriage. One of the things Carrie learned was the explanation for his short eyebrow. Apparently, the wife's temper had been horrendous. Lon had come home from work one day to find her beating their son, then a toddler, because he had spilled some food. When Lon intervened, the woman had turned on him, swung a skillet at his head. The resulting gash over his temple required 60-odd stitches. Where part of the eyebrow had been shaved before suturing, it had never grown back. Finally, their snifters were empty. They gazed at each other silently, tired from all the good talk and the way that you could be tired from lying all day in the summer sun. "Shall we go?" he said at last. "Yes," she said. Both knew the other meanings in the question and the answer. Hell yeah, Plock. Man, I'm excited for Carrie to get some dick. I am. She deserves it. She has creepy thoughts about kids, but those are planted there by a creepy author, and I don't blame her for that. She does need a good stiff dickin'. We'll put a little spring in her step. She's been working hard. A dense fog had rolled in off the Atlantic. Just FYI, I really hope, it would be good writing for something to interrupt her getting laid, but I really hope that doesn't happen. I actually am pulling for her to have a nice evening. A dense fog had rolled in off the Atlantic, blanketing all the roads back to Milport. Lon had to drive extremely slow, which was just as well since he had been drinking. The fucking 80s rock. Hold on, Lon. We've had 18 brandies. Might as well drive slow. Take it easy. He turned on the radio and found a station playing golden oldies. They hummed along and laughed and joined in when a couple of records from their teen years played. Shaboom, shaboom, they sang together. Da yada 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 yada. I don't know what that is. And when Nat King Cole came on with They Tried to Tell Us We're Too Young, Carrie and Lon crooned with him and then chuckled softly at the irony. Too young? Not them. Tired and mellow, she rested her head against Lon's shoulder and he put his arm around her. Oh, young love. Oh, that's right. They also implied that Lon is like in concert with the video game makers that are trying to brainwash all the kids, though, so that's gonna not turn out to be good. As they came into Milport, taking the turn from the state road past the village green onto Elm, the disc jockey was saying the midnight news would be coming up after a couple more records. Excuse me. Then Billy Eckstein came on singing My Foolish Heart. Carrie raised her head for a look at the town and her habitual check as they passed the store. The fog had thickened so the road was visible only as a dark channel between blurred white buildings and the fuzzy glow of street lamps. There were no other cars on the street. The weather seemed to have chased everyone home early. Cloaked in the gauzy mist, the town looked more like an apparition than a reality. Some American colonial version of Brigadoon. Then up ahead, Carrie saw the fog glowing with a luminous blue light. She sat up, staring. A supernatural presence seemed to be hovering in the vapor. Shimmering spectral shapes, figures, were they? Or some sort of vehicles? Slid through the murky air, appearing for a moment, then vanishing. Carrie strained to see, then she realized that her mind, tired and muddled by an evening's drink, had been fooled. The arcade was not far ahead, and the effect was simply due to its signs. The blue neon shining from its windows, picked up by the millions of tiny water particles in the fog, refracted and magnified even as the mist swirled about, creating the moving shapes. Illusion. But her tense movement had broken the romantic mood. "What's wrong?" Lon asked. "Nothing, I just thought I saw something." Even as she dismissed it, however, her eyes were still focused back on the blue glow. Now the arcade was only half a block away. "Saw what?" Lon persisted. She smiled at him and tried to make light of it by speaking in a hokey tone. "Ghosts. Visitors from another planet." He started to return her smile, then saw that her gaze had shifted back to the light from the signs. He braked the car and pulled over to the curb in front of the arcade. "This place still bothers you, doesn't it?" "No," she said, too quickly, then decided the denial was pointless. None of what she felt about Lon was worth a damn if she couldn't be honest, even if it meant confessing her silliest fears. "Yes," she admitted. "Yes, it does." "There's a line between love and fascination," Billy Eckstein sang. "That's hard to see on an evening such as..." Lon switched off the radio abruptly and reached up to switch on the courtesy light in the car. He studied Carrie, evidently gauging the depth of distress in her expression. She looked straight back, letting it show. "Why?" he asked intently. He had read her face well. "Something more than what you told me the other night, isn't it? Not just your son coming down here a little too often?" "I don't know. Outwardly that's all it is, but..." She shook her head, confused. "But what?" She didn't know where to begin. It was all put together out of such little things. "It's the way he's tied up in the game, I guess, the way all the kids are hooked into this. There's some kind of fever about it. There's even a special language they talk. Well, I don't have to tell you, do I? You said you knew about the Spaceys." "Sure, my own kids come here. I've heard some of the lingo." "And it doesn't bother you? Stuff about kids getting torped?" He half smiled. "I hadn't heard that one." "It's what they say when a kid is ruled out by the game." "Ruled out? Loses at it, you mean?" "No, that's not the way they talk about it. When someone is torped, that seems to be final. He or she doesn't get to go to the arcade anymore." "So it's their word for saying a kid has lost interest?" "No," Carrie snapped impatiently. "It means a kid has been rejected by the game." "Carrie, the game can't reject being used by anyone." "But that's not how the kids talk about it. That's my point, don't you see? You and I can say that there are other things at work if a kid stops going, gives up being a spacey, the social interplay, his own boredom. But the way kids are wrapped up in this thing, they redefine the way the world works in terms of the game. They make decisions, then say this gadget did it. Doesn't anything about that strike you as unhealthy?" It was Lon's turn to look exasperated. "Now you sound like one of those tiny minds from that meeting the other night." "I was at the meeting. I was worried then." "But when we talked afterward..." "Yeah, you made sense, sure," Carrie acknowledged, her tone softened. "I hate sounding like a fanatic about this, but then I sit down with Nick and hear him using this spacey talk, hear him sounding as if everything revolves around this game. Come on, Carrie, that's the way kids are. They throw themselves whole hog into some new craze, cruelly toss out anyone who doesn't make the grade. They can be egotistical too, invent a whole new universe as if it was made only for them. Hell, let's face it, their visions have shaped the real world we're living in now as much as our own, maybe more. Rock music, blue jeans, pop art, sci-fi, it all comes from them. And all the language that goes with it. Their imagination is way ahead of ours. They dream and scheme and leave us far behind, earthbound, while they fly. And you want me to say I think that's unhealthy? Harry had no reply. Everything that seemed strange to her, he could make sound natural. Everything that seemed strange to her, he could make sound normal, even enviable. Was it because he was more truly attuned to children, the way their minds worked? Or had she failed to connect with him because she hadn't mentioned a key element in her concern about Nick's involvement with the arcade? One that had nothing to do with the game. The girl, Dana. But how could she explain that? When she said nothing, Lon reached over and touched her hand lightly. She couldn't respond to that either. She felt isolated suddenly, her troubles no one but her own. Sensing the rebuff, Lon withdrew his hand and examined her for a moment. "All right, come on," he commanded and opened the door. "Let's go in." She made a tentative gesture to stop him. The night was slipping away. She couldn't stay out much past 1 without liberating the babysitter. And only minutes ago she had looked forward to being with him, sharing an adventure of the heart, not some fake exploit on a video screen. If she could just drop this now, trust him, maybe they could find their way back into their private enchantment for an hour. But he wouldn't let her. "Harry, this is a little roadblock between us. Why it should be, I don't know, because of my work I suppose, but the doubts are coming from you. I can hear that I'm in there somewhere. I can feel it. When I tell you it's cuckoo to be suspect of these games, of what? Some kind of mind control? And you look at me like I'm part of a plot. And you know, it actually hurts, because I think you're very special.
Brought to you by rpgamers.net.
I want you in my life, so let's get past the crazy doubts. Let's go into the arcade and play the game, and I'll explain how it works. I'll take you on my turf tonight, the way you took me on yours the night we met, and we'll go on from there." She hesitated, then managed to smile. A perceptive and sympathetic man, he was everything she wanted too. But he was right, the doubts were there. They had to get this obstacle out of the way. He came around to open the door for her. Grabbing her purse, change for the machine, she got out. In the chilly mist, she shivered and paused to pull her coat around her. Then glancing across the street, she saw the lights in Osgood's begin to go out, the last few couples being cleared from the soda fountain. Lon waited while she watched nostalgically as a girl with a tall boy emerged. High schoolers. They paused for a kiss, foggy silhouettes against the pharmacy's display window. Then the last of its lights was turned off. Now there was only the blue glow from the arcade signs. Harry and Lon stood bathed in the blue light, enveloped in its aura, as though trapped in the beam of some enormous futuristic ray gun. Then Lon put out his hand and she saw something in his fingers being offered to her. "What is it?" he asked. "A quarter," he said and nodded toward the entrance of the arcade. "My treat." Chapter 15 complete. Damn, we're plunging through this game. Yeah, Teet and I agree. This book is enjoyable. It's corny, it's pulpy, but it has moments of sincerity. And its characters are likable enough when they're not being creepy. And it's weird how earnestly the book wants to empathize with its subject matter. I wasn't expecting that. It's going out of its way to like rationalize and empathize with new technology. I thought it was going to be much more like exploitative, tawdry. I thought it was going to lean harder into fear-mongering and ignorance. But like they made that an explicit plot point and explicitly made the lead character like try her best. I think that they are doing a good job though of like main character is like very, very self-inquisitive, which helps. There's a lot of like narration of what she's thinking. But I think it's also playing into like that subtle horror element where like women ignore their intuition, and it's like she just can't let it go, right? Like there's just something off. That's always what it is. And I really like that phase of any horror movie where they're being really playful. I don't think it's going to get that ridiculous, and I don't think that's where this is headed, unfortunately. Tonally, it doesn't seem like it's building that. But I do like that period where it's like, you know something's wrong. Like, as the audience, you know something's wrong because you're watching a horror movie. Like, people are going to start dying. You just have to know from what and where. But the characters don't know they're in a horror movie, but they're beginning to suspect it. And that phase between, like, I think I'm in a horror movie, to you see the first body, and I'm definitely in a horror movie now. Like, that phase is fun to play with. That's where I think you get to do, like, the most goofs and the most, like, playful jabs back and forth with the audience. So, the way that that's manifesting in this game, or in this book, rather, is that the mom just keeps having these misgivings despite having a lot of reasons to explain them away. That's always not trusting that stuff. All right. I'm gonna floss real quick. I got some apple bits in my teeth still. Marazard, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Edward ERS got a sub. I haven't seen them in a while. Ooh, Well-Tossed Salad got a sub. Fantastic. Great. That's great. Bob the Boomer. Double Downing Devils. Good names in there. Good gifts all. Like I said, I'm gonna go floss, and then we're coming back with Heavy Rain. The beauty, Heavy Rain. Let's see here. The date between Lon and our single mom, Carrie, was just getting hot and heavy until she got distracted by the gaming. And Lon was like, we gotta put this to bed. Let's game. Chapter 16. It couldn't be long before closing time. Of the 9 games, only 1 was in use, the second from the door on the right side. 6 spacies were clustered tightly around it, 5 watching the 1 at the controls. Carrie checked it once to see if 1 was Nick. He had orders to be in by 10:30 on weekend nights, but there was no longer any guarantee he was obeying. Nick wasn't among these spacies. Nick wasn't among these spacies, though, and the one girl Carrie saw in the group was not Dana. Lon paused near the entrance and surveyed the quiet, carpeted space, and threw an amazed glance at Carrie as if to say, I didn't expect anything like this. You haven't been here before? She asked, surprised. He shook his head. You came to defend it to the meeting without even taking a look? Well, I didn't think I had to, he replied, his voice pressed down to a whisper by the hush in the arcade. When you've seen 1. You were wrong, though, she gloated. You haven't seen them all. Lon moved to the fringe of the group around the machine and watched the screen. Carrie hung back a bit, as much to observe reactions as anything else. On the screen were images unlike anything she had seen on her previous visits. No topographical grids and 3D perspectives, no whirling maze-like vortex. Now there were thin ribbons of light in multicolored hues, hundreds of them arrayed across the wide curved screen, all seeming to unwind endlessly at incredible speed so that the viewer had the illusion of racing over a plane of dazzling brilliance. Amid the streaks of light, Carrie could discern at moments one of a singular silvery shade, but the pulsing light effects on the screen moved so rapidly, always changing, that she had difficulty in constantly distinguishing the silver beam from the others around it. She guessed, however, that this must be related to the game's objective. The player had to steer a course along this one distinctive beam. The skill required was clearly enormous. The highway of light didn't always remain straight and flat. The effects on the screen changed so that the colored streaks of light seemed to curve, twist, go uphill and down with dizzying roller coaster speed, and then loop on themselves before straightening out again for a while. Watching the screen, Carrie felt that this was how it might be to ride a bobsled not over snow, but a surface of pure energy. And Lon was impressed too. At first he gawked and shook his head in admiration. Then he leaned over and murmured to Carrie, "Incredible graphics. Never seen anything like it." Hey, hold on. Let me update the thing. Good stuff. Excuse me. As on her last visit, none of the kids took any notice of her or Lon. They had eyes only for the game. The speed of light movements on the screen seemed to quicken. Even watching from the back, Carrie could sense a heightened tension among the Spaceys. They crowded in closer around the boy at the controls as he wiggled the joystick with one hand and with the other pressed frantically at some of the buttons. The conformation of the light ribbons entered a new phase, going through convulsions now, twirling, while at the same time their colors slowly changed. The effect was breathtakingly beautiful. The screen appeared to be the window in the cockpit of a rocket that was actually drilling into the essence of light, corkscrewing through the very spectrum faster and faster. A low, urgent voice rose from atop the group of Spaceys, someone kibitzing the player. "Watch it, Andy. Light shift coming." A second later, the colors on the screen altered radically, taking on a startling intensity. Something like the result of exposing ordinary hues to ultraviolet light. The boy at the console hunched lower over the controls, his whole body alive with furious movement. And then the ribbons were gone. The colors faded out. The screen became a soothing tapestry of very pale shades of gray and rose and white, intermingling to give the illusion of floating through clouds at dawn. At the center, a tiny pinprick of intense white shone like a distant sun, burning light years beyond the hazy atmosphere. And I have to pause for a moment because Skylar gifted 10 memberships over on YouTube. Thank you for that. Let me go ahead and add that to the various effects. I need to, if I could, possible that I could build a tool that monitors for events from both YouTube and Twitch and adds them all together and does the progression bar and also does the timer. I'm gonna have to, that's gonna take some building though. I'm also curious how the timers work in StreamerBot. I don't know if I can just do timer math. But thank you. Thank you very much, Skylar. Thank you for giving the gift of memberships over on YouTube. Jesus, Andy, hissed a boy in the quintet of spectators. You did it! You moved up! He pounded one hand excitedly on the shoulder of the player, who leaned back then from the console and looked around, grinning broadly. The stances of the other Spaceys changed too, relaxed. The release of tension was underlined by a soft communal sigh. Carrie glanced at Lon, wondering if all this had registered on him as slightly out of the ordinary. He chose almost the same moment to turn to her with an expression that mingled wonderment and rising curiosity. Now the screen went totally blank. An empty whiteness washed over the Spaceys as their attention snapped back to the game, illuminating expressions of rapt expectancy. Carrie was also able to identify the lone girl in the group as Judy Arbuckle, whose mother Lily operated the boutique on Elm Street. It was Lily, Carrie recalled, who'd been one of the merchants supporting eviction of the arcade with a donation to George Patterson's legal fund. Did she know her daughter was frequenting the place? Had Judy lied to her mother as Nick had? Or had Lily's attitude softened? A voice came suddenly from the machine, speaking in that buzzy twang produced by the synthesizer. Greetings, Zal, Commander. You have completed your 9th flight at level 5. Carrie turned to the screen. It was occupied by the same computer animation of a space creature she had seen before. Congratulations, Commander Green, it went on. The boy at the controls put in a quick thank you, as if to the cartoon, which continued. On your next flight, you will be eligible to advance 1 level. We wish you luck on your journey. This terminal and port will now shut down. Good night, Earthlings. Then it added one more word that sounded to Carrie like Oriz, as it lifted an animated claw-like limb in a jerky wave. Oriz, the Spaceys murmured in loose sequence. The cartoon creature disappeared. A flaming meteor zoomed forward and exploded into the name of the game. Spacescape. A moment later, the screen went dark, and from somewhere inside the machine came a small whining noise reminiscent of a plane's jet turbines shutting down. At last, the Spaceys moved away from the machine. As they trooped toward the door, the ceiling lights got brighter. Only now Judy Arbuckle noticed Carrie. Instantly, her face lit with a genial smile. Oh, hi, Mrs. Foster. Did you see that flight? Wasn't it terrific? No trace of shyness had been discovered in the arcade. Hi, Judy, Carrie answered. Yes, I saw. It was very impressive. The girl's companions were going out into the street. She edged away to stay with them. Well, see ya, she said. Then realizing that Carrie and Lon were staying behind, she paused. Hey, you shouldn't stay around here too long, you know. It's gonna lock up. We're not staying long, Judy, Carrie said. The girl waved and ran out to catch her friends. Lon and Carrie were alone. He turned quickly to one of the machines at the rear, its screen still ablaze with light effects forming the words, Spacescape. But as he went toward it, the screen went dark too, then one by one, all the others. From each came the faint, dying whine. It seems we won't get our turn tonight, he said. Maybe it doesn't want us to play. It? Lon echoed. Gary, we walked in too near closing. I mean, you heard what Judy said. It's gonna lock up. Maybe you see some caretaker around here that I don't, but from all appearances, this place really is going to close itself. Lon shrugged. Nothing strange about that. Just rig the door with a mechanism linked to one of the same computers that runs a game. You can program the computer to perform any functions you want at a preset time. Turn off the machine, turn out the lights, lock the doors. But why? Well, why not? The town's virtually crime-free. It saves enough in salaries to cover insurance 10 times over. Well, if it's closing, Carrie said edgily, we better get out fast. Not yet. I still have a professional yen to give this equipment a once-over. It's pretty sensational stuff. He went towards one of the machines. Lon, we could get stuck in here any second. Not a chance, he scoffed. You think the owners want something locked inside all night? Or someone locked inside all night? There'll be some kind of warning first. The lights will flash or something. His certainty didn't reassure Carrie. She strode to the door and pushed against it. It swung open. When she turned back, Lon was in front of one of the game consoles, examining it, doodling with the buttons. He read the labels on them, murmuring aloud. Light shift, time rule. He glanced up at her. It's something different, all right. She came up beside him. So I'm not just a nervous Nelly. This is odd. I didn't say that. Sure, it does amazing tricks, but nothing beyond the realm of computer capability. This game just happens to have more sophisticated hardware. I'd guess both the RAM and ROM in these things are at least twice the capacity of most arcade games. Hey, we don't all speak computerese. RAM and ROM sound like nothing but a vaudeville juggling act. Sorry, that's name dropping, isn't it? But I use the jargon so much I forget it's not the universal language. ROM stands for read-only memory. That's the part of the computer information storage that's programmed in by the manufacturer, fixed there, unchangeable. Most of the functions of the game would be put into the ROM, the way it performs particular sequences, the different graphics displays it shows on the screen, the sound effects it produces to coordinate with certain visuals. Then there's the RAM, or random access memory. That's the part that can be user programmed. In the case of a game, it's what registers the player's moves and reacts accordingly. In effect, it acts as the opponent. He gestured to the console. With Spacescape, the RAM receives the input from these buttons, and depending on which are used and when, it decides if the player is winning or losing, and based on the limits of the game. Hold on. An awkward page to flip here. Fed into the system from the ROM. Throws back a new strategy, a new challenge. He paused and judged Carrie's expression, still a bit puzzled. Maybe the simplest way to break it down is in terms of chess. The ROM would be programmed with all the constant aspects, the basic rules, the patterns in which the pieces move, the bishop diagonally, the knight in an L, and so on, the size of the board and the different conformations that constitute a checkmate. The RAM would be the part that constantly reworks strategy according to the moves input by the user, the computer's opponent. Got it now? Carrie nodded slowly. Lon's attention returned to the machine. He leaned into the screen and peered as if trying to see through its blankness to an inner world. And where, Carrie asked then, does the game get the ability to talk with a player? From a little gizmo called a voice synthesizer, Lon said absently as he turned to examine one of the stereo wings. I know how it speaks, Carrie shot back. I meant something else. How does it talk with the person at the controls? Actually recognize him and call him by name? Lon gave her a flat look. She wasn't sure if he understood her or if he had been too absorbed in his inspection. You heard it earlier, didn't you? He went on. After that boy Andy finished his turn, a little spaceman came on the screen and congratulated him. Identified him as Commander Green. Must be a random designation, Lon said quickly. The guy who played the turn before could be Commander Red, the one who comes after Commander Yellow. A cute gimmick, makes the kids feel like they're being talked to. He started to drift around the chassis of the machine, studying the construction. Harry was getting annoyed by Lon's glib explanations. Was he trying to gloss over the strangeness of the place? Or is it glib? I think it's actually glib. Whatever. And how will you explain it? He said coolly. If I find a family named Green in the Milport phone book with a son named Andy. Lon thought about it for a second. Well, we weren't here when his turn started, but assume the player put his name somehow into the RAM. Then it could be spit back at him at the end. It takes extra hardware, but the means exist. The theory clicked with Carrie. In fact, she remembered being in the arcade when a player began a turn at the game. The McDowell girl, wasn't it? Via that animated space creature, the computer had indeed asked her name. Obviously, that registered the sound, which it later reproduced. And yet, she recalled now there had been something unusual about that exchange too. Can the computer also converse with a player? She said to Lon. He had started circling around to the rear of the machine. He paused at the corner to face her. Not if you mean hold a real back and forth discussion, give variable responses based on particular random statements. But I was here before when it did something like that. I heard it. Lon cocked his head and took a step forward, studying her like a connoisseur, trying to determine if a work of art was real or fake. You couldn't have, he said. This caliber of computer couldn't possibly handle that. He sounded so definite. Carrie's confidence in her perception was shaken. Well, it seemed that way at least, she said. The girl was about to play, and that cartoon gremlin came on and asked her name. So she announced herself, but giving only her first name, and in the familiar form, Terry. And the gremlin wouldn't accept the answer. It asked for her name again, her full name. How could it do that, Lon? Maybe it can take a sound, put it in the memory, and speak it back later. But how can the computer know that a name it hears from a new player isn't the form that it wants? Old Dookie Thomas. Thanks for gifting a sub. Appreciate that. He gazed at her steadily, for the first time robbed of a quick answer. Then, from a distance, Carrie heard the sound of a bell tolling. It was, she realized, the clock in the steeple of the Church of the Holy Spirit, a block away on Linden Street, chiming the hour. Let's go, Lon, she urged again. It's midnight. Oh, very nice. Silent Hill by Silent Hill. Love this song. Just give me another minute. I think I may be able to tell more about these contraptions after I look at the back. He ducked down behind one of the machines. Harry became increasingly jittery. Lon could give his logical, technical, informed expectations till the cows came home. He'd never persuade her that it wasn't damn queer that this place locked itself up. That she'd never seen a single soul looking after the place, come to think of it. Not since the one time she'd met Mr. Peel. She walked quickly back to the street door and gave it a push. Again, it opened easily. No problem. Lon's voice rose from behind the machine. Hey, this is interesting. She hurried back to join him. The way the lighting in the arcade was arranged, only the front of each game was illuminated. At the rear, where the machine stood free of the wall, there was an aisle of deep shadow. Coming around to the rear, Carrie almost stumbled over Lon, who was on his knees, head down, as he peered closely at the lower edge of a machine's rear panel. She crouched beside him. What do you see? Intent on his inspection, he ignored her question and muttered, Wish to God I had a light. No need to bring God in on this, Carrie said as she set her shoulder back on the floor and began rummaging inside. Old habits died hard, and when she'd been with Mike, the chain smoker who was forever patting his pockets and asking God a light, he'd started picking up matchbooks wherever she went. In a moment, she found the one she'd taken tonight from the laundry. Tearing a match from the book, she struck it and held the flame near the area Lon was examining. He gave her an appreciative glance. I knew we'd make a great team, he said before turning back to the machine. What interested him, Carrie saw, was a place near the floor where two wide, flat, multicolored cables were plugged into the rear panel. Lon touched one of the plug-in junctions, then ran his hand down along the wide-colored band as it descended to the carpet and almost buried in the deep pile, snaked off toward the adjacent machine. Hand still on the cable, Lon followed it, staying down on his haunches. Carrie kept pace, bent over as she held the match to supply light. At the point where Lon found that the cable plugged into the next machine, a second identical cable was also connected, leading off toward a third machine in the same row. This, I'll admit, Lon remarked as he started following the second cable, is a little out of the ordinary. But the machines are electric, Carrie observed. Don't they have to be plugged in? Right. These aren't power lines, though. They're serial ribbon cables. It's pretty strange to find them here. Why? Because it means the games are interfaced. The words were on Carrie's tongue to scold Lon again for his obscure computerese. When the ceiling lights in the arcade suddenly went out. All of them. They didn't flash, they were just turned off. Carrie looked up startled, and only a moment later, the flame of the match singed her fingertips and was extinguished as she dropped it. Blind in the impenetrable darkness, Carrie felt the first sting of real panic. Lon, she cried out. Right here, he said soothingly. She felt his hand fumbling for hers and seized it gratefully. Are we locked in? Only one way to find out. Come on. Groping in the dark, they guided themselves along the edges of the machines toward the front of the arcade. Nearing the glass doors, they could see the faintest ambient light coming through from the foggy night outside. Lon reached the exit first and pushed. The door opened and they went outside. Harry drank in a deep breath of the cool air. Thank God, she gasped. Never had any tendency to claustrophobia, yet just now she had been truly terrified by the prospect of being cooped up overnight. It wasn't merely being locked up that scared her, it was being kept here. imprisoned by the arcade itself, as if the place could administer punishment for her suspicions for snooping with Lon. You don't have to sound so goddamn relieved, Lon chided gently. Speaking for myself, I wouldn't have minded being locked up all night with you. She smiled and hugged him, and then the last of the panic gave way to exhilaration. Now that it was behind them, she felt a kind of bubbly adolescent delight with their adventure. And then the realization hit. Whirling back to the door, she grabbed at the handle and gave it a furious tug. It didn't yield. The door was locked. Oh no, she wailed and then actually gave out a squeal of frustration. What's wrong? My bag! I left it there on the floor. Lon slipped his arm around her shoulders. Okay, no sweat. You'll come back tomorrow as soon as it opens. But all my keys are in it, my money, everything. You can manage overnight. There's someone at home to let you in. Carrie nodded absently as she lingered by the door. Then she leaned her forehead lightly on the glass pane and rested it there. This place, she seethed. It lets you out the door and then wham! It knows exactly when to throw the bolt. She turned on him, shirking off his arm. I suppose you've got some perfectly sensible explanation for that, too. Hell, if you can stand hearing it. Go ahead, she stared at him, simmering. Well, it could work a couple of ways. An electric eye on the door counts bodies in and bodies out, and blocks the closing until the numbers tally. Or some pressure sensors in the floor keep it open till there's no one standing inside. And work the lights too, she thought. Jesus, she said amiably. You are a clever bastard, aren't you? He shook his head. It's standard security stuff, Carrie. And then he put his hand around her shoulders. Come on, I'll drive you home. Carrie turned with him toward the car. Then seeing it waiting at the curb, she said impulsively, Mind if we walk? You know I don't mind a hike, Lon said. Carrie wasn't sure why she'd suggested it. Perhaps it was only to salvage some of the romantic mood they'd had earlier, or perhaps right at this moment, she didn't want to entrust herself to a machine. Any machine. They ambled in silence through the fog. The moist air felt effervescent on Carrie's skin, like some relaxation treatment at a Chi-Chi beauty spa. Walking with Lon, Carrie's thoughts returned to their earlier mood. If she was angry now, it was only at herself. Her fretting about the arcade had steered the night off course. They could have been in bed together at this very moment, exploring each other, and she was so starved for the touch of a loving man. He broke the silence. What's your name? Huh? Her thoughts were miles away, in a fantasy with him. Your name, he insisted. Tell me your name. Carrie Foster, she replied wearily, according to his... acceding to his game. See, he said. You did what anyone would do. Give the familiar form. What is your full name, by the way? Carolyn Foster. Only you left out your maiden name and probably a middle name. In fact, the odds are that anyone giving a name to the machine for the first time would leave something out. Kids are especially casual. The machine can hardly go wrong if it asks again. But it's just a trick. She sighed. Okay, you win. There's no boogeyman in the computer. Not so fast. I was just coming to the things I can't explain. You? About the arcade? Take that equipment, all that extra RAM and ROM, all those graphics delivered on a big screen HD TV. He caught himself. High definition television. Dude, in '84? I didn't know that was a term. High definition television, that's the latest visual gear, much more expensive than the standard low resolution game screens. I'd guess each of those spacescape units goes for $30,000 to $40,000, maybe more. With just 9 in the arcade, I don't see where the profit comes in. Carrie said nothing. Where the profit came from didn't matter to her. She just wished she wouldn't think about it anymore, that he'd just be with her. And then there's the interfacing, Lon murmured. Now her interest perked up again. She remembered what he'd mentioned just before the lights went out. What does that mean, interfaced? When one computer system or component of a system is connected to another, we say they're interfaced. Why would you need interfacing between games? That beats me. Each one ought to be self-contained. It only needs to communicate with the player. But with interfacing, they can all communicate with each other. The memories could exchange information, pool the input coming from all the different users. So if you play one machine, you're playing them all? Lon nodded. Though it doesn't make sense, there's no reason. Playing against one is enough. They walked in silence, chewing it over, until they turned onto Shoreview Drive. Lon, Carrie asked last, do you agree now there is something wrong? He shook his head. I'm not ready to say that, Carrie. Hell, these are just electronics tools, heaps of silicon and metal and plastic jammed together. There's got to be a logic. He paused. It'll just take time to work out. They stopped on the lawn outside her house. Carrie glanced through the lighted window of the den and saw Kim Larimore watching a late movie. She turned back to Lon. The unresolved riddle of the arcade hovered over them. Her fault. She wanted desperately to have it out of the way. I wonder if you'd mind, she said. Yes. Interfacing with me. He laughed softly. Then drew her into a close embrace and lowered his lips slowly, deliberately onto hers. She pressed herself into him, no longer shy about revealing the fullness of her need. And his was no less. He opened his mouth to hers, and with the mingling of warm, moist breath and tongues, their hearts told all the pain of past loneliness and the joyous hope for all their tomorrows. A dog barked somewhere along the road. Reminded of the neighbors, Carrie eased herself away from Lon. She didn't want someone looking out the window, starting to talk about the merry widow. I have to go in, he said. He walked her to the door and rang the doorbell for her and waited until the babysitter came. He told her he'd call in the morning and then left. As Carrie went inside, she heard Lon somewhere out in the fog, starting to whistle Too Young, jaunty and contented, though he still had miles to walk. Before the babysitter went, Carrie asked her about Nick. He kept his curfew, Carrie was told, coming home at 10:30 on the dot. All right, that's the end of chapter 16. Unfortunately, Carrie has still not gotten laid. But it's closer than ever. Poor girl. Got a blue clam after all that. Ooh, I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs a little bit. And when we come back, more heavy rain. Thank you very much for watching so far. I'll see you all real soon. Chapter 17 of Arcade. Let me take a long, satisfying sip of water. There we go. At a few minutes after 4 in the morning, Carrie switched on her bedside lamp. From a lower shelf on the night table, she pulled a local telephone directory onto her lap and turned to the G's. There were 3 residential listings under green. Planning to call in the morning, she started to jot the numbers on a message pad by the phone. Then she decided it would be better to ask Nick if there was an Andy Green who frequented the arcade. The Green boy had looked several years older than Nick, not a natural friend any more than Dana, if Nick knew him. It would not be a further index of how much the Spaceys mingled. Or it would be, as you know. I'm whiffing it up. Envy the Sponge, thanks for gifting a sub to Leo Salt. Appreciate you. Covering Leo Salt there, somehow managed to duck all the gifted subs getting slanged around. Okay. If Nick knew him, it would be a further index. Oh, Chili Wog, thanks for gifting a sub to Neon. Appreciate it. Be a further index of how much the Spaceys mingled, how tightly they were all bonded. Yet, even if they were thick as thieves, so what? For that matter, what conclusions could be drawn from anything she'd seen or heard? That the games were treacherous? Evil? Could you talk about evil coming from a device that didn't possess a will or a soul, even if it did have something like a mind? She'd been batting the questions around all night, failing to snatch even more than a few minutes of sleep since climbing into bed. Every time she waited near the drifting calm, alternate waves of excitement or anxiety would knock her back onto the hard shore of consciousness. Sometimes she thought about Lon, about a future with him, but then the petty thoughts were pushed aside, or pretty thoughts were pushed aside by apprehensions. A replay of remembered moments in the arcade, the animated space creature on the screen, clustered shadows of watching children, that attack of claustrophobic panic she'd had when the lights went out. Of course she knew Lon was right. There had to be a sensible reason for everything they had witnessed. But then what rational explanation was there for the gut-wrenching terror that had gripped her for an instant when she was locked in the dark with those machines? Maybe her antipathy to the whole spacey craze simply came out of what Lon had called it, cyberphobia. Fear of computers. A strictly modern disease to stack up alongside all the others. Fear of flying, fear of elevators, of crowded spaces, of nuclear annihilation. Still, why were the games wired together? Interfaced, as Lon would say in the special tongue of his technology. He would give her an explanation for that too. He said he would. Carrie turned out the light and lay back again. Marooned in the silent darkness, she moved closer to the belief that she had herself to suspect more than anyone or anything else. She'd been under a lot of pressure for a long time. Pressure to survive and provide. To be the solitary pillar of strength that kept the sky from falling in on her children. Carrying that stress alone, wasn't it possible that cracks could develop? Maybe now, precisely because the burden had eased, and there was hope she wouldn't have to carry it alone anymore, cracks had been allowed to show. Ooh, Leo's salt. Thanks for the cheer. There was no reason for fear. Couldn't be. Lon would prove it. Wait and see, she told herself. More and more certain, as the new day crept closer, Lon would give her all the answer. Wait and see. Wide awake at sunrise, she went down to the kitchen and poured her restless energy into cooking. She made a chicken pot pie for Sunday lunch and enough fresh pasta for the house and shop. By then the children were up, so she made crepes for breakfast. Oh, hype chest. Click. Beautiful. I gotta find some subs to show off my golden kappa in. Kid Cowboy. Thank you for the sub. Or thank you for gifting a sub to Rawl X Lar. There's a few palindrome names in chat right now. Cujo Ramsey. Thank you for the sub. By then the children were up, so she made crepes for breakfast, a dish they both loved, rolled up with different flavor jams inside and powdered sprinkled sugar on top. When they were seated around the table, Carrie asked Nick her 4 a.m. question. Yeah, he answered. I know Andy Green. From the arcade? Mm-hmm. Nick's mouth was full again. When are you going to take me there, Mommy? Emily piped up. Never, she had an impulse to say. I'll never let that place get its... What? Hands on you? And she remembered the self-diagnosis made in the fitful hours that turned bedroom into examining room. All right, there was a boy named Green, and the game knew his name. Lon had told her how the trick was done. Keeping Emily away from the arcade was yielding to irrational terror, subverting reality. In fact, Carrie decided if she went with Emily, it would provide a good opportunity to reassure herself. She could watch Em play Spacescape, and make sure nothing happened to her. Happened? What could happen? If there was any risk at all, it was certainly worth taking... Wait, I'm not... If there was any risk at all, it was certainly worth taking to measure her own stability. Carrie turned to Nick. It's open on Sundays, isn't it? She recalled Nick lying to her a week ago today, telling her he would be rehearsing at Doug's. Nick nodded. Opens at 2. Okay, Carrie said to Emily. I'll take you today, but be ready early. I want to be there the minute it opens. Nick squinted at her curiously. Why? Carrie skimmed through the story. The man she'd been out with last night had taken her to the arcade just before closing time, and she'd forgotten her purse. Days ago, expecting it would be a bombshell, Carrie had slipped in... Wait, hold on. Days ago, expecting it would be a bombshell, Carrie had slipped into conversation in the news that she met a man who would be taking her out on a date. After the initial shock, Emily found it hard to believe that old people actually went on dates. There had been a torrent of predictable questions. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? Is he good looking like Daddy? Is he rich? Carrie had sloughed them all off. He's someone from town. You'll meet him if we go out some more. No point in making too much of an event if it wasn't going to last. She'd even gone out to the car last night when Lon drove by to collect her rather than force him to come into the house and submit to the business of being sniffed over by the children. But of course they weren't about to let up. You mean that's where you went on your date? Nick whooped now, greatly amused. To the arcade? Cheap guy, huh? She answered in a clipped tone. I asked to go. And he took me out for a very nice dinner first. I'd like my men to take me to the arcade, Emily offered. So what about it, Mom? Nick said. When do we get to meet this turkey? Carrie took the razzing in stride. Well, he's also got 2 kids. Maybe we could all have Thanksgiving dinner together. Sound like a good time to meet a turkey? Eat a turkey, not meet a turkey, Emily said and giggled. Nick said nothing. Suddenly he was eyeing Carrie gravely. She couldn't quite read the expression, whether it was suspicion or doubt, or classic Oedipal. Is it the first syllable? Oedipal. Classic Oedipal jealousy. Classic. Then he said, You asked to go there, huh? What for? The look in his eyes wasn't any easier to pin down, but now it worried her. What else? She replied, hoping it sounded casual. I wanted to play the game. Nick stared at her, eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A moment later, he pushed his plate away without finishing one of his crepes, and still looking solemn, he left the table. The flowers were delivered at 11 o'clock by a boy on a bicycle, 2 dozen long-stemmed white roses in a box from the local florist. I miss you, the card said. Call follows. He stood in the front hall hugging the flowers, intoxicated by their perfume, high on the very sentiment behind them. God, how nice it was to be courted. You could imagine how much trouble it was to get the flowers delivered on a Sunday morning. That only made the gesture more endearing. He was walking to the kitchen for a vase when the phone rang. Lon. Fly boy, thanks for the cheer. I'll get it, she shouted so the children wouldn't pick up in the den where they were watching television. How's my timing? He asked as soon as she answered. Beautiful, she said, laughing, flowers still in her arm. They just came. Oh, Lon, they're lovely. You're lovely. I meant it, Carrie. I missed you all night. Didn't sleep a wink. Kept thinking we should have been together. I didn't sleep either, she said, leaving out that her reasons weren't altogether the same. Carrie, he began, and then stopped. She waited, breathless, guessing what he might be about to say, and oddly unsure whether she wanted to hear it. Then he went on. You know, don't you, that I've fallen in love with you? After one date? All right, Lon. Her throat was tight suddenly, and it was hard to answer, but he was waiting. She gazed at the burning image of the roses and forced out a whisper. I know. Not the way it's done anymore, I suppose. People don't say those things so quickly. You've got to have a relationship first, know each other for a while. A reasonable period of time, some advice columnists would say. But, well, the feeling's here. It fills me up. And keeping it from you would just be playing a game. He paused, as if to let her contribute, but continued quickly. I understand, though. I know that your timetable may have to be different from mine. I'm not coming from loving anyone else. You are. If you have to take more time, a lot more time, I'll be patient. I can wait years for you, Carrie. I've waited years already. I only ask that you allow me to be honest about how I feel, and try not to be scared off by that. This time his silence lasted. She turned from the phone a second, sniffed once and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Christ, she replied then. You sure do know how to talk to a lady. But I could stand hearing a lot more of that without being scared off. She paused, and still he kept silent. But as for how I feel, he sighed. Lon, I really don't know yet. I don't know if being sure is a year off or 10 seconds, but I'll say this. I can't wait to be as sure as you are. I can't wait to be in love with you. All things considered, he said after a moment, I'll settle for that. And then he repeated how hard it had been not being with her last night, and asked if she would be free to come home or come to his house that afternoon. His son was going to be away all day, he told her. Had left for the city earlier with a friend whose parents had season tickets to the Giants games. And his daughter would be going off to town soon, to hang out for a few hours with her friends. It was perfectly clear why he was reassuring her they would be alone. She hesitated only because she'd promised to bring Emily to the arcade, and she didn't like breaking any commitment to the children. But look, Lon added hastily, we don't have to stay here. It's a gorgeous day. If you'd rather, we could drive out to Montauk and... No, she broke in. I like the first idea better. In fact, if we hadn't put it off last night, I might have gotten some sleep. She said she couldn't be at his house until sometime after 2. First, she reminded him she had to pick up her purse at the arcade. The demands of Carrie's business had accustomed the children by now to sudden changes of plan. So Emily took it stoically when Carrie explained that something had come up, and that she had already phoned Cindy Revering's mother and arranged for the 2 children to spend the afternoon together. Any vestige of disappointment vanished when Carrie added that Alice Revering would be taking both girls to see the re-release of Disney's Snow White, currently playing at the shopping mall. It helped, too, that Carrie promised to make up the arcade treat another time, though she wished later that she had left out that part. In fact, Carrie became aware she felt relieved that Emily was not going today. After Alice Revering picked up Emily at 1 o'clock, Nick was still in his room listening to his stereo. Carrie stopped by the door and mentioned that she'd be driving to the arcade soon. They could go together, that is, if Nick was going. Nick replied a bit gruffly that he was going to the arcade, but he would be meeting his friends first. A few minutes later, he went out. In the wake of his leaving, Carrie pondered the likelihood that his surliness towards her was connected with Lon's entrance into her life. In a way, Mike would always be alive for both children. No one else, was their daddy. It might be quite a while before they could see her attachment to another man as anything but an infidelity. She left the house herself at 10 minutes of 2, locking the door behind her with the extra set of keys she kept on a ring along with an emergency set for the car and store. It was still a block from the arcade when she could see that 2 or 3 dozen kids were milling around the sidewalk in front. Driving nearer, Carrie was able to distinguish several groups of species. Nick was in one bunch of half a dozen, Dana standing beside him. Rather than interrupt Nick while he was mingling independently with his peers, Carrie pulled to the curb a few yards short of the species, and when Nick spotted her, she gestured him over to the car. Nick murmured something to Dana and crossed the sidewalk. Would you do me a favor? Carrie asked Nick when he came around to the window. What? I thought there might be a stampede to get in when the doors open, and I'd rather stay clear. If I wait in the car, could you bring my purse out to me? You bet, he said enthusiastically. He seemed to understand she meant to do him a favor as well, not to intrude on his turf. Yes, Yondo, that is correct. The max timer is 24 hours. At least it should be. It's like around in there. That's when I'll cut it off anyway. I don't know if the timer's going to automatically shut off then. It's on the floor behind one of the machines, Carrie explained. On the left as you enter, second one down the row, I think. He stared at her a second. Behind it? He asked quietly. How'd it get there? The way he asked was strangely intimidating. Carrie was suddenly reluctant to reveal that the man with her last night, partly at her urging, had been exploring the technical details of the machine. I put it on top while I was playing, she said. It slipped off and fell down and back, that's why I forgot it. So now she lied to him. The game had made them both liars. But the answer satisfied Nick, and he went back to his friends. It was still a couple of minutes before 2. Harry passed the time watching the crowd of youngsters, she might study a flock of migratory birds, looking for clues to their habits and instincts in the way they stood, moved, talked, touched each other. There weren't nearly as many girls as boys. That was interesting. Only one in each group. Dana waited with Nick and 4 other boys, one of whom was Alan Pomfrey, a son of the woman who ran Carrie's weekly exercise group. And there was Judy Arbuckle again, the lone girl in a group of 6 that included Andy Green. Carrie recognized, too, the girl she had once seen identify herself before playing the game. Terry McDowell, wasn't that her name? Standing with 5 boys. There were also 2 more groups, each including just 1 girl, though Carrie recognized none of the faces. Blaine Tillis, you are listening to a live audiobook reading of the 1984 novel Arcade. A book about a suspicious arcade that opens in a small town and starts changing the behavior of all the kids there. And also about a single mom who's just trying to get some dick. But it's tough. It's tough out here. Then suddenly it dawned on her there was nothing random about the shape of the crowd. The waiting spacies broke down neatly into groups of 6, each comprised of 5 boys and 1 girl. And thinking back, Carrie realized that the group she'd seen around the games whenever she'd visited the arcade had been constituted exactly the same. Each one, she guessed, must be what they call a Zal. Assigned to my Zal, Nick had said, accounting for his relationship with Dana. Were they all assigned? Then an old question sprang again to mind. Assigned by whom? And others, falling through her brain like dominoes. Who decided the size of a Zal? Who invented the word for it? Who decided the ratio of males to females? Why should there be only 1 girl in each group? They were beginning to funnel through the entrance now. The arcade had opened. Nick was one of the first inside. She expected him to reappear momentarily, the bag to be located immediately, but a couple of minutes passed, then a couple more, before Nick came trotting back out. He circled around to the window seat beside the driver's seat. Not there, Mom, he said anxiously. Oh, but it's got to be. I might have told you the wrong machine. I looked behind every one in every corner, honest. He was flushed and slightly breathless, brows furrowed in desperation. There was every sign he had really made an effort. Carrie sat motionless for a moment, weighing her next step. Of course, she could go inside and double-check, but she knew the layout of the arcade. No hidden nooks and crannies where anything could lie unnoticed. She doubted that one of the other children had taken the purse and concealed it. It had been 3rd or 4th through the door. There wouldn't have been any time, especially when only Nick knew where to look. Sorry, Mom, Nick said, obviously impatient now to return to the arcade. You'll get it back, though, I'm sure. One of the people who run the place must have come in and put it away somewhere to keep it safe. Could he be keeping the bag from her himself? Harry searched his face for any hint of guile. Seeing none, she felt ashamed for even doubting him. Well, that must be what happened, she said. He let Nick go and drove on to Lawns, almost missing the turn onto Bowridge Road because she was so preoccupied by the missing purse. In one way, its disappearance was somewhat encouraging. At least a happening that couldn't be explained away as an automatic function of a computer. A sign of some ordinary human presence returning to the arcade. Between last night's closing and today, someone had been there. Mr. Peel again? Or someone else? Whoever he represented. One of the people who run the arcade, Nick had said. Was there an intimation of foreknowledge in his suggestion? Had he seen one of these people? Or was the phrase merely born out of a normal automatic assumption? There had to be someone. I made a mental note to ask him later, a first step to recovering the purse. Or would it be brought back to her? Driver's license, credit cards, checkbook, her name and address were given on a dozen different items in the bag. They could find her easily, but who were they? Why were they never seen? What secret about the arcade were they keeping? Interface. And now once more she felt the tingle of fright, like the sharp little teeth of some small nasty animal gnawing away deep inside her. Could they, who had some secrets to keep, deduce from where the bag had been lying that the machines were being examined? Their secrets probed. She drove faster, her eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. She couldn't help feeling vulnerable, hunted. Perhaps it was absurd, insane, yet the fact was that the people she needed to find had kept themselves hidden, remained unknown to her. While they knew all that was necessary to find her first, they even had the keys. Oh damn! Yondo has decided to explode at the very end. I was worried why you were asking about that. Has just gifted 44 subs. An outrageous amount of subs. And indeed unlocked another chapter. That's a lot of subs. Bricka. I've actually got to use the restroom real quick, but I'll be back. That was pretty good timing too, because that was the end of chapter 17. Fantastic. Well, we'll let the meter stay full for now. I'm gonna get up and use the restroom. We'll be back with more literature. See you real soon. All right, we're back for a bit. I'm gonna read another chapter, but I do have breakfast on the way. Got to keep the calories flowing. I'm gonna keep my level of perk. Must be perky. Chapter 18. He opened the door looking very Sunday casual. He opened the door looking very Sunday casual in gray slacks and a beige cashmere sweater with no shirt underneath. Carrie hoped she seemed relaxed too. She mustn't let him know she was upset. Yet again by the arcade. A point could come where he decided she was a skittish person easily thrown off balance, not his type. God, you look good, he said. When they were inside, the door closed. He kissed her, a warm, comfortable kiss. It was, she felt, like being welcomed home after a long journey by someone she had known forever. Suddenly, the missing purse hardly seemed a crisis. Thank you, she said. The reaction seemed to amuse him. My pleasure. Then he made a little speech of an apology. He was just finishing up some work. It would take another few minutes. Make yourself at home, he said, gesturing to the living room. Or come and watch me. It should interest you. I'm running my PC. There you go again. Mea culpa, personal computer. I've got one back here. He led her to a room at the rear of the house overlooking a large flower-bordered lawn that had been set up as a home office. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves covered the walls except for a space between the windows where a large desk was situated. There were no papers on the surface of the desk, only a telephone and 4 pieces of equipment Carrie recognized as computer components. Ever seen one of these up close? Lon asked. I just realized. Roll over my goals here. Thank you. Thank you, Yondo, for the incredible sub bomb. I mean to leave on that note so abruptly, but I was getting kind of itchy and antsy. Back in the zone, though. Okay. Yeah, ever seen one of these up close? Lon asked. Just from the other side of airline reservation counters and my bank teller's window. He dragged a chair from a corner and set it beside one already at the desk. By the way, he said, all this stuff is made by my outfit, Teletronics Incorporated. He paused to survey the equipment. She could see that he had enormous pride in the product. Slender's Pep, thank you for the sub. She gave her attention to the instruments. The most familiar was the television monitor with its attached keyboard, similar to a typewriter's, though with many more keys. Ooh. Aria Oak Bell, thank you for the generous cheer. Thank you for the 500 bits. There was, too, a rectangular metal box enclosed except for 2 vertical slots on the front, and something with a roll of paper coming out of the top that also resembled a typewriter but without a keyboard. The 4th item, Carrie thought on second look, was not part of the computer, merely a telephone answering machine. Atop this, instead of its own cradle, lay the receiver of the telephone. All the instruments were encased in a smooth white metal embossed on one edge or another with a small gold medallion stamped with a mark. And they show it in the book. It's basically an eye with like a dash through the middle. Or in Teletronics. And that is the logo of Lon's company. So, you designed all this? She said, impressed. Well, not everything. The hardware, the basic computer circuitry, that was my contribution. You want the guided tour? Irish Entropy, thank you for the sub. Ooh, haven't been able to watch in a long while after having 2 kids. Love the streams and inside games. Hope you keep finding success for years to come. I certainly am, thanks to folks such as yourself. Congratulations on the kids. I certainly understand why that would start to bite off your content consumption time, but I appreciate you dropping in and saying hi. Took her a moment to answer, distracted by the monitor where lines of words and numbers marched vertically across the screen. None made any sense to her. At last, Lon's question penetrated. Yes, please, she replied. Damn it, she was supposed to get laid and they're talking about computers again. Lon sat and began explaining the components. The keyboard was used to give instructions to the computer or call up data. Programs could be written, questions asked, either by writing them in plain English, as on a typewriter, or in one of several computer languages. Or sometimes it was merely by pressing certain special function keys. Information was given back on the monitor screen. The device with the paper in it was a printer. Anytime the computer operator wanted to see data down on printer in black and white, a certain key was pushed, initiating an automatic printout. The enclosed metal box with the 2 slots, Carrie learned next, was a disk drive. Flat, round pieces of flexible plastic called floppy disks, or in shop talk, just floppies, went into the slots. A floppy might already have a program on it, complex code of electronic pulses magnetically transcribed into the coated plastic, which the computer read as data. Or it could be blank, used to record and preserve new input. With a combination of 2 disks in the drive, a variety of functions could be performed. This far into his lecture, Lon realized that Carrie hadn't sat down, was still hanging back, away from the desk. He patted the chair next to him. Come on, it won't bite, he said, and then chuckled. And come to think of it, it will, but not in a way that hurts. Harry sat as Lon explained his pun. In computer terminology, bite denoted a single character. Each number, punctuation mark, or letter of the alphabet held in the memory was a byte. Well, sort of. A byte is 8 bits. And 8 bits is generally enough data to describe a character, yes. So that's fair. It's also the unit by which we measure the size of memory. For instance, 64K computer has a memory that holds 64,000 bytes. Finally, he came to the piece of equipment Carrie had thought was an answering machine. In fact, Lon said it was a modem, short for modulator demodulator. It translated computer data into sound frequencies, allowing it to be transmitted through the telephone lines. With the modem, Lon was able to have a constant exchange of information between his personal computer and the central memory bank at his company's headquarters in California. Or even better, I can sit right here on a lazy Sunday while I check production lines at the factory and, if necessary, send instructions to correct a hitch. He tapped a button on the keyboard and the lines of characters traveling vertically across the screen suddenly froze. Lon pointed to the top line. Moving his finger slowly across the line, he interpreted the abbreviations for Carrie. The assembly rate of a particular component part identified as board 1271, being made on production line number 5, was running at 38 per hour as of 14:09 o'clock, 2:19 p.m. current time. A slightly lower rate than usual, Lon remarked, as he punched another key and lines of data began moving again. From reading all this, I can usually spot the reason for a production slowdown. Could be a defective bearing in the conveyor, or maybe the robot assemblers have dipped into a bad part shipment so they're discarding a lot. They do a much stricter quality control than plain old humans. I can even tell them how much coffee is being taken out of dispensers where we provide it free so the company knows when its live employees are overdoing the coffee breaks. Wow, Lon's an ass. Big brother, Carrie said tartly. That's just the kind of spying that makes sensible folks leery of computers. Listen, Lon objected. Is it better in some old-fashioned sweatshop where a thug foreman grabs the guy who's gold bricking and balls him out before shoving him back on the line? This is a deterrent, that's all. Our workers know we're keeping tabs so they don't take advantage. What's more, he concluded, his voice softening, without this I'd have to check in at the plant today, and then where would we be? He put his hand on her lap, and she felt a slow warmth flow along her thighs. You've got a point there, he said. But her criticism had dampened his eagerness to teach. I'd better concentrate on this now, he said, nodding at the screen. I'll be done soon. Immediately he was immersed in his task, eyes fixed on the passing lines of information, while every few seconds he tapped a message into the keyboard. She left the chair and began browsing the bookshelves. They were packed with books about computers, most of them thick, heavy technical volumes incomprehensible to the untrained. Though there were some popular works published in recent years to satisfy the growing curiosity of the general public. The Soul of a New Machine, Machines Who Think. Carrie made a mental note to ask Lon if she could borrow a few. If there was a chance of sharing his life, she ought to make herself conversant with the technology he plainly loved. She was about to pull a book and start reading when Lon announced, "All done," and joined her in front of a shelf. Want me to pick a few for you to read? He said. She turned to him and nodded. But later, right now, let's go upstairs. Man, finally! He's gonna get some dick. There's been so much computer talk. The bedroom had been clearly decorated to please a man alone. Dark, definite colors, hunting prints on the wall, and a huge projection screen television occupying too much space at the end of the bed. Lon went right to the window and started drawing the curtains. No, Carrie said softly. I want to see everything. They undressed each other amid kisses and caresses, and then stood naked together Mouths, skins, fingers exploring each other until she whisked back the bedspread and pulled him down with her. Neither of them could wait, not this time. Harry actually swooned with delight as he slid down into her, went into a floating faint where she had no consciousness of anything but the sensation. Sweet, hard frictions rising through her until she felt his rocking spasm. Then, as he eased down and her arms enfolded him, she was taken in surprise by the completeness of her own shuddering detonation. Hell yeah, a shuddering detonation. They lay back and stretched, and lightly traced the outlines of their bodies, touching sometimes as though only to make sure the substance was real. In a while they made love again, but taking it slowly now. Perhaps it was only because it had been so long since she'd been touched. But it seemed to Carrie that it had never been this good, even with Mike. Abandoning herself at the end to the ecstasy streaking through every nerve, she pressed her mouth hard against Lon, held the smooth, muscled roundness of his shoulder between her teeth, and drank in the smell and taste of him. If he would have her, she thought in the moments when she came down from the height, she could be happy with him for the rest of her life. Hell yeah. James Fisto, thanks for gifting out a couple subs. They rested. Head on his chest, Carrie fell into a doze. For how long, she had no idea, except when she opened her eyes, the light outside the window was subtler, more golden. Sleep well, he said when she lifted her head. He had pulled himself up to lean against the headboard and was reading a magazine, the cover folded back. Hey, Lizzie Lar, thank you for the sub. Indeed, it is quite scandalous. Made up a whole night's worth. What's the time? Lon nodded to the digital counter on the dresser, lighted numeral showing 4:07. As he closed the magazine and laid it out on the night table, Carrie saw it was one of his professional journals, a picture of a computer on the cover. Thinking of herself lying peacefully asleep while Lon killed the time with business sparked a moment of pique. Mike had been the same. Satisfy her royally, and when they were done, he'd read his goddamn reports from the office. Why did men glow for a while? It made Carrie wonder self-consciously how she looked. Now she might have gotten up to do something with her face, but then she remembered her touch-up cosmetics were gone with her purse. Now suddenly she felt a need to tell Lon about it, perhaps just for his reassurances. Or maybe as a test, to see how much his allowance he was ready to make for her, or to see how much allowance he was ready to make for her anxieties. So she did, in a sentence. On the way over, she had stopped at the arcade and the purse was gone. Behind his thoughtful silence, she guessed he was thinking it was a funny thing to bring up while they were lying together naked, rested and ready for better things than small talk. Were you there when the doors opened? He asked finally. She nodded. After a moment, he shrugged. The cleaner must have come in Sunday morning, sweep up all the gum wrappers and whatnot from the Saturday night crowd. You'll get it back. From who, Lon? Where do I go to claim it? He gave her a sidelong glance. Is this worrying you too? Her eyes shifted from his face, her only answer. He pressed his lips together, then answered in an even tone. They're running a business, Carrie. There's got to be a half a dozen ways to trace who's behind it. Like who pays the rent on that space? She stared at him. Of course, it was that simple. The lease on the cottage had been handled by Edna Swan. Edna would have to know where to reach Mr. Peel or whoever operated the place. From the lease or rental checks, she'd have an address for an office or a bank at least. He saw his point had registered. I've also given thought to other things, he went on, like the interfacing. There are answers, Carrie, simple and logical. He ran his hand over her hair, down her neck, across her back. But do you really need them now? Did she? The afternoon was fading and she still wanted to touch him, be touched. She shook her head. You'll see, he said quietly. When you get to understand the technology, you'll see how much computers can do. You mustn't underestimate what's possible. It crossed her mind to say that maybe he was the one who was underestimating them, but she didn't. He raised her face for his kiss. The November light began to fade early and the room grew dim. They knew the house wouldn't be theirs alone much longer. Lon told Carrie to use the bedroom's adjoining bath if she wanted to shower before dressing. He'd use the one down the hall. She showered and dressed, but didn't spend very much time in front of a mirror. She felt great and liked what she saw when she looked at herself. Eyes sparkling, skin radiant, in love. She did nothing by way of improvement but shake out her hair and comb it back with her finger. Coming out of the bathroom, she spotted a table in a corner arrayed with framed photographs. The soft light from a nearby window fell across two of the pictures on the front edge. One showed Lon with two very young children, all lined up on the deck of a sailboat and squinting into the sun. A smaller photo was recognizably of much earlier vintage, a sepia tint portrait of a middle-aged woman masked inside the frame in the style of an oval cameo, Lon's mother by all odds. Then Carrie noticed a color enlargement in the second rank of frames. Though partially blocked by the sepia cameo, Carrie could see a beach and blue ocean at the edge of the blow-up and, nearer to the center, a bare arm and shoulder and the sliver of a torso in a bikini. The top of a face, hair, brow, eyes, also peeked over the top of the frame in front. The California candid of the wife, Carrie supposed, though a little surprised Lon would keep it on display. The woman didn't sound like someone of whom he'd want a constant reminder. Then again, she was the mother of his children, and even from a partial marriage, Carrie got the impression of a lithe sexiness, provocative eyes. Oh, from a partial image, yeah. Understandable, after all, that Lon might want to remember why he'd stumbled into marriage in the first place. Curious, Carrie went to the table for a better look at the photograph. She didn't know why she would be so stunned when she picked it up and saw the whole of it. Like everything else that had struck her strange in recent days, the picture could be easily explained, yet it didn't matter what reason or logic could be supplied for what the picture revealed. By instinct, if not intelligence, Carrie felt this was not coincidence, and that brought all the doubts back, made her doubt everything she felt about Lon, sent her brain scanning over each moment in their short history, made her feel particularly vulnerable, like some kind of target. Then she heard him come into the room. She stopped as if paralyzed, facing away to hide the suspicion and alarm that kept coming in waves as she stared at the image in the frame. Approaching her from behind, he had no sense that she was doing anything but admiring the snapshot. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Lon said, walking up to embrace her. "That's my daughter, Dana." That explains the lithe sexiness. Ugh. It's all connected. Dun dun dun. La 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 la. Cleric Beast Dana. Oh shit! Look at that. The timing. So not only did we get a final ick, but I finished chapter 18. And my breakfast has arrived. So I'm gonna go eat that. And then I'll be back with more Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain. See y'all in a bit. Thanks for watching. All right. Ooh. Arya, thank you for the cheer. I appreciate that. All right, chapter 19. Goodness, this is so unlike me, Edna Swan complained as she stood at the open drawer of a filing cabinet in her office. She spent the last 10 minutes searching for the lease on the Bedford cottage. She was a small bird-boned woman with blue-rinsed hair cropped mannishly short. Summer or winter, Carrie had never seen Edna dressed in anything but trim, dark two-piece suits with high neck blouses. Edna was like that, neat and predictable. If she said something was filed in a certain place, there was no doubt it ought to be there. The realtor closed the file drawer with an exasperated slam. I've gone through the A's, B's, and P's. That covers Bedford, Peel, and Arcade. But before that, I checked all the Elm Street listings. I'm sorry, Carrie, I don't know what's become of that lease. Carrie hated to believe the lease was gone. That meant, or that someone intent on concealing information had lifted it from the file. Because only Lon had known she was coming here this morning to check on it. One more painful reason to doubt him. Then she had an idea. What about Pooh's cousin, Edna, the one who inherited the cottage? Could you have filed the lease under his name? It wasn't Bedford, was it? Edna's mouth dropped open, the surprise of recognition. She spun straight around to the files and scanned the labeled drawers. Vickery! She cried. That's the name. Yanking open a drawer, she pulled a dossier and triumphantly plucked out a sheet of paper. Here we are. Carrie felt no surprise at the discovery. Like those with a defect in their vision who can see an object at arm's length and reach out and discover their judgment was inches short, Carrie was beginning to accept her view of the arcade as her own faulty perception, a kind of handicap. Edna had been scanning the lease. Oh dear, she said, pointing to the bottom. She handed it to Carrie. What could it mean? Beneath the signature of the lessee, Thomas Peel, Carrie saw an address written in the same hand. 4 Elm Street, Milport, Long Island. She handed the lease back. Replacing it in her file, Edna explained that she had asked Peel for another address, but he'd said that since his firm was presently relocating, it would be most convenient to use the arcade as a place to receive mail. Carrie asked Edna if she had made a note of Thomas Peel's bank in case she had to query a check. Check, Edna said. A quirky smile broke across her lips. Do you know, I've never had one. But the rent? Oh, it's paid, regular as clockwork, but in cash. Then Peel comes in here every month? She'd follow him, Carrie thought, if it came to that. She could wait until he showed up at Edna's office and trail him back to wherever he came from. No, Edna replied. I haven't seen him since that one time he came and signed the lease. But then who brings the cash? Nobody. Carrie had visions of packets of dollar bills or bags of quarters being left on the realtor's doorstep. Edna chattered on. Well, you know how convenient banking has become. The money is deposited at a branch of my bank. I don't know which branch. I don't know who brings it. All I know is it comes in first of every month, gets transferred into my account automatically. Automatically? Carrie echoed, wondering if that meant it could easily be traced back to its origin. Well, of course, my dear, Edna said. The way everything's done these days. By computer. The way everything's done these days. Did she have to see something sinister in there? Carrie scolded herself as she walked along Elm Street, heading back to her store. All banks had computers, used them every day to transfer funds. Morning, Carrie. Lovely day. Deep in thought, Carrie had gone 2 more steps before the words penetrated. She looked around in time to see Jill Sutter walking past. Quickly, Carrie returned the greeting and walked on, falling back at once into her rumination. No one else in town seemed to have noticed anything wrong with the arcade. Why should she be the only one? Why hadn't anyone thought of gravity before Newton? Someone always had to be the first. Atta girl, Carrie, comparing your observations with the discovery of gravity. She could add egomania to paranoia. Bill, the rent was paid in cash. Why would any businessman do that? Records had to be kept. Then she remembered George Patterson, his whispering about an underworld connection to the arcade. She had laughed it off, but now she thought of articles she'd read reporting the way legitimate businesses were used as conduits for illegal profits. Laundering money, that was the phrase. Could it be? No. The money wasn't the point here, it was the game. The rent was being paid in cash, transferred by computer to make it impossible to trace the people responsible for Spacescape. There had to be something evil about the game, but what? Why was it aimed at the children? Passing Bloomers, the Elm Street florist, Carrie's glance was caught by the window full of colorful flower arrangements. She thought of the roses Lon had sent her, of how she felt receiving them, and she thought of the way he'd made her feel later, of having him inside her. Only yesterday. She wrenched her gaze from the florist's window and hurried on. Much as she yearned to call Lon, lean on him for advice and reassurance, she knew it was out of the question, not the way they had parted yesterday afternoon. Finding the photograph, learning the girl was Lon's daughter had been the flashpoint for an explosion. Yes, she is very beautiful, Carrie answered at first, and tried to leave it there. Man, Carrie is weirdly horny for this young girl. All she wanted was to get out of his house quickly. She knew it would be dangerous to discuss the picture's meaning for her. But Lon heard the undertone of distress, couldn't fail to react to her sudden withdrawal, her haste to leave. Following her out of the bedroom and down the stairs, he pressed for an explanation. So at last she asked him, "Do you know who your daughter spends her time with?" He answered slowly, puzzled by her drift. "Oh, kids around town." "Which kids?" "I haven't learned their names yet." "What about a boyfriend? Has she got one?" Lon stared at her. It wasn't the only answer that eluded him, but her reason for asking. Or it wasn't only the answer that eluded him, but her reason for asking. He replied patiently, however, "Well, I really don't know, but she's only 15, Carrie. You know kids that age, they keep a lot to themselves." Even then, she might have dropped it or taken a different tack, but she was ruled by doubt. She had to pin him down. "Don't you think you ought to know, Lon? That it's your responsibility to know?" He gave her the last measure of tolerance. "I suppose it is, but it isn't always as easy to keep up with the kind of responsibility I have at work and also keep tab on my kids. I have to trust them." He made one last effort to lighten the mood. Moving closer, he reached to embrace her. "Hey, why are we getting into this? Why all the interest in my daughter's love life when we're doing so well concentrating on our own?" "'Cause," she said, slipping away from him, "your daughter seems to be involved with my son. He isn't quite 13, Lon, and there's something between them, something that isn't completely normal." "What the hell does that mean?" "I've seen them together down at the arcade. They're always there, and she came to my house too, looking for Nick. I wondered about it then, a girl so desirable, so mature, choosing to hang around with a boy 2 years younger. I just never realized she was yours." "All right, what if she is? And what if she goes to the arcade with Nick, so they both like to play the game?" Finally, she snapped. "The game!" She nearly screamed. "The damn game! You make it all sound so natural, but it can't be, Lon. Christ, have you taken a good look at what's happening? That game is doing something to those kids, affecting them in ways that go far beyond how they maneuver some tiny blip of light to beat a computer. It's making them organize into units, cells. Just 5 boys and a girl in each one, and it gets them worked up somehow, stirs up a kind of passion for the game that's out of proportion, unhealthy, and maybe other passions too. Why should Dana, the one girl in her group, be paired off with Nick? It isn't just a matter of sharing the game, Lon. I've seen the way they look at each other, touch each other." He was speechless for a moment, shaking his head with disbelief. "My God, Carrie, do you know what you sound like? Raving about a game being responsible for kids doing nothing more than, well, exploring, growing up. My son is 13! And you're concerned about what's happening with Dana. Okay, we'll look into it, you and I. But Carrie, please, don't let this tear us apart. Dana's a good kid. I know she looks like a bombshell, but for God's sakes, don't hold that against her. She's actually very shy, reserved, bright as hell too. She's not likely to do anything stupid or harmful for herself or Nick. She probably hooked up with him because he is young and innocent. She doesn't like all these older guys who come on to her and try to hustle her into bed. She's not ready and she hates the pressure. With Nick, she can feel safe. In that moment, there was a chance to patch it up. As always, Lon was the voice of reason. Solid, sensible, persuasive. Carrie felt herself loosening up and then fought against it, fought to keep her grasp of a different reality. "And how safe can I feel with you?" she said. He paused as though it were beneath him to answer. But then, very quietly, he said, "You think you can?" "I don't know. It seems like such a damn strange coincidence, that's all. My son getting wrapped up in this game with your daughter, while I'm being seduced by you, the game's great defender." It was the last straw. He attempted no more explanations, offered no defense. He announced simply that he was taking her home. The situation made all the more awkward, and she reminded him she'd come by herself. Her car was out front. There was nothing left to say then. Twice as she drove home, the first time right after taking the turn out of Lon's driveway, Carrie pulled over to debate going back. She mustn't lose him. He would take an oath, never again, to raise the subject of the arcade. But in the end, she had to keep going. There was Nick to think about too. Bad as she felt, Carrie had to smile when she walked up to her store and saw Patrick in a front window working on a special Thanksgiving display. He had used his Sunday at home to make 6 small papier-mâché turkeys, and he was placing them now across a band of dirt that ran the width of the windowed window edged by a fence made of matchsticks. Each model bird had a miniature numbered blanket across its back and was harnessed with thread to a trotting rig made of wire with a toy figure seated in it wearing jockey silks. That's the longest sentence ever. The little birds appeared to be racing headlong toward a wire at one end of the track, above which hung a pennant bearing a sign, "The Turkey Trot." Carrie paused in front of the window, and Patrick made an inquiring face. When she applauded, he broke into a preening smile. She went inside and headed for the office, eager to get to a phone. The new display was a poignant reminder of her hope to spend Thanksgiving with Lon and his children. If there was to be a reconciliation, though, the stalemate had to be broken. She must either prove to herself that she was right, or else prove, beyond the shadow of any doubt, that her every suspicion was absurd. The starting point in both cases was to find the people behind the arcade. She still had an idea of how that might be done. She turned into the office, switched on the overhead light, and then stopped in her tracks. Placed squarely atop the center of her desk was her shoulder bag. She snatched it up and made a quick check of the contents. Wallet with cash and credit cards, checkbook, keys, a solid gold compact from Tiffany's that Mike had given her, not a thing out of place. She strode out front again, up to the window, bag in hand. "Patrick!" He peered out of the small door in the window backing. "You didn't tell me somebody brought this in," she said, unable to suppress an edge of accusation. He blinked at the bag she thrust forward. "I didn't see anyone come in." "Damn it, you must have!" He explained what had happened to the purse over the weekend. "Well, I'm sorry," Patrick said. "I guess I was too busy doing the display. When people want me in the store, well, I expect them to knock on the window." He nodded at the bag. "Was something taken?" "No," Carrie said. "That's not the point." Though, how could she explain what was? Desperate for even the smallest clue to the human presence that must have transported the thing here, Carrie went on hammering at Patrick, venting her frustration in the form of anger. Didn't he pay any attention to the store while he was playing with his damn displays? Then she saw his expression beginning to crumple. "Never mind," she said quickly. "It's stupid of me to make such a fuss. Go back to what you were doing." He hurried away to the refuge of her office. Slamming the bag down on her desk, she dropped into a chair and tried to compose herself. What the hell was she getting so worked up about? Her property had been returned. Hooray! Whoever brought it had seen that Patrick was busy and hadn't cared to spend the time making explanations and collecting thank yous. So the purse had been left, without a note, without a calling card, just the bag. She couldn't help feeling it was a warning. We know you were snooping, and we know where to find you. Take this back, no questions asked. This time, one more chance. Carrie sat forward, spilled out the contents of the bag, and examined everything again, slowly. Were all the keys arranged on... Let's figure out how to flip a page. Were all the keys arranged on the ring exactly as before, or had they been taken off and duplicated? The order was the same, though that proved nothing. Then she emptied the wallet, pulled every card and paper from the plastic sleeves. She sorted through them, taking inventory. It was all there, everything negotiable. But she went on shuffling, looking now for what, fingerprints? She wasn't sure. Yet an intuition scratched at her mind. The touch of strangers was on her things. The proof had to be there. And then she found it. The pictures. 2 small photos, one each of Nick and Em. She'd been carrying them for years, though she had stopped showing them, stopped looking at them herself. They'd become a sort of charm, kept close to ward off evil spirits. She kept the 2 snapshots tucked down behind her driver's license. They were gone. And we know who your children are. This was the real warning. The terror immobilized her. For almost half an hour, finally, she knew there wasn't really a choice. If she backed down, who else would try to stop the arcade from fulfilling its purpose? Then Nick would be at risk anyway. And the other children too. All the Spaceys. All the Spaceys at risk. And thus ends chapter 19. Oh, dun dun. I do like the way that the writing is sort of sized up. Like, she seems crazy now to the dude that she boned. So she has to keep him at arm's length until she can, like, come to him with proof. How riveting. Indeed. I gotta take a quick bathroom break, and we'll come back with more Heavy Rain. Oh! Commander Wolf has just redeemed a trading card.